Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Insane Luck Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all men are created equal. That's something that Izuku learned very early in life. Not everyone was lucky. Not even the man blessed with luck. The day that Izuku's quirk manifested, he couldn't even remember. It was sometime when he was 4, that's for sure, but he never knew which specific day. The big day, however, was the day of his diagnosis. Well, Miss Midoriya, your son definitely has a quirk. The X-rays for his pinky toe even prove it. The doctor said, holding up a few X-ray images. That's wonderful news. Inko looked at young Izuku, who was basically vibrating in his seat out of excitement. What is it? I can bring small objects close to me, and my husband can breathe fire. I haven't seen him do anything like my or my husband's quirks. Well, Miss Midoriya, there are some times where quirks undergo mutations, a very lucky occurrence. Aptly put as well, because your son's quirk is called luck. Specifically, it is a passive probability manipulation quirk. The reason why you haven't seen your son do anything with his quirk yet is because he can't activate it, at least not yet. Right now, it just activates on its own, making it just seem closer to natural good luck. And that being said, it's not very strong right now. Very minor things right now are affected. If he trains it, though, I'm sure that it'll be able to make it much more powerful, even including making it so he could control it. The doctor explained. And so the two left the doctor's office with Inko in high hopes. Izuku, while confused at first, now had a very good idea of just what his quirk was due to his mother explaining things to him. He was even writing things down in a notebook that his mother had gotten him as a celebration gift. His writing was more akin to vague scribbles that kind of looked like letters, albeit some of them backwards, if one squinted their eyes hard enough. He knew his quirk wasn't strong. He knew it didn't do much now. It wasn't exactly the quirk of a hero like All Might. But they said it could grow. And so he'd work on making sure it grew as much as he could. His eager excitement couldn't be broken by anything or anyone. Or so he thought. Stupid Deku. You can't even do anything with your quirk. It does all the work for you. Kaken shouted. He and his goons had chased Izuku to the playground again. But this time, it was going to be different. Izuku had a quirk that he knew about. I still have one. I can be a hero. Yeah, you have a quirk, but what's being lucky gonna do against people with quirks like mine? You're just gonna get hurt. You won't be a hero, you'll be dead. Take this as a warning, Deku. He focused as hard as he could on activating any part of his quirk, bracing his eyes closed. And yet, he still felt those blasted sparks upon his skin. The same burns that he always got from the kid who used to be his friend. A few minutes and countless burns later, he was left alone again on the ground, crying. Today was supposed to be different. Izuku said between sobs. Are you okay? A small voice spoke up from a few feet away from him. Izuku looked up to see a small girl, around the same age as him with short, purple hair and something coming out of her earlobes. She wore a yellow deep dope tank top and jean shorts as well as a pair of purple sneakers. I will be. Who are you? Izuku asked, sitting up and wiping the tears from his eyes. My name is Kyukajiru. I'm 4 years old. What's your name? The girl said, holding up 4 fingers proudly. My name is Izuku Midoriya. What are you doing here? Izuku asked, still trying to stop the now small trickle of tears coming out of his eyes. My family just moved here. I don't know many people. Well, I don't know anyone here, really. Well, you look like you needed a friend. Those bullies look like they hurt you. You don't have to worry about me. I won't hurt you. I'll be your friend too. But, friend. Okay, you're my friend. A small smile came onto his face. Do you know why they were hurting you? It's because of my quirk. Izuku hung his head. What kind of quirk would make them hurt you like that? My quirk is called luck. I change the luck of what's going on around me, but I can't control it yet. That sounds really cool. A lot cooler than mine. She said, a small frown on her face. What's your quirk? Izuku asked, forgetting his sadness for a bit. Kyuka poked at the little plugs coming out of her ears. These are my quirk. They just came in a few weeks ago, so I'm still getting used to them. What do they do? His excitement was making itself incredibly apparent. They let me hear really good. And I can make the sound of my heartbeat come out of them if I put them in things. That's what mommy says anyway. That's so cool. Izuku's smile grew ear to ear as he listened to his new friend talk about her quirk. I think quirks are really cool. Blushing, Kyuka looked away. Thank you, Midoriya. You can call me Izuku. We're friends now, right? Right. In that case, you can call me Kyuka. Okay, Kyuka. Izuku said, smiling. I heard you say that you wanted to be a hero? Why yeah, I've always wanted to be a hero. Just like All Might. But Kaken said that I can't be one. Izuku said, that's really brave of you, Izuku. I think you can be a great hero. I want to be a hero too. My parents want me to do music like them, but I think heroes are really cool and brave. I think you can be a great hero too. Especially with your quirk. It's so useful, especially if you want to be a rescue hero. There are so many things you can do with it. Thank you, Izuku, Kyuka said, blushing slightly. A few moments of comfortable silence passed before Kyuka spoke again. Where do you go to school? I go to Aldra Primary School. Kyuka's eyes widened. That's where I'm going to start going. Then, I'll see you tomorrow there? I don't want to leave, but I don't want my mom to worry. Izuku got up and dusted himself off. I understand. I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku. Kyuka waved to him as he walked back to his house. True to their word, they both saw each other the next day, and throughout the next few years, they both grew up in the schools together. Whenever they got their first phones, they were each other's first contacts. They spent most of their days after school together and working on homework. After a few years, Izuku and Kyuka went to start training in basic self-defense, since both wanted to train to be heroes, but neither had the most physical of quirks. Around the time that they started, Kyuka and Izuku had learned how to somewhat defend themselves from the bully Baku. Eventually, he moved on from the two of them, still insulting Izuku from time to time, but no physical confrontation anymore. Not even a year after that, they moved on to mixed martial arts with both of them starting to study kickboxing and jiu-jitsu, Kyuka studying judo upon Izuku's request, specifically due to her quirk being useful with grabbing hold and flipping, and Izuku starting to study capoeira a bit later. He found that the kicking style looked fun, and the flow of everything seemed to be great for mixing up any opponents he may have to fight. He was already learning how to punch with kickboxing, so he could have his homage to All Might with those. He wanted to have a bit more, though. Izuku's quirk continued to develop, affecting more and more things around him. He even managed to start focusing on small things and deciding to influence those things with his luck. Once his active luck started to affect things, he found he could influence bad luck. One time in training, Izuku was able to directly affect Kyuka's luck slightly enough that her footing slipped just enough for Izuku to take her down. Oh, bad luck, Kyuka, Izuku said, smirking. Wait, that means you did something? I focused some bad luck on you and you slipped, Izuku said, smiling. He was excited. This was the first time something like this had happened. You a-hole. She laughed. He saw her punch coming long before he felt it, but he did feel it. Her first hit his shoulder with surprising force. She had been training well. Her vocabulary, on the other hand, had of course been influenced by her parents and her music taste, but Izuku found it endearing even for a 9-year-old. She then immediately embraced him. That's so exciting for you. You're making great progress on becoming a hero. His mother was just as happy that he was making progress with his martial arts training as well as making progress with his quirk, as well as getting closer to a girl, something she wouldn't admit she was worried about when he was younger. On the day of Kyuka's 10th birthday, their dynamic changed. Slightly. Just slightly. When Kyuka was sitting in her dining room surrounded by her family, Izuku, and his mom, there came a knock on her door. I think one of your birthday presents just got here, honey, Mika said from the door. Shortly after, a young girl around Izuku and Kyuka's age, pink hair, cargo shorts, a black tank top and goggles adorning her small form, came bursting through the hallway and into the dining room. "Kyo!" she yelled at the top of her lungs. "Mei? Oh my gosh!" Kyuka leapt from her seat, and the two immediately embraced. "How long has it been?" "Years. The last time I saw you, you were moving." "Well, here to Mizudafu," Mei said. "I missed you." Mei hugged Kyuka once again before looking at the stunned Izuku. "Oh, I don't think I've met you." "Oh, sorry Mei. This is Izuku Midoriya. He was my first friend after moving here." "Well, he's pretty much my only friend here, but it's been good. He's helping me be a hero. We're working towards going to UA for high school." UA? I'm gonna go there too." What's your quirk?" Izuku asked sheepishly. "Izuku, come on, I thought we worked on your confidence." "Sorry, he can get kind of shy with new people. Also, don't let that be the first thing that you say to people. Introduce yourself first." "No, it's okay. My quirk is zoom. It lets me look at things really closely, even from far away. My limit right now is 4 kilometers, but I'm sure it'll get longer with time. That would be really useful for a hero to have." Kyuka said, smiling. "Oh, I'm not going to be a hero." "You're not?" "Nope," Mei said, popping the pea. "I'm going for the support class. I need to make lots of babies." At this point, the woman that Izuku and Kyuka could only assume to be Mei's mother stepped forward and spoke up. Now, honey. Maybe explain what they are instead of just calling them that, okay?" "Phi-Thean," Mei whined, looking back at her mom before turning again to look at Izuku and Kyuka. "A few months after you left to come here, I started making things. And I've kept making things ever since. My quirk is really useful for that. I call my inventions my babies." "That's really cool. Oh wait, here, let me get your contact info," Kyuka said, getting her phone out. The two swapped information, and before Izuku knew it, she had made a group chat with the 3 of them together. Now we can all know what's going on with each other, even when we aren't all here together. She smiled at the 2 of her friends. Best friends. Kyukajiro has joined the chat. Mei Hatsum has joined the chat. Broccoli Head has joined the chat. "Broccoli Head?" Izuku asked out loud. "Yeah, that may or may not be my contact name for you, and I may or may not be sorry for it," Kyuka said with a smirk. "Oh, that's a good idea. Can I add my friend from back home? He wants to do the hero course at UA too." "The more the merrier, I say," Kyuka said, giving a big smile and a thumbs up. Hitoshi Shinso has joined the chat. "Hitoshi, so what is this, Hatsum?" "Mei. Kyuka was my best friend a few years ago before her family moved to Mizudafu. I finally reconnected with her when her parents reached out to mine a few days ago for her 10th birthday. Hitoshi, happy birthday." "Kyuka, thank you." "Broccoli, what's your quirk?" Kyuka smacked Izuku's shoulder. "Izuku, we just went over this with Mei. Introduce yourself before being a massive nerd." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry, Kyo." Kyuka, sorry about him, he's a little quirk obsessed. "Hitoshi, is his name really Broccoli?" Kyuka and Mei burst out laughing at Shinsu's question, the latter staying in her seat and the former falling out of her chair onto the ground. "Broccoli, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but Kyo here has me in her phone as Broccoli Head. Something I just learned about today, by the way." "Hitoshi, fair. My quirk is brainwash. If someone answers a question that I ask them, I can make them do what I say as long as it's not complex." As soon as the group had received the text, Kyuka looked at Izuku. The boy's eyes were wide in excitement. He almost immediately started typing furiously. Rolling her eyes, Kyuka sent a message into the group text first. "Kyuka, I'm sorry about what's about to happen. Hitoshi, what exactly is she apologizing for?" "Mei, you'll see." He's still typing. Eventually, Izuku's thesis went through the group chat, filling up the entire screen of the phones and then some with just the one message. "Broccoli, that's such a cool quirk. It's really good for hostage negotiations and de-escalating criminal activity. There's so many different things that can do, the possibilities are endless. What's the extent of what you can make someone do? Is there a way to break out of it? I wonder what can happen if you train it more. Will it get stronger? How do you train that? You said you're wanting to be a hero, right? Hatsum said that you want to go to UA as well, right? We should all get together and train sometime. That would be a lot of fun. I'd love to see your quirk in action. May, you done? Broccoli, yeah, I'm done. Hitoshi, I'm flattered. Nobody's shown this much genuine interest in my quirk before. They always say I'm gonna be a villain with it, but I want to help people with it. I would be honored to train with you at some point. May, alrighty boys, don't want to cut this short, but it's Kyuka's birthday, and we need to party. We'll message after it's over, alright, Hitoshi? Hitoshi, again, happy birthday. The three of them enjoyed the rest of Kyuka's birthday party, eventually ending in May parting ways with the two. The four of them quickly became the best of friends, with May and eventually Hitoshi making semi-regular visits starting a few months later. A year later, something happened. During one of Izuku's solo training sessions in the gym he was going to, he was mid-rep when the doors slammed open and then quickly shut. Looking to the door, he saw what looked to be a kid around his age, but with what looked like the head of a raven, feathers and all. The kid sat on the ground behind the door, panting. With nobody else really in the gym due to how late it was and Izuku just doing reps on training, he figured that if anyone was going to say anything, it was going to be him. Hey, are you okay? Sure, was all that the kid said as he slowly opened the door to peer outside. The sound of multiple sets of footsteps could be heard ringing out on the pavement just outside the door. Where did that demon bird brain go? A familiar voice shouted from outside. Come in this way. Kaken, Izuku muttered to himself. You know him? He used to bully me. Ehole. Izuku said. Truthfully, Kyuka's language had had an impact on him, especially in the last year. It seems that the predator has found a new prey in myself. I would defend myself, but I fear the abyss of night would make it so my quirk would do more harm than good. He certainly was eccentric. Why is he chasing you? Izuku asked. He thinks I'm weird and different, and he doesn't like that. I think he thinks that my quirk is challenging him. What is your quirk? Izuku asked, curious. Oh wait, before you tell me, let me get something from my bag. He quickly grabbed his latest notebook, this issue being number 10, and brought it back to the boy. Izuku opened the notebook, but before he started writing anything, he lightly tapped his forehead with his palm, remembering what Kyuka keeps drilling into his head. I'm sorry, that's rude. Introductions first. My name is Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? The raven boy looked to Izuku and said, Fumikage Tokoyami. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. Now, to answer your question, my quirk is Dark Shadow. As if on cue, a small tendril of inky darkness ebbed out of the young boy, forming into a somewhat avian form, two yellow slits forming what seemed to be eyes. Yo! This creature, this Dark Shadow, said while saluting Izuku. That's so cool. I wonder, Izuku trailed off, stopping himself. He may have worked with Kua a lot over the past year to get rid of his stutter for the most part, as well as working to try and be a normal person instead of solely focusing on quirks, but that last one was still a work in progress. Tokoyami didn't need someone gushing over his quirk. He was being pursued right before this. He needed someone to listen. You said that you feared the abyss of night would make it so my quirk would do more harm than good. What does that mean? Dark Shadow is a very powerful quirk, but the amount of light in an area as well as how I feel can make him hard or impossible to control. The darker it is, the harder Dark Shadow is to control. He can become a raging monster. Tokoyami explained. Dark Shadow laughed, slightly embarrassed by his nature. And so that's why you didn't fight back against Kaken. With it being so dark out, you didn't want to lose control. That's very noble of you, Izuku said with a smile. A few moments of silence passed between them before Izuku looked to the boy. I'm in the middle of a training session right now. I don't know if this is something you'd be interested in, but would you like to train with me? What are you training for? I want to be a hero. Since my quirk isn't super combat focused, I need to be starting training on fighting now. I started learning capoeira about a year and a half ago. My teacher couldn't make it today, but he said I could practice here on my own. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you did as well. In that case, I shall join you. for I also wish to be a hero. Your eagerness in your training makes me want to walk away from the dark and into the light," Tokoyami said, standing up from the floor. The two sparred for about 2 hours, both learning to adjust to the other's quirk. Izuku had to be aware of dark shadow coming from any direction, whereas Tokoyami began to notice firsthand how unlucky Izuku could make him. Things that he hadn't messed up before: foot placements, body rotation, and even when he blinked. They were all subject to exploitation by the young fighter's quirk. It was, in a word, irritating, but Tokoyami found himself admiring just how subtle it all was. Of course, that didn't mean that he couldn't exploit it, or rather, that Dark Shadow couldn't exploit it. It seemed to be that while Izuku could affect Tokoyami with luck quite easily, it was a bit more difficult to affect Dark Shadow. At that point in time, Izuku had only really focused his luck on normal humans or animals, not beings of darkness. This gave Tokoyami a leg up in certain situations, but with how versatile Izuku's training in various different martial arts was, Tokoyami was just slightly outmatched. The strength that Izuku had not only in his legs, but with his arms astounded Tokoyami. His punches packed a punch for sure, but the handstands that the boy would do to avoid attacks among all of his other evasion techniques were, in no uncertain terms, works of art in and of themselves. If there was one thing that Tokoyami was certain of, it was that this boy would become a great tool for justice. As Tokoyami picked himself up off the ground for the last time that night, he smiled. They had both taken each other down a good number of times, but that last bout was the closest that Tokoyami had gotten to taking him down that ended in him falling instead. Izuku walked towards the raven-headed boy, clutching his own forehead. "Well, it looks like I found something about my quirk. Focusing on things that aren't humans or animals and trying to affect their luck with it for long periods of time can cause headaches. Good to know. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble with that." Tokoyami bowed. "Get up, man. Don't worry about it. I would have learned eventually, and it's better I did in training than on a mission. Plus, I made a new friend in the process. So I'd call it a win for today." Izuku smiled. "Oh, speaking of which, you said you wanted to be a hero too. You want to be added to a group chat with some of my other friends? We're all trying to get into UA, so it would be awesome if we all got in together." "I would appreciate that. I'm sure that we can get in. You're a very skilled fighter." Tokoyami got out his phone and gave Izuku his contact information. As the two walked out of the gym and headed their separate ways, Izuku added his sparring partner to the chat. Fumikage Tokoyami has joined the chat. "Kyuka, alright, who's this guy and who added him?" "Broccoli, I added him. We just got done sparring for a bit. He said he wanted to be a hero too. I figured why not, you know?" "Fumikage, I am humbled by your acceptance, Midoriya. A new hero hopeful. Maybe I can test out some of my babies on him." Fumikage, I am confused. Hitoshi, her babies, are her inventions. Kyuka, May here wants to be a support class student. The rest of us are gonna be in the hero program. Fumikage, I see, a noble desire. One last question, why is Midoriya's name Broccoli Head? Kyuka, have you seen his hair? Fumikage, I understand now. Izuku smiled as he read everything. The group of them were certainly a weird one, but they seemed to fit together well in spite of all of that. With friends like these by his side, Izuku was confident in his future as a student, as a man, and as a hero. And while his dedication was strong, that didn't mean that it wouldn't waver sometimes. The first of two key moments was approaching the young man, and his destiny was soon about to shift in ways he had never imagined. The first time Izuku's resolve faltered, it was honestly a normal day leading up to it. He was walking home from school and planning to meet Kyuka a little bit later to work on their hero designs. He smiled as he opened his notebook. Edition number. He looked at the sketch that he did during school of what he wanted his hero costume to be. The primary color was green, matching his hair and eyes. Different sprawling images of clovers wrapped around his arms and legs, and his mask was that of a 4-leaf clover. Written below the sketch was a name, Cloverleaf. That's who he'd be as a hero. As he smiled to himself, the now 14-year-old walked his normal path unaware of the monster hiding in the sewers beneath him. Izuku walked underneath a bridge, past a manhole cover. Hearing a thick bubbling sound from behind him, Izuku turned around only to be grabbed by something as it exited the sewers. This creature, whatever it was, towered over him, easily containing his squirming form inside its massive amount of sludge. Sludge seemed like an apt way to describe it. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. The sludge villain said menacingly before trying to force its way into Izuku's body. "Don't worry. I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, and then it'll all be over. You'll feel better soon. Focus, Izuku. Use your quirk. Focus on the sludge." Izuku thought to himself. He tried. He really did. But given what this thing was made out of, there wasn't really any way for his luck to affect it. All he got was more in trouble and a headache. Figures, he thought to himself. I guess Kaken was right all those years ago. I can't even save myself from one villain. How am I supposed to be a hero? Izuku felt himself blacking out from suffocation, the light fading from his vision. The last thing that he remembered before succumbing to the darkness was a loud shout. "I am here. Texas Ithnish," and then he was gone. He next woke up to a myriad of gentle slaps on his face. "But, he dashed, oh good. You're awake." As Izuku opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel like the voice was familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. And then he finally was able to open his eyes to see All Might standing in front of him. All Might! Izuku jumped backwards, almost hitting his head on the concrete as he did. "I'm glad that you're okay. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I usually don't make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place." He then let out a deep throaty laugh. His signature laugh. The one that Izuku had heard countless times from the videos that he had his mother play for him when he was younger. Izuku started to speak, but he was interrupted by All Might, and when All Might spoke, Izuku did not. He listened. "But you were a big help, thanks." All Might pulled out 2 large soda bottles filled with the villain. "I have captured the villain safely." Izuku broke out of his stupor when he realized that this was the perfect time to ask for an autograph. "Where can I?" The notebook." Izuku rushed over to grab the notebook that he had dropped whenever the sludge villain attacked him. He opened it up to a fresh page, only to see that All Might had already given him an autograph. "Thank you, All Might. Thank you so much. It'll be an heirloom. A family treasure." All Might simply gave Izuku a thumbs up. "Okay." Turning away, All Might spoke to himself. "Now, I have to take this guy to the police. See you again on the other side of the screen." All Might squatted down into what Izuku could only imagine as a jumping stance. This can't be it. I finally met my idol. My hero. And then he's just going to leave? I have so many questions for him. Izuku thought to himself, already formulating a plan. Not a very good one, but a plan nonetheless. "Well then, I thank you for your continued support," All Might said as he jumped away from the young boy. Or so he thought. Izuku had grabbed onto his leg just in time to jump along with him. However, the jump itself, well, it was terrifying to say the least. All Might noticed him shortly after. Hey. Let go of me. Your fanaticism is too much. Wait, if I let go now, I'll fall and die. Izuku said, his words a bit jumbled due to the wind. Oh right. That's true. Hang on. I'll find a place to land. All Might said, turning back towards the direction he had jumped. Shortly after, All Might had landed on a nearby building. All Might let Izuku get down onto the roof before turning away. I'm sure the people below will let you down if you ask. Now I really have to go. I'm out of time. Wait, All Might. I have things I need to ask you. Izuku reached out towards the pro hero. No, I won't wait. Izuku's hand faltered. I'm sorry you had to save me. Izuku hung his head. His confidence issues and low self-esteem were rearing their ugly heads again. I guess even with all the luck in the world, there were still things that lingered. All Might stopped walking. I guess I just needed to ask. I tried to fight back, but my quirk couldn't do anything against the villain. Could I be a hero even with a quirk that couldn't do anything against things like that? Could I still be a hero like you? Young man, pros are constantly risking their lives. I cannot simply say that you can be a hero without the necessary power. I'm sorry. All Might looked back to Izuku one last time before jumping away. Izuku's legs gave out. He collapsed on top of the building and did something he hadn't done in a while. He cried. With Kyuka and the others in his life, he had friends. He had a support system. He hadn't felt the need to cry in many years. And yet, his idol, the man he looked up to his whole life, had crushed his dream. He felt like he cried for hours. A vibration from his phone snapped him out of his crying. Pulling his phone out, he had just gotten a message from Kyuka. Kyuka, hey Izuku, we were planning on hanging out tonight, right? Where are you? Izuku, something happened. I'm on my way. I'm not sure how long it'll be until I get there. About 30 minutes later, Izuku managed to get to Kyuka's house, not bothering to head home and change. The door opened to see Mika Jiru standing in front of him. Hi, Miss Mika. Oh hello, Izuku. Kyuka's in her room. She's been expecting you. Mika said as Izuku swiftly walked past her. She didn't take it personally that he was so quick to leave. She knew who he was there for. Izuku knocked on the door to Kyuka's room. The door opened slowly, the room dark. A small light lit up on the far side of the room, and as the chair turned, Izuku saw Kyuka slowly spin with a flashlight beneath her face, illuminating it in what would normally be a creepy or intimidating way, but Izuku knew Kyuka. This wasn't either. It was just dorky, and he couldn't help but smile at it. Oh, you a vegetable-like hair. You have been expected for some time now. Only now do you dare show yourself? What say ye? Kyuka said, a sly smile on her face. Izuku walked into the room and turned the light on. Hey Kyo. He flashed her a smile, but it quickly broke. Kyuka saw this and took a deeper look at her best friend. Aizu, you've been crying. What happened? Then she saw his clothes. She gasped, bringing her hands in front of her mouth. I was attacked by a villain. And as I passed out, I was saved by All Might. Izuku started. Then this should be one of the happiest days of your life. What's wrong? When I was attacked by the villain, I couldn't do anything. He was made of some kind of liquid. Everything that I've learned. Everything that I can do. I couldn't stop him. That hit me pretty hard, I guess. I asked All Might if I could still be a hero, even if my quirk couldn't help me do anything in that situation. And Izuku took a deep breath inward. Kyuka already had a feeling where this was going, and she braced herself. He said no. That rat BSTD. Kyuka suddenly yelled, startling Izuku. How could he say that to someone? To a fan? Arguably his biggest fan in the whole world? I've seen your room, Aizu. I know each piece of your All Might merchandise, and I know how important they all are to you. Not anymore, Kyo. What if he's right? What if I can't be a hero? You're just gonna have to prove to that dumbass that he's wrong. I've seen firsthand just how much of a hero you can be. With how quick you think, your combat skills, and your quirk, you can do almost anything. All Might may be the #1 hero, but he's not your #1 best friend. He doesn't know you like I do. He doesn't know what you're capable of. That just means that you're gonna have to show him what you're capable of. And I'm gonna keep helping you with that, you got it? Thanks, Kyo. Alright, enough of this sappy sheet. You gonna show me your hero design like you wanted to, you big hero nerd. The two spent the rest of the night joking and laughing, with Kyuka doing her best to cheer Izuku up. It definitely worked. By the end of the night, he had almost forgotten about the whole thing. Almost. He knew it would stay in the back of his mind for a while. He did end up messaging the group chat. Each of the other 3 friends had their own different way of reacting to the situation, but they all had the same basic format. That's bullshit, and we all know it. You've got this, Izuku. Mei also suggested that she could hack into his accounts and mess things up, but Izuku shot her down on that rather quickly. Turns out that she was good with IT as well as inventing. It was what he needed, his friend's support and encouragement. He went to sleep that night with a smile on his face, determined to become a hero and help people. The UA Hero Course exam was in 10 months. He'd do his best to train hard enough. And so, the 10 months passed with him and Kyuka training almost every day together. Fumikage joined them quite frequently, but he couldn't every time that they trained together. Even Hitoshi and Mei joined them a few times a month. Mei didn't really train all that much, since she wasn't going to be entering into the hero course, but the support course instead. She was there, however, for the emotional support. Everything, all the training, all of the blood, sweat, and tears, culminated in the UA entrance exam. "Are we all ready?" Izuku asked the group as they stood outside of UA's gates. "Hell yeah." Kyuka raised her fist towards the sky. "We shall move towards our destiny today," Fumikage said. "I can't wait to show these people my babies," Mei said with a huge smile. The bag slung over her back was filled to the brim with several of her inventions. "Alright then, we've been training for a long time for this. Let's go," Izuku said with a smile. He took his first step, and then he was falling. While his first step had been successful, his second step had been less than ideal as his foot hooked his own ankle. As he braced himself for impact, he didn't feel himself hitting the ground. Instead, he felt two thin straps wrap around his torso and hold him in place. "Geez, Izuku. You'd think you'd make a better first impression than that," Kyuka said with a smile, pulling him back up to standing with her jacks. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. "Thanks, Kyuka. Let's go for real this time." Izuku placed greater care in his steps as they all walked into the building. Mei waved goodbye to the rest of them as she departed for the support class exam, happily lugging her sack behind her like Santa. The rest of them made their way to the hero course exam, eventually being split up due to schools. Really all that meant was that Hitoshi had to split off from the group, and that Izuku, Kyuka, and Fumikage had to sit next to Bakugo. The blonde scoffed as the three of them sat next to him, but said nothing after Kyuka shot him a death glare. Soon after, a man stepped up to a podium at the front of the room. The pro-hero present mic greeted the examinees. "For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Everybody say hey." He was met only with silence. "I think he's getting a tad too into character here," Kyuka whispered, stifling a giggle. Izuku couldn't help but snicker at the comment as well. Present mic continues, "What a refined response. Oh well, I'll just give you the rundown of the practical exam, then. Are you ready?" "Yeah." Once again, silence. Izuku just nudged Kyuka in the side, making both of them try to hold in laughter once again. As stated in the application, each of you listeners will be participating in 10-minute urban battles directly after this. You can bring whatever you want with you. You'll each head to specified battle centers, okay? Kyuka looked down at her exam card, then to her right to Fumikage's, then to her left to Izuku's and let out a huff. "They're making sure that we don't work with friends. Even though we're consecutive testing numbers, we're all in different testing centers. I'm in A, Fumikage's in F, and you're in B. Izuku looked at her card and then his own, sighing slightly. There are 3 types of faux robot villains that are stationed in each battle center. You gain different amounts of points by immobilizing them, based on their level of difficulty. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other type of unheroic behavior is prohibited." Whenever present mic said the word robot, Izuku froze. My quirk worked wonders on people and the things that they were holding. But robots? That type of inorganic material. It would be a miracle for my quirk to work well on them. I'd end up getting a headache and maybe even worse. And then there's Hitoshi. His quirk wouldn't work on them. I wonder how he's going to do. Izuku muttered to himself. A hand shot up behind the group, which present mic addressed rather quickly. "Yes, dear listener?" A rather tall student with glasses stood up, holding a paper. Most of the people in the room turned to look at him as he spoke. "On our handouts, there are 4 types of villains printed. If this is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. Us examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. In addition," the other student pointed at Izuku and Kyuka. "You two have been muttering between yourselves this whole time. It's very distracting. If you're just here to goof off, then you should leave immediately." A few people in the crowd started giggling. Izuku looked to Kyuka, embarrassed, and she just had a smirk on her lips. "Sorry about that, We were just asking each other what type of tree is your favorite. Sorry, what? The other student looked at her, confused. Fumikage and Izuku, having known Kyuka for a while now and knowing where this was going, were already stifling a few chuckles. So we can get you a replacement for the stick you shoved so far up your butt that you can't get it out again. The entire room erupted in laughter, and the student, whatever his name was, sat down rather quickly. Present Mike cleared his throat. Alright, calm down. The first part of what you said, your actual question, is a good one. Listener number, you are correct. There is a fourth type of faux villain, but it is worth 0 points. It's an obstacle, so to speak. There is one in every battle center, and in narrow places, the obstacle can turn into a major threat. It's not impossible to beat, but there's no reason to beat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it as best you can. Now, that's all from me. I'll give you all one last thing, our school motto. As the great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. You're dismissed. The 3 members of the group split up shortly after that as the vast array of students participating in the exam. As Izuku waited outside of his battle area, he looked around at the students that were also assigned to this area. He really only recognized one, and that was, unfortunately, the guy who had tried to chew him out earlier. Izuku elected to ignore the man and prepare his mind for the exam. He had a lot to think about. As he prepared himself, horns went off. No countdown. Oh well, he thought. There aren't any countdowns in real life. And he ran into the battle zone. He immediately saw a faux robot to his right and moved to take it out, but it was quickly taken out by a sparkling laser beam. Turning around, Izuku decided that in order to maximize his success, he'd have to separate from the rest of the horde. He broke from the group, sprinting through alleys before eventually coming to an open area with 3 robots in it, 2 3-pointers and a 2-pointer. Izuku quickly took up a fighting stance against the robots. The 3 charged at him, the 2-pointer raising its scorpion-like tail to strike. Izuku rolled out of the way and through his roll, carried his momentum into a powerful spin. He used his momentum to bring his heel down on the tail of the 2-pointer for an axe kick, causing it to dent and bend in a weird way, but it wasn't enough to break anything. Growling in frustration, he jumped up and brought his hands up in a defensive stance. Several rockets came his way from the 3-point robots. He dodged out of the way and rolled to standing. Putting up his hands again, he looked around for something, anything that he could use. It was clear that even with all of his combat training, his fists and kicks weren't doing anything to these robots' metal plates. He saw a lamppost that was damaged, and an idea came to him. He ran to the lamppost and waited. As the 2-pointer approached him, he concentrated on the lamppost. The hard, forceful steps of the 2-pointer robot caused tremors to course through the ground. As the ground shook slightly, Izuku turned around and performed a spinning round kick on the damaged portion of the lamppost, and it came crashing down onto the 2-pointer with enough force to damage its internal systems. Izuku sighed in relief. How long had passed? It felt like a good amount of time. He scanned the rest of his surroundings, but there wasn't anything that he could see to offer him such huge assistance. Turning, he ran towards another alley to find something that he could use to take these down, both of the 3-pointers following him. I really hope that the others are having a better time than I am. Izuku thought to himself, rounding a corner. Kyuka, admittedly, was having a much better time than Izuku was. She had just taken down her 10th robot with her jacks. Solid materials were much better conductors of sounds, and something special about sound that she figured out when she was younger is that sound disrupts electricity. So with enough of a sound wave pumped through its mechanical carapace, she could disrupt the mechanics enough to immobilize her targets. Sitting at a solid 18 points, she had confidence about taking more down and passing the exam. Fumikage had even more luck with everything. Dark Shadow was a powerhouse, even against these robots. He had destroyed so many robots that he had lost count of how many. Of course, he kept track of his points. With an astounding total of 33 points in only 4 minutes, he was a shoo-in to get into the course. Jumping across an alley from rooftop to rooftop, Fumikage spotted his next target and directed his path towards it. Hitoshi. Well, Hitoshi was struggling just as much as Izuku was. Unlike Izuku's quirk, which just had difficulty affecting these metal menaces, his had absolutely no effect. That didn't mean he didn't try, though. He had managed to get a few points from lucky hits to weak points, chooks in the armor. Hitoshi shook his head. Lucky is Izuku's thing. Here's hoping he's doing better than I am. Hitoshi thought to himself. As he ran through an alleyway, he saw a young girl paying attention to one robot while completely unaware of another one that had managed to sneak up behind her. She took the one she was fighting down, but the other had already raised its hand to strike her down. Fortunately for the girl, Hitoshi had sprinted as fast as he could towards her, tackling her out of the way of the giant robot's menacing hand. Always watch your six. And with that he moved on, electing to let her keep fighting this robot. Mei, unlike all of the others, was having no difficulty whatsoever in her exam. Her babies were impressing everyone. They were all set up on a table like some science fair project. Sure, she had used a few of these AS science fair projects, but here she was, wowing the support course instructors with those exact science fair projects. While nobody was watching, she released one of her latest babies. A small ant-like machine crawled out of a minuscule BOC that she had just opened. It crawled down off of her table and made its way out of the room and towards the server room. This was just insurance. She had found out that the hero course exam was fighting robots, and knowing Izuku and Hitoshi as well as she did, she figured that they might not do very well against robots. They deserved to be heroes, more than almost anyone. But the odds were stacked against the two of them. That's why she had a plan. A backup plan. A backup plan that would only be implemented if anyone from their group failed the exam, and only then. But she would do it for her friends without question. She only hoped that they were doing all right. The 5-minute mark had already passed, and Izuku knew it thanks to Present Mike shouting so over the loudspeakers. Izuku had managed to defeat the 2 3-pointers by tricking one into launching a rocket at the other, and then using a barely functioning rocket launcher to destroy the other one. The launcher then fizzed, and the electronics within stopped working. Just my luck, he thought to himself. As he scoured his surroundings, he couldn't see any robots. Or, well, any working robots. He was surrounded by scrap metal. Time was passing quickly. Too quickly. He went to run towards another clearing when he heard and felt large tremors. Much bigger than the others he had felt that day. Towering over the buildings came the 0-pointer. He turned around to make a break for it when something caught his eye, or, well, someone. Underneath a pile of rubble, there was a young girl that was trapped, right in the path of the 0-pointer. No, Izuku thought. I'm not running away. Being a hero means saving people. Izuku turned and ran towards the girl, reaching her rather quickly. He was able to move most of the rubble off of her, the rest being lifted by the girl herself. Her previous position had prevented her from doing so before. The only problem was that she was limping. Slowly. And the 0-pointer was approaching. Quickly. Izuku picked her up and ran as fast as he could with her. He set her down outside of the path of the robot and turned back, hoping to help anyone else. One of the students nearby that was running across a building took a misstep and plummeted down onto an awning, now in the robot's path. Izuku was too far away to run to them. But he could do something. He had to do something. Leaning down, he picked up a small, fist-sized piece of debris and threw it as hard as he could towards the robot. As the rock flew, he concentrated on the robot as hard as he could, placing as much unluck as his quirk would allow in the robot. The rock sailed and made contact with some kind of tubing. And as the robot's foot made contact with the ground, that tubing burst, releasing tons of fluid. If Izuku had to guess, probably hydraulic fluid. If he could have found out, he would have been happy. But instead, the amount of strain that he had put on his quirk for affecting the robots took too much of a toll. As he told himself that it was probably hydraulic fluid, he fell backwards, passing out. The last thing that he saw before black was a bunch of yellow numbers ranging from 0.01 to 100.00 above everything around him. Izuku wasn't sure if he passed out from the overuse of his quirk or the overload of information that he just was given. Regardless of why he passed out, the robot collapsed and fell apart upon contact with the ground right as the buzzer sounded. Hitoshi hadn't managed to get too many more points in the second half of the exam, but there were a surprising number of people in the exam that just didn't keep an eye out behind them. People that needed saving. People that he had saved. As the buzzer rang out, he hoped that saving people would mean something. Anything. Final number of villain points. Izuku Midoriya, 8. Kyukajiro, 37. Hitoshi Shinso, 5. Fumikage Tokoyami, 53. The room of teachers fell silent as they watched the next student throw a rock at the zero-pointer and then stand there as it made contact with a hydraulic tube and then collapse. So, in terms of hero points, how many should we give to Midoriya? He saved the girl and then another young student from being crushed by the zero-pointer. He deserves enough to pass the exam. One teacher called out. Yes, but then he passed out immediately afterwards and put the second student in imminent danger as he made the zero-pointer collapse around them. Another teacher spoke in a tired tone. He did take out the zero-pointer, though. You have to admit that that's impressive, especially for a young kid. He hit it with a lucky shot. It has nothing to do with his skill as a hero. The tired teacher spoke again. Well, Shoyuta, his quirk is called luck. I think you described his quirk rather well, but maybe not the boy. A small rodent-like creature spoke up finally. I'm sorry, Principal Nizu. I do not think this boy is cut out to be a hero. If he was put in my class, I'd expel him on the first day, and all of you know I would. Shoyuta Aizawa said. I elect to not give him any hero points. Shoyuta, we have to give him some. He saved people. That's what a hero needs to do. Who they need to be. I hold fast to my decision, Kayama. He placed himself out of commission and endangered other students with his recklessness. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Well, Principal Nizu, what do you think? Kayama Nomuri asked the rodent known as Nizu. I do think that Aizawa makes some good points, but so do you. I personally believe that we should give him 20 hero points. But I can't, in good faith, give him any more than that. Nizu stated. All for the motion? Most of the faculty raised their hands. And all opposed? Both Nomuri and Aizawa both raised their hands. Well, as far as majority goes, both of you are outclassed. 20 hero points to Izuku Midoriya. Now, on to the next student. The next few weeks were torture for the 5 teens. Izuku and Hitoshi didn't have high hopes for their results, but Mei had told them that she found out about hero points, and that she was certain that they'd get enough points to pass from those. On that fateful day that the results came back. On that fateful day, everything changed for the 5 of them. Nothing would be the same after Izuku's resolve faltered for the second time. The day was finally there. Izuku had received his letter from the UA exam yesterday, but he held off on opening it. The 5 of them wanted to be together for the reveal, and so once all of them had revealed that they received their results, they planned on meeting the next day at Kyuka's house. And so, the next day came, and the 5 of them met in Kyuka's room, where they were all sitting in a circle on her floor. Alright, since you're the only one that isn't in the hero course, why don't you go first? Kyuka suggested. Mei shook her head. I think we should all open them at the same time. That sounds fine to me. Hitoshi said, pulling out his letter. The rest of the group followed suit with Kyuka huffing slightly. Sure he didn't brainwash all of us with his idea? She said under her breath. Mei slapped her shoulder lightly. Kyuka laughed. I'm joking, chill. To be fair, I did think it was funny. Hitoshi said. Thank you for having a sense of humor, unlike some people. Kyuka pointed her jacks at Mei and Fumikage. Hey, enough of the teasing, Kyo. We should read our letters. Izuku said, a smile on his face. Truth be told, he was incredibly nervous. Sure, Mei had told them about hero points and he should get plenty of points, but there was a part of him that told him to not rely on that. That it wasn't going to be enough. The 5 of them ripped open their letters and began reading. Kyuka was the first to speak. I got in. 55 points. Tokoyami spoke next. I also walked towards the dawn. I passed with 62 points. I got into the support course too. Mei said happily. I passed. Hitoshi said, breathing out a sigh of relief. 40 points. I got 35 hero points. What about you, Aizu? Kyuka looked to her best friend, the rest of them following shortly. Izuku read the letter again. And then again. Something had to be wrong. But every time he reread it, he kept coming back to the bold red words at the bottom of the page. Failed. I didn't pass. They gave me 20 hero points, but due to how reckless it all was, they couldn't give me any more than that. Izuku felt tears forming in his eyes, and as Kyuka's arms wrapped around him in a warm embrace, he felt his floodgates open. The air immediately became tense and hung like a miasma in the room. It seemed suffocating and hard to breathe for all of them, but they all imagined it was especially that way for Izuku. That's bullshit. Kyuka yelled. Kyo! Izuku whispered, barely able to actually speak. She's right, Izuku. This isn't right. You should be in the hero course. Hitoshi agreed. He could join the general studies course and try to win his way into the hero course. Fumikage suggested. Izuku just shook his head. You all are going to be training to be heroes. You'll be learning important information about heroics. I won't be able to catch up to that. I'm better off just not going. Izuku slowly. Kyoto, get in here. It's time to have a chat with our daughter. Coming. Kyoto entered the room not even a minute later. Mika and Kyuka matched eyes, Mika's expression one of a stern but caring parent. It soon relaxed, though, into a smile. We have a solution to your problem. I'm not sure if you kids know this, but Mika here used to be a part of a band whenever I was first starting out as a record labelist. Kyoto started. Her band was popular here, but even more popular in America. My label company wanted her group to do a reunion tour here starting in 2 weeks. That's around the same time that classes in UA start, right? Yeah, 3 weeks for them to start, to be exact. Izuku confirmed. Well, there's been years that UA has given out study abroads, even to first-year students. Oh yeah, I've heard that they're talking about doing that again this year. Mei said, putting her fist down into her other palm. You're good with technology, right, Mei? Mika asked. As good as it gets, Miss Jairu. I'm sure you can write up a convincing letter to everyone else's parents. You'll be able to say that you are leaving here with us. We'll provide the transport to the airport. From there, you'll be free to do whatever you want. Why are you doing this? Kyuka asked, concerned. I knew that if one of you didn't get in, something was going to happen. Personally, I'm glad you're still trying to help people rather than some of the other options. It all comes down to being a supporting parent. We'll support you in getting you out of sight. The rest is up to you. Kyuka rushed to her mom and dad, grabbing both of them in an embrace. Thank you, Kyuka whispered. Of course, Kyo. Mika said. Her tone then became a small whisper as she spoke next, loud enough for only her, Kyuka, and Kyoto to hear. We both knew that this boy was going to change your life. We just hoped that there would be more wedding bells. Mika smiled. Kyuka shouted, backing away from her parents, a slight blush on her face. Just kidding, just kidding. Well, mostly. Mika winked. Now, get ready. Kyoto and I will be flying out to the States in a week and a half. I want all of you to have everything ready for your disappearance by then. Get everything in order, okay? Mika addressed the group before turning to Kyuka. Kyo, we'll have your bed and some of your things moved to this warehouse the day that we leave. Now, enjoy the rest of your night. Mika said, walking out of the door with a wave. Kyoto followed, but not before pointing his fingers to his eyes and then to Izuku. The latter looked incredibly confused by this, but shook it off. As the door closed, Hitoshi was the first to speak. What just happened? I believe we were just given a blessing by the gods, in the form of Kyuka's incredibly supportive and understanding parents. Fumikage said. I guess, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. Great. Now that that's all settled, we need to move on to some personal logistics. Such as names. What do we call each other and ourselves? Time for some brainstorming. Mei passed out a few pieces of paper and pens to the rest of the group. Make sure it sounds cool. After a few minutes, the 5 of them came back together. Okay, I'll go first. I will go by Overwatch. Like that really old game? Hitoshi asked. The one with the cyborg ninja and that Korean girl in a mech suit? No, it's a military thing. One small unit supporting another by keeping a lookout and pushing supportive fire when needed. Since I'm not trained in combat, I'm mainly going to be taking that role. So it makes sense to be called that. Mei explained. Alright, next is Kyuka. Earphone jack. You're just naming yourself after your quirk? Hitoshi said. And there's something wrong with that? You want to start something? You want to play some games? These hands are rated E for everyone. Kyuka asked, raising her fists into a fighting stance. She couldn't keep up the charade long though, as she fell backwards laughing. The rest of the group laughed as well. If there was one thing that Kyuka was good at, it was bringing humor and comfort to different situations where they were needed. What about Heartwave? Izuku suggested. Well, if my idea is getting vetoed, then I want my name to be something that sounds more dangerous than that. Heartquake. Izuku asked, slightly less confident in his suggestion. That sounds badass. I love it. Alright, you're looking at Heartquake. Alright. Another down. Fumikage, you're next. Nighthawk. Brilliant. Hitoshi. Mastermind. Personally, I think that Mei has been the mastermind behind this operation, but sure. We can do that. As long as it makes you happy. Kyuka said, feigning a smile. Being unable to keep up the act for very long, again, she broke soon after and started cracking up laughing at herself. When she saw Hitoshi's unamused face, she stopped for a second. Listen man, you give me sheet for mine, I get to give you sheet for yours. She does have a point. The law of equivalent exchange, Hitoshi. Fumikage said, nodding towards Kyuka. With that settled, let's move on to our fearless leader. Izuku. A leader? Whoa, I didn't sign up for this. You said so yourself, Kyo. Mei is the mastermind behind all of this. Izu, your analytical skills on top of your skill in fighting and your quirk would make you a great team leader, Kyuka said, placing her hand on his shoulder. I'd love to have you as our leader. I will follow you to the dark abyss of hell itself, Izuku. Fumikage said. I'll think about it. Well, in terms of names, whenever I still thought I could get into UA's hero course, I wanted my hero name to be Cloverleaf. You know, a lucky four-leaf clover. But now, I think I should get away from that. I still want it to be luck-themed. So I came up with Snake Eyes. Izuku, that sounds so badass. That sounds like a great name for our group's leader. Kyuka beamed at him. Speaking of, our group itself needs a name. Izuku said, hoping to change the subject. Something that didn't have him and leader in the same sentence. I've been thinking of that. And there's something that Fumikage said earlier. Like most of what he says, it's strangely philosophical. You said that we will be the Requiem for today's dead society. What if we call ourselves Societas Requiem? Mei suggested. Perfect. Hitoshi said. Alright, that settles it. We have our names. Up next is gear, which I will be working on between now and our debut. We should plan visits to my warehouse soon. Set things up a little bit now, see how things look. Where is this warehouse of yours? Fumikage asked. Sanjinjaya. In Tokyo? Kyuka and Izuku asked at the same time. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that goes on there that would distract from us setting up shop in what everyone thinks is an abandoned warehouse. That's fair. Hitoshi said. The five of them decided to visit the warehouse in 2 days' time. Mei, Hitoshi, and Fumikage left soon afterwards. They needed rest. Today was a big day for all of them. As the three left, Izuku collapsed onto the ground. Kyuka immediately embraced him. It's okay, a lot happened today. I'm gonna ask Mom if you can stay over tonight. With permission from Inko and Mika, Izuku stayed the night and the night after that. The day that they were to meet up at the warehouse, Fumikage, Kyuka, and Izuku all took the train to Tokyo together. Once they got off at the station, they waited for about 20 minutes until Mei and Hitoshi showed up together. Lead the way, Mei. Hitoshi said. Right. This way. Mei led the group away from the station and into the alleyways. They passed a few bargain shops, a small cafe, a small clinic, some batting cages, and a movie theater. Heading past those buildings, they eventually came across a warehouse complex. Weaving her way through the warehouse alleyways, she led the group to a large metal bay door. Pulling out keys, she unlocked the bay doors and lifted them, revealing quite the interior of a sprawling warehouse floor. There was a bed set up in the corner of the room as well as an oven, a sink, and a washing machine dryer combo along the wall next to the bed. Spread out through the rest of the warehouse are several different robotic parts that were midway through completion, and in the corner opposite the already set-up bed, there was what looked to be a shower head and an old curtain. Welcome to our new home. We'll be finalizing some furnishings soon. We'll need to set up different rooms, which will take some work. But I know that we can do it. There's a few technological things that I'll need to do on my own, so I won't bore you with those. Dark shadow is going to be really helpful for the building that we're going to need to do. Next, if you look above you, there's the catwalk. Along the west side of the building, there is a set of stairs that can take you up to the catwalk, and from there, you can get to the roof. We might add some things to the catwalk and surrounding air, but I'm not sure yet. Finally, as you saw, we came through a set of bay doors, but there are a few other doors in the building. A notable one is in the catwalk, and that leads to the roof. There are 2 doors on the ground level, one that's right next to the stairs that go to the catwalk, and then there's another one opposite the bay doors, kinda near where my bed is right now. May rambled on, directing everyone's eyes towards different areas of the complex. Nobody dared interrupt her. And why would they? She was giving them a future doing what they wanted to do, help people. They needed a base of operations. I know it's not much, but it's a start. May turned back to the group after the tour. What do you think? I think it's perfect, May. Hitoshi was the first to speak, earning a smile from their pink-haired friend. Oh, Hitoshi, that reminds me. May turned and ran to one of the many different piles of her inventions. After rummaging around for a few seconds, she pulled out a black face mask with dials on either side and what looked to be interlocking plates where the mouth of the mask was. This is for you, she said, turning around and handing it to Hitoshi. And this is? He asked, eyeing the mask and then turning his eyes to May. Put it on. Try turning the knobs on the sides. All right, I'll put it on. And so he did. After a bit of messing with clasps and straps, he managed to secure it around his head. He twisted his right dial one click, and one of the plates shifted slightly. Now try talking. What am I supposed to? Hitoshi spoke, but it wasn't his voice. It was deeper. Whoa, what just happened? Kyuka asked, reeling back in surprise. The different plates and strings inside of the mask act like a second set of vocal cords. That lets him change his voice to sound like other people's voices. Okay, dial that right one back to how you got it. And then twist the left dial forward 3 times and the right dial backward twice. Hitoshi did as he was told, twisting the dials according to May's direction. Okay, now what? Hitoshi blinked. He recognized that voice. It was a higher pitch for sure. It was May's voice. Whoa! Kyuka yelled in surprise. Izuku pointed from May to Hitoshi and back again. Yes, it can replicate different voices of pretty much anyone by messing with those dials. Experiment with it on your own. May said. Oh, and it works with your Quirk too. It's not electronic, so it'll work. Undoing the clasps and taking his mask off, he looked at May. Thank you, May. Of course. As your support specialist, it's my job to get you your support equipment made. A lot of vigilantes and criminals have rinky-dink support equipment that's not good quality. But most vigilantes and criminals don't have me. I'll be here pretty much every day until the op starts. We're going to want to have your support equipment mostly completed by then. Make sure the plan to get out of the line of sight works. Once we're off the grid and in America, May said, making quotation marks with her fingers and smirking. I'll be activating that bug I mentioned a few days ago to copy all of their files and then wipe them from their database. What should we be doing in the meantime? Izuku asked. Well, what do you think you guys should be doing, leader? May countered with a smile. Hold on, I'm still not set on this whole leader thing. Izuku raised his hands defensively. Well, that's too bad because we are. Kyuka said, sticking her tongue out at Izuku playfully. I don't think that's the case. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. It is for me. Hitoshi said nonchalantly. My pact has been made, Izuku. Fumikage bowed dramatically. If he's in, I am too. Not that I have much of a choice on the matter. Dark Shadow even made an appearance, albeit not as dramatically as his host. And our opinions are already clear, Izu. Kyuka gestured to Mei and herself with her jacks. I failed the entrance exam. That should make me the least qualified person. Here. It was stacked against you in every way possible. And didn't we work on your confidence? You should know your worth, and it's a hell of a lot more than you're showing right now. Kyuka paced back and forth, her tone one of frustration, but not towards Izuku. Izuku knew that for sure. Kyuka, calm down. Hitoshi said. Failing the exam was obviously hard on him. Now we have our chance to fix that in the future. Sorry, Hitoshi. I guess I just got worked up. Kyuka took a deep breath in and slowly released it. I'm better now. Good, we can't have such dark emotions clouding our judgment. Fumikage said. What are we to do, leader? The group looked at him expectantly. His eyes trained on each of them. Kyuka, his best friend, and the person that he has the most experience with fighting alongside. He knew her quirk better than anyone but her and her mother. She was strong and she knew it. His eyes moved to the next person. The first addition to their friend group, and an absolute genius. She was the real reason for all of them being here together. She was the one with all of the resources. But she wasn't the strongest fighter. It was probably good that she knew the most about all of the technology, since she could spend all the time with it while the others were out on missions. On to Hitoshi. His quirk would make him an excellent infiltrator. If he trained in stealth, he could do very well in that. Stealth, ambush, and battlefield control. He'd be very useful for information gathering as well. And then finally his eyes moved to Fumikage. Izuku knew that he was the heavy hitter of their motley crew. He was a combat powerhouse and everyone knew it. The only reason that Izuku was able to beat him when they first met was because the avian-headed boy wasn't aware of Izuku's quirk. Izuku knew that if the two of them fought head-on now, he would lose. Especially if Dark Shadow was in darkness. That was something that they'd have to take into consideration. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and looked at his group again. I guess we need to finalize some things, but those can be done over the course of these next few days. We each have some key weaknesses to work on, so our first goal is to work on overcoming those, either by training or through support equipment. Izuku started. If he was being truthful with himself, he hadn't used the active part of his quirk since the entrance exam whenever he passed out. And then, the main thing we need to do is make this place habitable for 5 people. That's our leader. Kyuka said, a smile plastering her face from ear to ear. Then let's get started. Hitoshi said, cracking his knuckles, a smirk on his face. Izuku turned towards the center of their new building and smiled. This is it. He thought. We're doing it. In the next week, a lot of things changed. Mei, true to her word, was staying in their warehouse most of the time, only really leaving to eat with the group, and then one additional time for 2 days to spend some time with her parents before she went to America. During this time, Izuku sent Mei several ideas, which honestly just made Mei more convinced to have Izuku as their leader. Izuku, so I was thinking. Fumikage said that his quirk gets hard to control when it's dark. What if we had a way to be able to use that, but also keep it in control? Like, give him a bunch of flash charges that he can use if his quirk gets too out of control? Izuku, hey Mei, what if there was a way for Kyuka to be able to use her quirk from a distance? Like, maybe some Bluetooth speakers that she could use as detonation charges or something. Izuku, hey, so I was thinking about Hitoshi, and I think he'd make a great stealth operative. I was thinking we could play into that. Could you maybe make a cloak or jacket that has some kind of camouflage feature? I don't know much about what kind of things you can make, but I had that idea. Izuku, hey, so I was thinking about Hitoshi's mask, and I was thinking that keeping our identities hidden would be the best thing for us to do. Do you think you could make masks with voice changers implanted in them for each of us? Of course, Mei had already decided to work on the voice-changing masks, but to say that Izuku's ideas for the rest of the group were genius was an understatement. Mei never would have thought of those, and she prided herself on her prowess as an inventor. But that was part of the perks of having clients, she figured. While there were only so many things that she could come up with on her own, her clients knew what they wanted sometimes, and that worked for her too. And so, she got to work. She, of course, had some ideas of her own that she was working on. But Izuku's suggestions were also high on the priority list. Each of the projects took about a day each. Some, like the Bluetooth sound charges, took less than that. As the days ticked by, Izuku spent less and less time at home, opting to stay at Kyuka's house most of the time instead. He left in the morning before Inko woke up and came back late at night. Some nights, Inko was still awake when Izuku got home. Kyuka's parents had contacted Inko and told her the situation, so Izuku thankfully didn't have to say anything. It hurt keeping this information secret from his mother, but he knew that if she found out, she would stop him then and there. Looking back on it, if he had gotten into UA, she would have been worried sick all the time. That didn't stop him from feeling bad about the current situation, but honestly, the less she knew, the better. Kyuka was busy packing up most of her stuff into moving boxes. Izuku had managed to sneak a few of his most important belongings out of his house. Those things would arrive with Kyuka's belongings in just a few short days. They were both excited but nervous. It was clear that this wasn't going to be easy. Hell, they were 15, and Mei was not even old enough to truly be on their own. But they had the super genius of Mei on their side to help with the details of it all. Hitoshi and Fumikage had spent a lot of time at the warehouse as well. Granted, not as much as Mei, but still a lot. Hitoshi was working on using Mei's stored assets to make necessary purchases for furnishing their new home, mainly beds, and Fumikage was busy constructing walls out of brick and mortar to separate the place into rooms. Dark Shadow was incredibly helpful for this construction. It was essentially 2 workers for the price of 1. Everything was going well in terms of prepping for their big debut, but one obstacle still remained looming over their heads: disappearing. The day that they were to leave, the Jiraiya family picked everyone up in a large van, large enough to hold 7 people along with their personal effects. Izuku was the last to be picked up. As he gathered his belongings, he heard his mom speak. "Good luck, Izuku. I'm going to miss you dearly. Please be safe." Izuku could see tears welling up in her eyes. "I will, Mom. Don't worry. I'm going to miss you too." He could feel himself starting to cry as well. This is for her own good that I can't tell her anything, he thought to himself. He shouldered his duffel bag, and as he turned to walk out the door, he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. "I love you so much. I know you're going to do some great things. I love you too." Izuku relaxed into the embrace. The two stayed like that for a time, too short of one if Inko was asked, and then Izuku left. As he got into the van outside, he turned to look back at his house. The house he had lived in for the last 15 years of his life. He saw his mother smiling and waving. And crying. He waved back, and before long, the van took off. At first, it was towards the airport. The Jiraiya family was too sly to be caught that easily. They headed towards the airport at first, but then after about 5 minutes of driving, they took a right when they should have gone left. If they were still going to the airport, that is. The drive was quiet, both out of nervousness and excitement. Which outweighed the other depended more on the person, with Mei having the most excitement out of the group and Izuku by far having the most nervousness. But he was sitting next to Kyuka, and she was smiling at him. So he would be okay. The van slowly made its way through the streets of Shibuya before then shifting into Sangenjaya. They went through a few crowded streets before finally coming across the backstreet alleys that the group would soon call home. Mika parked the van and got out, Kyotoku following behind her. The group of 5 teens slowly got out of the back of the van, a myriad of duffel bags and backpacks shuffling out with them. "Alright kids. As weird as it sounds to say this, I'm proud of all of you." Mika smiled at the 5 teens as they moved their belongings into the warehouse. "We're going to have to leave soon, but we just want to let you know to be safe and that we're rooting for you." Mika walked up to Kyuka and pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. "We love you, Kyuka." Returning the embrace, Kyuka said, "I love you too. We'll make you proud, Mom." Mika just smiled. "You already have." Looking at her watch, she gasped. "Oh, Kyoto, look at the time. We need to leave now if we're going to make our flight. Well then let's go. All of your adoring fans in America are waiting. Kyotoku jumped into the van. Looking back for one last time, he yelled to the group, "You all are going to do great things. We believe in you. And Kyo, check your bag after we're gone." With that, he slammed the door to the van, and he and Mika rode off towards their own adventure. As soon as they were out of sight, Kyuka dove into her bags, checking every pocket. She opened a small side pocket on her backpack to find several 100,000 yen with a note that read, "Here's some starting cash for you guys. We love you, Mom." "So," Izuku said, turning towards the warehouse. "Here we are. Here we are." Kyuka repeated. "Have you two seen the work that Fumikage did the other day?" Mei asked excitedly. "Hey, I did most of it," Dark Shadow said, coming out of Fumikage in the process. "Lead the way then," Mei said, gesturing to Dark Shadow. The Quirk beast floated towards the building and opened the bay door in a quick movement before going further inside. "We made walls," it yelled. True to its word, they did, in fact, make walls. The open space that used to be what Izuku pictured when he thought of the warehouse was now replaced by some pretty good-looking masonry, all things considered. While that meant they had a bit less space, the personal room was worth it. As of right now, each room was closed off only by a cloth that was draped over the openings to the rooms. The rooms were big enough for the beds that had been bought with Mei's invention money, as well as dressers. There were more things that her money had purchased as well, such as a fridge, some cabinets that had been installed, and even a decently sized kitchen table and chairs. Izuku sat down in one of said chairs. "This looks great," he said, taking in his surroundings. "There's a bit more on the way. Kyuka's things were put into a moving van earlier today, and I have a few personal effects that will be arriving shortly." "Wait, what do you have that's coming?" Kyuka asked. "It's a surprise," she said with a smile. It was, in fact, a surprise when Mei's truck showed up before Kyuka's truck did. It was even more of a surprise when Mei opened the back to reveal a vast array of equipment. Most of which, if they were being honest, the rest of the group had no idea what they did, including but not limited to several 3D printers, a monitor array, a very hefty-looking PC, a laser cutter, even a milling machine, on top of several other pieces of equipment. They managed to set up most of her belongings in one of the corners of the room, which Mei dubbed as her Terminal Alpha. A short time after unloading all of Mei's equipment, Kyuka's van arrived as well. They unloaded everything from the van, which included most of her instruments, her bed, a good number of her own clothes, some health-related items, and a few sentimental knickknacks she had decided to take. Clearly her and Mei's rooms were going to be the most decorated. At least for now. Mei had also purchased soundproofing materials, since it would definitely be beneficial if they weren't heard from the outside. That being said, she had no idea how to soundproof anything and elected to have Kyuka soundproof the entire building with spray adhesive and sound foam, and in payment, everyone else unloaded all of her stuff into the warehouse and then moved them further into her room. She made it very clear not to touch any clothes, however. That would be something she did on her own, and she didn't want anyone snooping where they shouldn't be. Once they had moved all of Kyuka's things in, she directed them with how to help her finish up the soundproofing. With the 5 of them working together, they had managed to move everything in, as well as soundproof the entire warehouse by 2 in the afternoon, earning them a much-needed lunch break. Thankfully, the fridge that Mei had installed also had food stocked. "What a first day this has been," Izuku said to no one in particular as he stretched in his chair. "Just you wait. It'll get better here after lunch. I have something for all of you." "Well, a few things for all of you," Mei said from the fridge. "More surprises?" Hitoshi asked. "More surprises? When are you going to stop having surprises for us?" Kyuka asked from behind Izuku, startling the boy because he wasn't aware of her presence. She took the seat to Izuku's right, smiling at the boy as she did. "Hopefully never. How boring would I be if I didn't have any surprises? Be predictable." Mei shuddered at the thought. "I am looking forward to them. I'm sure that your skill as an inventor will be put on display well, Mei," Fumikage said, coming out of his new room. "I think you'll be happy with your surprises, Fumikage. Izuku here thought of some stuff for each of you." And of course, I did my best with making them as per his ideas. I did take some creative liberties though. Wait, you listened to my ideas? You never responded, so I just kind of stopped sending them. I have more. Whoa there, Izuku. I can only handle so much at a time. I didn't respond because I was buying and building all of this sheet. Bit preoccupied. We'll see about that stuff when some time passes. More stuff needs more time and money, the latter of which we're a bit short on right now after everything that had to be bought. Now all of you. The surprise comes after food, and not a second sooner. May instructed. The other four did as they were told and ate their food, looking forward to the promised surprises. After the last of the group, Hitoshi, had finished, May then walked over to what looked to be a light gray hard plastic shell suitcase, input a combination into its lock, and then opened it up. It was not a regular suitcase. As it opened, it unfolded into 5 different sections. The outer shell of the suitcase actually split into thirds, exposing an inner core. From each of those sections, a metal leg sprouted from the bottom of each third and lifted the base off of the ground. The inner core raised itself above the other 3 sections by a pole in its center. Once in place, the core split into 2 different containers, hanging from a cross-section of the inner pole. Once they were all in place, each container's surface shimmered slightly, and clothes could be seen inside. Spread out, it was about 8 feet tall. At its base, it sat with a 6-foot diameter, and at its second tier, it had a 4-foot diameter. The group stood in awe of the technological marvel that was in front of them. While they knew May was a great inventor, and they had seen some of her inventions, this just looked so futuristic, so advanced. Awesome! Kyuka shouted. So awesome. Glad you think so. This is baby number 632, the portable pentastorage bay. Now, each of your outfits and wearable support items are in your containers. Izuku and Kyuka are on the second level, whereas Fumikage, Hitoshi, and myself are on the base level. Izuku and Kyuka, if you would get your things out, we can then get ours. The two started to move towards their new vigilante outfits, but were stopped by May. And don't look at them yet. Once we all get our outfits, we're going to go to our rooms, change, and then come back out once everyone is ready. And no peeking, got it, Dark Shadow? Who said I was going to do any peeking? I wasn't going to do any peeking. Dark Shadow said defensively, crossing its arms and huffing. Just a precaution. May said with a smile. She then turned back to Izuku and Kyuka, who hadn't moved since they were stopped by May talking again. Proceed. The 5 of them got their cases and took them to their respective rooms. Izuku unfolded the clothes and opened the case that came alongside them. Laid out before him was a black leather jacket with a hooded cowl, shoulder pads, and elbow pads. The words, Snake Eyes, were written across the back in jagged white print. His pants were black as well and felt sleek and comfortable. After tugging at them a bit, he determined that they were somewhat elastic and definitely durable. He had to thank May for the choice in fabric. If he was going to be working with kicks more than anything else, he'd need that flexibility and durability. In the case, there was a pair of combat boots, also black. Seemed to be a theme. I guess if we're going to be vigilantes, we'll be operating at night a good amount of time. Seems good enough for that. He thought to himself. After pulling out the boots, he saw a mask. It fit around his head nicely. The mask had 3 buttons on it, one about level with the top of his right ear, one that was just slightly below that by an inch or so, and then another one on the left side, aligned with the bottom of his ear. He decided that he would wait until going out there to see what they did, with May's instruction, of course. He donned his outfit, gave word to his friends that he was ready, and then waited. Fumikage was the next to finish, followed by Hitoshi, then May, and then Kyuka. Once Kyuka gave her all clear, Izuku stood up and exited his room. Fumikage was the first one that he saw. Fumikage had a rather simple design. It was a dark crow-like mask that hid everything but his eyes. He also had a long black cloak that covered most of his body. Simple, but effective? Also yes. His name, Darkhawk, was written across the back of his cloak, arcing in bold yellow print. Oh yeah, that look totally works for you, Fumikage. Kyuka appeared from her room next. She, like Izuku, had a black leather jacket. She wore dark, tattered jeans, and her mask looked like a modified gas mask. Along the front of her jeans were large speakers, and she also had smaller speakers mounted on her wrists. She had a pair of sunglasses over her eyes, and a pair of headphones over her ears. On her left shoulder was the word heart, and on her right shoulder was the word quake. On her back was a very complicated-looking set of nodes with tiny wires connecting each of them. And you too, Izuku. Gotta say, I never imagined you in leather, but I dig it. Izuku could hear the smirk on her face, even if she was behind a mask. Speaking of masks, something about being behind one gave him an unexpected surge of confidence, as he responded, "You don't look so bad yourself, Kyo." From behind Izuku's now red and sputtering best friend came another voice. "Oh, that's some confidence I haven't seen before." Mei walked out of her room. Her outfit was very, very simple. A simple black tracksuit, a ski mask, and what looked like a modified version of night vision goggles. The word Overwatch went down either sleeve of her tracksuit top. "Who are you and what have you done with Izuku?" Mei was clearly joking, but the sudden bout of confidence did surprise Izuku as well. "Not sure, guess it's something about the mask." Once you have become one with this persona, your mentality changed. A dark gift. Fumikage nodded to himself. "But Mei, your handiwork is unparalleled." "Oh, it's nothing." Mei giggled. "No, he's right. This is some top-notch stuff." The last member of the group finally joined them. Hitoshi wore a dark, skin-tight t-shirt, dark jeans, and combat boots like Izuku did. His mask was the mask that Mei had showcased here the other day. What caught Izuku's eye almost immediately was the cloak that he was wearing. It seemed to shimmer slightly as he walked towards them. Once they were all together, Mei addressed them all. "Okay, everyone but Hitoshi, press the buttons on the left side of your masks. I had one installed in each of them." Everyone but Mei and Hitoshi did so. "Now, Izuku, say something." "What am I supposed to say?" Izuku said, his voice sounding different. It was synthetic for sure, somewhat robotic, but not completely. It was deeper as well. "Whoa, that's cool. Each of us have one of these?" Kyuka asked, her voice sounding melodic in its tones. "Figures." Izuku laughed to himself. The girl with the pretty singing voice gets the sing-song voice changer. "These are so we are not found out and taken past the gates of no return, correct?" Fumikage asked. His voice surprised them the most. He sounded like a monster, almost demonic. "Your voice is scary in that thing," Hitoshi said, fidgeting with the dials on his mask as it hung around his neck. "All right," Mei said before pressing her button. "It's my turn." Mei spoke before quickly pressing the button and shutting it off. Where Izuku's voice was only somewhat robotic, Mei's was entirely that way. Incredibly artificial and slightly gravelly. So that's where the rest of the robot-sounding voice went. Izuku thought, smiling. Good thing that he was wearing his mask, so nobody could see it. "Okay, so Izuku. Aside from Hitoshi's mask, yours is the most complicated. I'm sure you noticed the buttons on the right side of the mask." I didn't press either one yet. I didn't want to break anything." Don't worry about that. Go ahead and press the top button." Izuku did as he was told, and there were a few nods. "Okay, so you can't see it on your mask unless you look in a mirror right now, but your mask has a few dots where the eyes go. They're lit LED lights. Now, go ahead and press that second button." He once again did as he was told, and several gasps were heard. "What happened?" Izuku asked. "Go ahead and take your mask off and press the button again," Mei said. And so, once again, he followed her directions. He put his cowl down and slid the mask off of his head. Now looking directly at the mask, there were 6 dots in total, 2 sets of 3 dots in a diagonal pattern. He pushed the button again, and what he saw made even him gasp. The dots were changing right before his eyes, going from 3 on each side to 4, to 5, to 6, back to 1, to 2, to 3 again, to 4 and then stopping on 5. 2 sets of 5 dots were right in front of where his eyes would be with the mask actually on. Then it clicked. These dots were in the same pattern as they were on dice. Snake eyes, Izuku said quietly to himself. Hey, you got it. Yeah, the LEDs that represent your eyes are dice. I thought it was fitting. Not really a combat advantage at all, but I thought it was cool and flavorful, so I went ahead and added that in. Do you like it? I think it's great, May. Test your quirk on it. See if you can fix the results the way you want. Kyuka suggested. Izuku nodded as he put the mask back on. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his quirk. He pushed the button and opened his eyes only to almost immediately fall on the ground clutching his head. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw those numbers again everywhere. Those same numbers that he saw during the entrance exam. He stood up, shakily, and opened his eyes again. He felt a sickness in his stomach start to form, but he held it down. Izu, are you okay? Kyuka rushed to his side and helped him keep his balance. I'm alright. I think something happened to my quirk, and it's just a bit much. What do you mean? Hitoshi ped his head to the side. So before the entrance exam and even during it, whenever I activated my quirk, I just kind of thought really hard about making something lucky or unlucky, and sometimes I was able to influence what happened. But during the entrance exam, I pushed myself past my normal limit and passed out. The last thing I saw before passing out were numbers over everything. I think that the reason I passed out was from information overload. I haven't really activated my quirk since then until now. You said numbers? What kind of numbers? May asked. They range from 0.01 to 100.00. Izuku said. Do you think you can turn it on again and then focus on something? Can try. Izuku closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. He activated his quirk and then opened his eyes. There was a lot of information and he felt himself quickly getting overloaded, but then he focused on May. As he focused, all of the numbers for everything other than May disappeared. May had 4 numbers around her, and this time, there were also labels around each number. Near her feet was, trip on next step, 5.87%. At her head, there were 2, rip ski mask when taking it off, 0.02%, and figure out Izuku's quirk differences, 82.73%. And then finally, near her heart was, confess to Hitoshi, 0.01%. Izuku quickly forgot about that one. He figured it was too personal. It was interesting that that showed up, though. Everything else was physical, but that seemed mental. He instead went back to looking at May's feet and focused on that number. It would be interesting if I could raise that percent chance, Izuku thought to himself. And then as he thought that, the other 3 numbers faded away, and a sliding bar replaced the trip on next step text. He then had an idea. He visualized the slider, moving to the right and increasing. And as he thought about it, it moved. He pushed it all the way to 100%, and it couldn't go further than that. Hey, can you take a few steps to the left? Sure thing, Izuku dash. As she took her first step, she tripped and fell flat on her face. While everyone else scrambled to see if she was okay, Izuku changed his focus away from that particular instance and back to May in general. Near her head, the figure out Izuku's quirk differences value had changed to 100% as well. You yesterday. May yelled with a smile on her face. You can affect probability, can't you? I think that's what those numbers are. The likelihood that something will happen. And you had to choose that I would fall, didn't you? It was better than any of the other options, May. Izuku admitted. Turn up the worst one. I want to see what happens. May said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I'm not sure that's a great idea, May. Hitoshi said, picking her off the ground. I am with Hitoshi. It is best to not tempt fate. Fumikage said. Nonsense. Unless it's that I die or something, do it. I can take it. May said bombastically. All right then. Izuku activated luck and focused on May. It took a bit of time, since he was still getting used to this new part of his quirk, and his head hurt upon first activating it before he managed to focus on anything. He saw, confessed to Hitoshi, 0.01%. Before he changed anything, he made eye contact with May. Are you sure? Just do it already. Okay. Izuku focused on, confess to Hitoshi, 0.01%, and started to increase the slider. He cranked it up as much as he could, but instead of going to 100%, it stopped at 15% and wouldn't budge. Izuku looked at Mei's face and saw it twist in introspection. Izuku immediately felt bad about this use of his quirk. "Okay. Stop now. Please," Mei said, much quieter than she was prior. "I'm sorry, Mei." "No, don't apologize. I asked you to, but I have a sinking feeling that you know what this is. I got a very strong urge to do something." "And you," Mei said, pointing directly at Izuku. "You're not to tell anyone about this." "I was never planning on it, anyway. But something interesting came up. When making you fall, I could raise it to 100%, but with this last one, I could only make it go up to 15%. I guess there are some things you can influence but not guarantee," Kyuka said, looking at the two of them. "Maybe. That's pretty interesting to think about. It might be outside factors." Izuku pondered. "But hey, look at the bright side. You developed your quirk to get here. You might be able to develop it further to be able to affect more things. It's been said that quirks evolve during times of great stress and hardship. I feel like the entrance exam was definitely stressful enough to have that happen." Hitoshi offered. "The first of us to truly evolve into a better version of ourselves. And yet, it came at the hands of failure. The universe is a cruel mistress." Fumikage said, eccentric as ever. "Regardless of that, now that that's taken care of, let's go back to the mask. Izuku, can you influence the rolling of the dice?" Mei asked. She got over that quickly. "I can try." Izuku pushed the bottom button on the right side of his mask and concentrated. As the dice started rolling, he saw 6 options appear, numbers 1 through 6. He picked the number 1 and turned it all the way up to 100%. Shortly after that, the rolling stopped, and his mask had double ones on the LEDs, both lights changing color from a faded yellow to a deep red. "It looks like I can influence them." "Wonderful." Mei clapped her hands together. "Now, we can move on to support equipment that you won't be wearing. First, Fumikage. You said that Dark Shadow gets unruly in the dark and doesn't listen to you, but in the light, it will become more docile. Thank Izuku for these, but I have some 4,500 lumens flashbangs. That being the case, since they're supposed to be the light, I've dialed down most of the noise that comes from it. If we need noise, we have Kyuka over there. Anyway, if Dark Shadow gets too out of control, you can flashbang yourself to get in control again. That can open up some good possibilities for going supernova in power while also having a good way to get out of it should you need to. I accept these tools and thank both you and Izuku for them." "Awesome. Now, Kyuka, we have some things suggested, also from Izuku, for you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 2 3.5mm jack ports on your shoulders. Those are for these." Mei pulled out several small speakers. Bluetooth speaker connection from those ports to these speakers. They'll let you use your quirk to do some damage from a distance. Good for infiltration. Also, these were just my ideas, but I've seen your skills with darts using your jacks. You'll also get some throwing knives that you can keep in your jacket pockets. Whoa, that's such a cool idea that I never would have thought of. Thank you, Izuku. Wow, I actually made them, but sure. Thank him. Mei cleared her throat. Anyway, Hitoshi, that cloak that you're wearing was Izuku's idea. It has innate cloaking ability and is made out of a special polymer fiber that lets you move better in dark spaces. Also, I made this quarterstaff that condenses into a baton if you need to. I also went ahead and gave you a sword. Mei brandished a curved scimitar from behind her back and gave it to Hitoshi. Where were you hiding that? Izuku asked. A magician never reveals her secrets, Izuku. Mei said coyly. But don't think that I didn't notice that you only had ideas for them and not for yourself. I went ahead and got some things for you. She gestured to a small chest that Izuku had just noticed on the table. Izuku walked to the chest and opened it. Dice? Dice bombs. Mei finished. You throw them, and then whatever number they roll corresponds to a different amount of time that it takes for them to explode. 1 is 1 second, 2 is 10 seconds, 3 is half a minute, 4 is a minute, 5 is 5 minutes, and 6 is 10 minutes. You can roll them and use your quirk to affect them or just set them down in key locations for a timed explosion. Wow, and that works well with my theme too. I know, I'm a genius, aren't I? Yes, May. The entire group said in unison. Anything else? Nothing yet. I'm finishing some gunsmithing for myself, and I'll have those done in the coming days. You can start going out on patrols and missions if you want before then, but I might be able to actually provide overwatch if I have my pieces. But that's up to our leader here. May looked at Izuku, and soon, the rest of the group did as well. Well, I would like to know what everyone else thinks. I'm tired of waiting to do sheet. Let's go on patrol tomorrow. Kyuka said. I'm fine either way. Hitoshi said. Dark Shadow wishes to partake in battle soon. I can feel it. Fumikage said. Well, then I guess our first patrol will be tomorrow. Let's get ready, everyone. Izuku announced. Okay. The other four of them say with fists raised into the air. The rest of that day passed quickly. Izuku worked on speeding up his activation time for this new portion of his quirk, managing to reduce the time by half a second on average, which, to him, was huge. The rest of the group took it easy, eager to get to sleep and eager to start their work the next day. As the sun dawned not only on Japan, but on Societas Requiem, everyone woke up with a feeling of careful optimism. Everyone except for May. May wasn't careful about her optimism at all. Izuku woke up to the banging of two pots together in the hallway. Startled, he almost fell out of his bed, but managed to catch himself before he did. Others weren't so lucky, as he heard a dull thud across the hallway coming from Hitoshi's room. What the hell, May? Hitoshi yelled from his room. You weren't getting up soon enough. It's gonna be a big day. Izuku checked his phone and groaned. May, it's not even 10 yet. Yeah, well, I remembered something that we need to do before anything we do has any impact. Now move your butts. Izuku pulled himself out of his bed and got dressed. Soon, he made his way into their makeshift living room to see that he was the last to arrive. Well, finally, our leader's here. Kyuka teased. Yeah, give me all the crap you want. I need sleep sometimes. Izuku responded, sticking his tongue out at Kyuka, who in turn responded in kind. What's this thing that you remembered? Well, I thought, how are people going to know that it's us if we're not leaving something behind? The calling card, May explained. It would be wise for our deeds to be known to us as a group. I'm not sure of the usefulness of doing things in order to change this dead society if our works aren't getting recognized. Fumikage agreed. Exactly. May smiled. Now, what should our calling card be? Fumikage asked. An actual card would be 2 on the nose, right? Kyuka asked. We could do a graffiti mark? Paint something on the walls of places we hit. Hitoshi suggested. Are any of us good with graffiti? Izuku asked. He was met with silence. Okay, so it looks like graffiti is off the table. Plus, it might take too long anyway in certain situations. Any other ideas? I may have already come up with something while you were all asleep. And you elected to not tell us this at the beginning of the conversation, why? Kyuka asked, eyeing the pink-haired girl. Oh, easy. I wanted to see if you could come up with something that I didn't. Ah. So to slide your own ego then. Listen, out of all the things I want to slide, my own ego is the least problematic here. May laughed. May! Kyuka yelled, blushing from second-hand embarrassment. Izuku just coughed awkwardly. Regardless, may I present to you, the egg. May produced an egg-shaped item from behind her back. Seriously, how does she keep doing that? Izuku thought to himself. He looked at Hitoshi, who had a knowing look on his face. Strange. The egg is a 2-pronged system with 2 different activation methods. May continued. The first activation method is a time-delayed cycle, whereas the other is a heat-release cycle. The time-delayed cycle is just a timer. You can set it for up to a 10-minute delay. And then the heat release is my favorite. You leave it in a dormant state until it's warmed by some outside force. I'd like to think that someone's body heat will be the trigger most of the time. And then once it senses a controlled heat source, it'll activate. So what does this egg do? Fumikage asked. I made it so that it sprays out a special substance that will stick to walls. It then lobs out a sizable glob of acrylic paint of a variety of colors. In every direction. It essentially becomes a pain sprinkler. Now, whenever the acrylic paint makes contact with that substance from earlier, the paint bonds with it, creating a very high tensile strength polymer that keeps the pigment of the paint that made contact with it. That sounds needlessly complex. And how are they gonna know if it's us? Kyuka asked. I made this egg a few years ago to pull a prank on someone that irritated me. Mei continued, ignoring the query directed at her. Izuku saw Hitoshi back up slightly after that comment. It contains a little chip that I have linked to a private server. Using this server, I can direct what I want the pattern of the final product to be. It can be whatever I want it to be within reason. I need enough of the spray to do what I want, but I can make full sentences with it if I have to. Mei pulled out her phone and opened up a picture to show everyone. It showed a much younger Mei and Hitoshi absolutely covered in paint inside of Hitoshi's old bedroom. Along the wall was a message. Get bent, Hitoshi. The rest of the walls were slowly dripping paint, and Mei stood with 2 thumbs up and an ecstatic smile on her face. Hitoshi's face was unenthused, although not too much different than normal. Kyuka immediately burst out laughing, pointing at Hitoshi. She pulled a prank on someone? That someone was you, wasn't it? She asked between wheezes of laughter. What did you even do to piss her off that much? Izuku asked. Truth be told, Izuku was curious, but he was also somewhat dreading the answer. Still, it would be good to know what kind of things landed him in that kind of situation. I told her that she wouldn't be able to make it. So she did. And then she used it on me in the process. Hitoshi admitted. Hitoshi? Kyuka asked. Yeah. You're an idiot. Kyuka replied. Oh yeah. Okay, well, with that out of the way, we now have our calling card. Let's have our first mission, yeah? Izuku asked. Sure thing, boss. What did you have in mind? We need to go outside of Tokyo. Outside of Tokyo? Why? If we're doing this, we need to redirect where they look for us. If we do things in Tokyo, especially in Sangenjaya or Shibuya, they'll be able to narrow it down to here. Especially if our first mission is there. That's not to say that we can't act here eventually. If we avoid this area, then they'll be able to infer that we're here specifically because we avoid here. All of that is why our first couple of missions will be in a different city. We'll make them think that we're not thinking about this. It'll throw them off our scent. That makes sense. I agree that it would be best to not be found so early on in our quest. Fumikage agreed. Then we go to Yokohama in 5 hours. Pack everything up and get ready to move out. Izuku turned around and walked back to his room to start packing. As soon as he was out of earshot, Kyuka spoke. Wow, she stood there stunned. Mei nudged her elbow into Kyuka's arm a few times, raising her eyebrows suggestively. Oh, PSSF, I've just never seen him like that before. Oh no, I get it, Kyuka. I get it. Mei walked back to her terminal with a smirk on her face. Kyuka, shaking her head, just sighed. She went to gather her things for the mission. It was about to get real. The group managed to pack their costumes up into suitcases, some of them bringing rope or HNDCFFS in case they needed any, and with some pocket money, buy train tickets to Yokohama, most of them wearing the parts of their costumes that seemed normal for people to wear. Mei stayed back in their base, not having her pieces finished yet, and definitely not wanting to go out in public with guns. That left Izuku, Kyuka, Hitoshi, and Fumikage to ride the train, making small talk with nervous anticipation. As the 4 of them got off the train in Yokohama, they were immediately met with an onslaught of civilians both leaving and boarding the trains. Nobody was the wiser for a group of 4 teenagers with suitcases. And it would stay that way. As they wandered the streets, they soon found an alleyway that was devoid of traffic. Hiding in the shadows, they put their uniforms on in silence. They made their way to Yokohama late in the day, that way they could easily come out at sundown, which at this time of the year, would be soon enough. The 4 of them put their masks on, followed by their earpieces to finish putting their uniforms on. We need our own form of transportation, Izu. Kyuka said through her mask's voice changer. Hey, we don't use real names here, Heartquake. But I do agree. Izuku chided. Sorry, Snake Eyes. I'll be on top of that from now on. Good. Now, Overwatch. Do you have any targets in mind? Or are we on our own? Izuku asked over their earpieces. I have a few ideas. Mei said over the comms. The four of them could hear typing coming over the comms as well. Man, this UA database really comes in handy. Turns out that there's this group that one of the teachers there has been following recently. He's a pro-hero known as Eraserhead. It's a smallish group of villains that participate in things like drag trafficking. I'm hearing some chatter that they're meeting in some warehouse in Yokohama tonight. Rendezvous point is about 12 blocks east of your current location at about a half hour after sunset. You'll be able to get to that location easily with plenty of time. Where the hell are you hearing chatter from? Hyuka asked. You think I only bugged and hacked UA? Was the only response that needed to be said. You scare me sometimes, M-. Overwatch. Hyuka tripped over her words, but managed to catch herself before the slip was too bad. Good. Now move your buttes. We're on a deadline. We're on it. Izuku confirmed and then headed east. The four of them split up and took to different means of getting to the same destination. Throughout the entire time, Mei was giving them directions. Nighthawk, take a left here. Mastermind, continue straight across this intersection. Snake Eyes, continue straight for another block, then take a right, and then an immediate left. Heartquake, you're still true. Stay that way. As the sun began to crest below the horizon in, ironically, the land of the rising sun, the four fighters had just passed their 11th block headed eastward. Their trip had taken a bit longer than it probably should have, but they made it work. Okay, you still have plenty of time. Each of you are 1 block away from the rendezvous point. I'm going to ask that each of you choose a wall for the infiltration. I don't know how many people are going to be in there. If I were there, this wouldn't be an issue, but we'll see where this goes. Stay hidden until they're all in there. Listen to everything Snake Eyes says. He's the commander of all of us, remember that. I'm just the intelligence operative. Right. Hyuka, Hitoshi, and Fumikage say at the same time over comms. The four of them circle the building, and as the sun sets, they wait. Like clockwork, half an hour after sunset, there was a group of 12 people that filed their way into the building. Not 5 minutes later, another group of 5 people, these 5 wearing a different uniform than the first 12. We're sitting with 17 people in there. Hitoshi said over the earpiece. Heartquake, get up to the building and listen in. See what you can hear. Izuku ordered over the earpiece. Right. Hyuka nodded and slowly walked up to the building and inserted her jacks into the side of the wall. Alright, we have what you asked for. The special bullets that'll make heroes think twice about messing with us. Someone on the inside said. Hyuka relayed their conversation to everyone. What are these other crates, then? Oh, those are the guns that are made specifically to fire these bullets. UBSTRDS. We were told that normal guns would work. That's what our supplier thought too. But here we are. The higher-ups on my end aren't too fond of it all either. But if you want the bullets, you get the guns too. Heartquake, set up some charges where you're at. I'll head your way. Izuku said. If he were being honest, the reality of the situation was daunting, but he was excited more than anything. Being behind his mask really did help with his confidence. He made his way to the north end of the building where Hyuka was set up and waited for her charges to be set, but not before taking one of his dice bombs out and setting it with the 5 side pointed up, giving them 5 minutes before it blew. Hyuka quickly made her way back to Izuku once her speakers were set. Okay, Nighthawk, you'll wait by the south wall. I left a die bomb there and it should blow in a few minutes. Be ready. Once that goes off, you're in and then we're in as well. Mastermind, wait by the door on the east side. If anyone leaves, take over. Yes, sir. Fumikage said as he made his way to the south side of the building. This'll be fun. Hitoshi said with a smirk that couldn't be seen behind his mask. The air was tense around the four of them as they waited for the die bomb to go off. Nobody had made their way to the door yet, so there was no need to really worry. Are you ready for this, Heartquake? Izuku asked her. As long as you're here with me, I'll be ready for anything. Izuku smiled behind his mask. That's what I like to hear. Now get ready, it's gonna be go time soon. Izuku switched on his mask's dice LEDs and rolled them all to 5. He took a deep breath in, and right as he exhaled, there was an explosion heard from the other side of the warehouse. That's your cue. Right. Kyuka put each of her jacks into the ports on her shoulders and blasted her heartbeat through them. The 2 small speakers directly next to the wall vibrated with the force of the sound that had just been blasted through them. The wall collapsed soon afterwards. Izuku and Kyuka immediately began to walk in. Looking at this from the perspective of one of the grunts, this sight was confusing and kind of terrifying. One side of the building exploded and a bird thing came out of the hole and started beating people up. Not 5 seconds later, the other wall explodes and only 10 lights pierce through the dust and debris. As the smoke cleared, it became clear that there were 2 people coming from that direction. They just walked right in through the smoke. Their aura was, in a word, menacing. Once inside the building, Izuku immediately dashed to one of the grunts that hadn't been knocked off of their feet from the explosion. The guard brought up his fists, and his knuckles grew spikes out of them. Ding, you get better brass knuckles without having to pay for them. Call me jealous. Izuku taunted before engaging the grunt directly. Izuku launched a high straight kick towards the grunt's head with his right foot. The grunt managed to see the hit coming and dodge out of the way to the right of Izuku's foot. Izuku smirked. That was what he was waiting for. Sure, a square hit to this low-leveled grunt's face would have been fine, but what was coming next was so much more satisfying. Izuku pointed his airborne foot's toes and turned on his planted foot. His heel hooked around the back of the grunt's neck, and with a powerful display of force, Izuku brought his right foot to the ground, bringing his opponent with him. Izuku heard a sickening crack as the grunt's face collided with the concrete floor of this bleak warehouse. Whether it was the grunt's face bones making that noise or simply just the concrete breaking, that sound sent chills through the spines of every other villain in that room. Izuku dusted his shoulder off and smiled to himself. He hadn't even activated luck for that attack. His opponent just made the wrong choice. He turned to his left to see Kyuka dodge a punch and immediately grabbed the arm of her assailant. Using their own weight against them, she easily tosses them over her shoulder onto the ground. With a dull thud, they hit the concrete on their back and start gasping for breath. Kyuka's jacks immediately poke their head and send Kyuka's heartbeat into their skull, knocking them out. Good work, Heartquake. Thanks, Snake Eyes. There's more to the back of the building. Nodding, Izuku looked to see that Fumikage had already taken out 3 grunts of his own with help from Dark Shadow. There was enough light that Dark Shadow didn't become uncontrollable, but dark enough that it got a power boost. Keep at it, Nighthawk. You're doing great. He got a nod in response. Izuku directed his attention towards the large group of people at the back of the building. Glancing around, he saw 5 of them in total. He reached into his jacket pocket and grabbed 3 of his dice bombs. He ran towards the group, and when he was around 10 feet away, he tossed the dice at the villains, fanning them out as he let them go. As soon as he let them go, he focused on each of them and turned their chances of rolling ones as high as he could before moving on to the next one. This wasn't time for precision. It was time for speed. He barely managed to get to the 3rd one in time. If he was going to do something like that again that required multiple different objects, he was going to have to get faster with his manipulation. The dice hit the ground and rolled right up to the group of 5 that just seemed to stand there. As the dice landed with their one side up, a second passed before the doche exploded with a rather sizable explosion radius. The 5 men disappeared into multiple puffs of black smoke. Damn it! Izuku heard Kyuka shout behind him. He turned to see her pinned to the ground by a rather large man, her arm and jacks both in his grasp. Heartquake, hold on, Izuku said, rushing over to the figure. You didn't think that you could take us down that easily, did you? The man said, bending Kyuka's arm behind her back as he put his entire body weight on the girl. My Umbra Quirk isn't going to make this easy for you. And I'm not even at the top of this whole thing. You're gonna regret messing with us. He's gonna take you down a hole? Kyuka screamed from below him. Good luck with that, the man said, pushing even more of his weight onto her. Izuku could hear popping coming from Kyuka's arm, and that was the moment that he decided. The moment that he decided that this man was going to pay for hurting his best friend. Izuku concentrated his quirk on the man, looking for any probabilities that he could exploit. Breaks girl's arm, 43%, no, not that one. Mask shuffles off in the struggle, 12.7%, that doesn't seem very helpful. Loses balance in struggle, 32%, bingo. Izuku turned that dial up as hard as he could. Unfortunately, it only went up to 73%. That was going to have to be enough for Izuku. He dashed straight for the man, feigning a cross punch, but before it connected, Izuku spun his body around, bringing up his right foot. While spinning, he kept his eyes on the man, and as his foot connected with where the man's chin should have been, the body vanished in a wisp of black smoke. As his body rotated back to standing, he was hit hard square in the back. He toppled forward onto Kyuka. He rolled off of her and to his feet. He helped her up as well. Fumikage stepped up as well. I have dispatched the others. They are all unconscious. Good work, Nighthawk. Now let's get this. Joker, Izuku said, reaching into his pocket, running his fingers along one of his dye bombs. Mastermind, you there? Yeah, I'm here. Had two try to escape. Knocked him out before they could run. But, get in here. You really think that you kids can beat me? My quirk makes me untouchable. I make shadow copies of myself or anyone else, and they feel real up until the point that they're destroyed. The man said, and if I make them from myself, well, you saw what happened. Hey boss, you want some help? A voice sounded out from behind the large man. Yeah, that would be Dash, as he answered, he froze. Mastermind, took you long enough. Izuku said, Yeah, I had to deal with idiots, like I said. But I'm here now, just in the nick of time too. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Heartquake, set up some speakers. Right. Kyuka set up 5 speakers in a circle around the man before returning back to Izuku's side. Do we have some kind of oil? Izuku asked. No, I don't think so. Damn it. Well, Nighthawk, get ready with one of those flashbangs. Heartquake, be ready to cover your ears and eyes quickly. You too, Mastermind. When I give the signal, Heartquake, you use your speakers. Once those go off, Nighthawk, use the flashbang. And then it'll be over. All right. Of course. Fumikage nodded. Sure thing. Kyuka put her jacks into the ports preemptively. 3. Izuku got into his capoeira dance, moving from left to right rhythmically. 2. Fumikage grabbed one of the flashbangs from inside of his cloak. 1. Kyuka and Hitoshi braced themselves by crouching down, covering their ears, and closing their eyes. Go! Immediately, Kyuka blasted her heartbeat through the speakers surrounding the man, waking him up from the stun only to be in severe pain from the sound waves. As he clutched his ears, Izuku began to twist his body. He brought his right foot around his left, planted it and then spun, lifting his left leg close to his center. As he turned around his own axis, he jumped off of his right foot. During his spin, he glanced behind him to see that Fumikage was midway through dropping the flashbang. He turned his head quickly back to the man, who at this point, was incredibly confused and in pain. As the flashbang hit the ground, Izuku's head was already looking towards the man. The flashbang went off, a slight bang being heard from behind Izuku, which didn't bother him as much as a normal flashbang would, he figured. The man immediately recoiled, covering his eyes. He then leaned forward, right into Izuku's spinning right foot. As Izuku's foot connected, the man flew off to Izuku's left, falling backwards onto his back on the ground. As the man laid there on the ground, stunned, Izuku leaned down, looking the man right in the eye. He activated his mask's dice rolling feature and turned the roll to ones. As the dice stopped rolling, Izuku tilted his head slightly. The red light that came from double ones bathed the man's face. Can't activate your quirk if you don't have time to think, can you? Looks like your luck just ran out. Izuku stood up and kicked the man's head, knocking him out almost immediately. Snake Eyes? That was so badass. Kyuka shouted. It wasn't that much, Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Honestly, with how much talk he had, it was a little anticlimactic. Let's just hurry and get out of here. Hitoshi said. We need to clean up, First, Fumikage said. The four of them tied up the villains and left them up against the wall. Then they moved on to the crates that were in the warehouse. As they cracked open one, it was filled with several smaller containers. These must be the bullets that they were talking about, Izuku said to himself. He walked over to one of the unconscious grunts from the group that had brought them and slapped his face a few times to wake him up. Wake up. The grunt's eyes fluttered open, and then he screamed. Who are you people? You'll see that here in a second. But first, you're gonna tell us what these bullets do. Why would I do that? Why would I tell any of you that? The grunt asked. Izuku motioned Hitoshi to come over. Because if you don't, we're gonna trap you in your own head. Hitoshi spoke. And how-ish? The grunt's eyes went blank and he stopped moving. About 20 seconds went by before Izuku slapped his face again. How did you do that? What was that? The grunt yelled. Well, how about this? We tell you what it was after you tell us what the bullets are. Otherwise, we give you another first-hand experience. How does that sound? Izuku asked. Whenever the grunt remained silent, Izuku sighed. All right, we'll be doing this the hard way then. Izuku put his hand up. See this? He gestured to his hand with his head. If you take too long, then this happens. Izuku put a finger down. Once they all join their friend there, you're going back into your head. For longer this time. Izuku put another finger down. The grunt started to look nervous. Izuku put another finger down. He could see sweat lining the grunt's face. He put another finger down. All right. They're bullets that temporarily remove someone's quirk. I don't know much more than that. They make someone's quirk disappear for a few days. Good boy. Izuku patted the grunt's cheek and then punched him square across the jaw. His head fell limp. He was unconscious again. Nighthawk, use Dark Shadow to get the crate full of these bullets out of here. Each of us gets to take one of the special guns. Grab an extra one for Overwatch as well. I'm taking the money that was going to pay for these. The other three did as Izuku instructed. As they were leaving, Izuku grabbed an egg from his coat pocket and set it on the ground, setting it for a 10-minute time release. With that, he took one last look at the scene and left. They didn't have a way back just yet. They could easily sleep in a dark alley somewhere and rent a truck the next morning to ship them back to Sangenjaya, though. Damn it, Shoyuta thought to himself. I hope I'm not late. If I am, Emi is going to be in trouble. Who does she think she is, keeping me late on a work night? My girlfriend? Oh wait, yes she is. Still. Shoyuta leapt from building to building in Yokohama, finally coming to the building that his sources said would be the location for some kind of illegal deal between groups. Nothing huge, but decent enough work that his last few days haven't been too boring. And that's when he saw it. Two massive holes in two different sides of the warehouse. Rubble piled on the ground, but he couldn't hear anything inside. He jumped down to investigate, only to be even more surprised. Every single person that was in the room was tied up and unconscious. He looked further. There were clearly signs of struggle, but it didn't look like the two groups had done it to each other. Who did this? Aizawa asked nobody in particular. As if to answer his question, there was a small ding about 10 feet to his left. He bent over to look at it, which proved to be a bad idea. Almost as soon as he was eye level, the small object, which looked undoubtedly like an egg, opened. It began to spray something on the nearby wall. Before he could question what it was spraying, it stopped, and the spray was replaced by the top portion of the egg spinning. And then came the paint. An array of colors, red, green, blue, and even pink, sprayed from the spinning egg top, splashing on everything in its radius, including Shuta's face. And the wall. After wiping his eyes, he looked around and saw that the paint had stuck to whatever it was that was sprayed onto the wall. On it were two words, Societas Requiem. Damn it, Emi, Shoyuta hung his now multicolored head. He was going to have a lot of paperwork to do. Today was the day. Izuku was really happy. Today was the day that everyone was coming together for the first time. They had been texting in the group chat for a while, but as it stood, Mei was the only person to have met Hitoshi in person, and neither Mei nor Hitoshi had met Fumikage yet. Of course, they had all sent pictures, so everyone could put names to faces, But that wasn't the same as being together in person. All of them had gotten along well together in the text chats, but the reality of them not having met physically in person yet was a bit of a concern. It had been about 3 months since Izuku met Fumikage that night at his dojo, and both he and Kyuka had spent a good amount of time with the raven-headed boy. While he wasn't too talkative, he was still fun to have around. A knock on Izuku's front door interrupted his musing. He hurriedly ran to the door and opened it to see both Kyuka and Fumikage standing outside. "Hey guys, thanks for coming. Mei and Hitoshi aren't here yet, but they will be soon," Izuku said. "Hi Izu," Kyuka greeted. She quickly hugged him and made her way inside. "Hello, Izuku. It is good to be back here. I am looking forward to actually meeting everyone," Fumikage said, stepping inside and following the purple-haired girl inside. "It smells amazing in here," Kyuka said with a huge smile on her face. "My mom has been working on food for us tonight. Once everyone's parents agreed on the plans, she's been working on this whole menu for tonight," Izuku explained. "All the best for my little boy and his friends," Inko yelled from the kitchen. "Thank you, Miss Inko," Kyuka yelled back. "So," she looked at Izuku, "what are we gonna do until Mei and Hitoshi get here? I thought we could play some games?" Izuku half suggested and half asked, unsure. He led the two of them up to his room. "What kind of games do you have?" Fumikage asked. "Well, we have Twister ZX," Izuku started as he began rifling through his closet. "Oh, the one that lets quirks be used?" Kyuka asked. "That's the one. We also have Monopoly Pro Hero Edition. This is supposed to be a time where we meet in person and get closer to each other. I don't think Monopoly is the best idea for that." Kyuka laughed. "I concur. I want my first impression with these two to be positive." Fumikage nodded. "We have the 3-person expansion of Battleship?" Izuku asked. "Oh, an oldie right there. That expansion is ancient. How good of condition is it in?" Kyuka asked. "Pretty good, I'd say." Izuku pulled the box out and opened it. It was in close to perfect condition. Some light where along the edges was all they could see. "Is this what you want to play?" "That sounds like fun to me." Fumikage. She looked at the boy next to her. "I would enjoy playing such a game." 10 minutes later, the three of them were playing a game of Battleship, and tensions were high. "I swear you're cheating," Kyuka yelled after getting her 3rd ship sunk by Izuku's torpedoes. "I'm not cheating, Kyo. I'm just getting lucky with my guesses, I swear." Izuku defended himself. "Yeah, and let's not forget what your quirk is. Your luck is bullshit and you know it," Kyuka said, exasperated. "B3, Fumikage. You've sunk one of my ships," Fumikage said. "Yes, finally," Kyuka celebrated. "Beat Kyo," Izuku said. And with that, Kyuka's celebration ended. "Damn it. Was that another hit?" Izuku asked. Kyuka didn't say anything. She simply got up from where she was sitting and walked next to Izuku. And then she pushed him off of the small stool and onto the floor. "A-hole," she grumbled. Before anything else could be said, the three of them heard the doorbell ring. Izuku quickly stood up from the ground and rushed to his front door. He opened it to see Mei and Hitoshi standing outside. "Come on in, guys. It's good to see you again, Mei. And you're Hitoshi, right?" Izuku welcomed them. "Yes, that would be me, broccoli boy," Hitoshi said. Izuku heard laughing behind him. Broccoli boy. Hitoshi, I haven't even met you in person yet, but I like you already." Kyuka laughed. "Likewise. So what's going on now?" he asked. "It smells wonderful in here." "That's where I come in," Inko interjected from the kitchen. "I made dinner for all of you. Come on in and sit down. I'll get dinner out for you soon." The 5 kids sat down at the dinner table, and Inko soon placed several large bowls of katsudon on the table, earning a huge smile from Izuku. "Thank you, Miss Midoriya. This looks delicious." Hitoshi bowed his head. "Oh please, you're one of my son's friends. Please, call me Inko." "Okay, Miss Inko. Thank you for the meal." Hitoshi bowed his head one more time and began eating. The rest of the group soon joined him. "So, I know how Izuku met Jairu and Tokoyami, and I was there when he met you, Hatsum. But how did you come to know him, Shinso? Inko asked. Mei added me to a group chat, and we've kind of just talked and grown as friends. Oh, how wonderful. Are you going to be a hero too? Inko smiled. I want to be. Until I met Izuku and Kyuka, Mei was the only one to think that my quirk wasn't just a villainous quirk. These three saw my potential, and then when Fumikage joined, he welcomed me right alongside them. Hitoshi explained. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about all of the others in your life, but I think it's wonderful that you've found such good friends now. Thank you, Miss Inko. Oh, anytime. Now, you five enjoy yourselves. You probably don't want an old mom crowding around you anyway. Have fun. And with that, Inko took her bowl of katsudon and retreated back into her room, leaving them by themselves. Dinner went by quickly, as they all scarfed their food down rather than talk. They had all night to talk and hang out, after all, and they didn't want the food to cool either. After dinner, the five of them crowded around the living room TV. After a bit of discussion, Super Smash Bros. 8 was loaded into Izuku's console. That's bullshit. Kyuka yelled, gripping her controller tightly and looking at Izuku. Spyro's dash attack has way too many invincibility frames. It's not his fault that you're still playing Kirby. He SCKS in this game. Hitoshi said. Kirby is great, you leave him alone. Mei said in response. Besides, you're really annoying to play against too, Hitoshi. Monster Hunter is busted. That charge blade attack is way powerful and has super armor. You can XDI out of it. Hitoshi yelled. Fumikage didn't say anything as he chose Ganondorf once again. Their matches didn't last long after that, as Kyuka stopped playing. Izuku used Spyro's dash attack to kill her on the last stock once again, and she stood up, set her controller down, and waked to Izuku's room without saying anything else. So instead they all played Jenga. Yet another horrible choice, as Izuku's quirk helped him out numerous times. Mei's tipping point was when Izuku pulled out the single block at the bottom. The tower dropped a few inches and landed squarely. Mei's turn was next, and there was no way that she could top that. The tower soon fell. So they moved on to blackjack. Izuku won most of the rounds because of lucky dealing. Izuku swore up and down that he wasn't trying to affect anything. It just kind of was happening. So of course, the group couldn't get mad at him. His quirk, on the other hand, was a different story. At the end of the night, though, Kyuka was still laughing like the rest of them. As they all started to feel the effects of fatigue setting in, they pulled out a few sets of sleeping bags for the boys to sleep in the living room in and a blow-up mattress to accompany Izuku's bed in his room. Before splitting off to go to sleep for the night, Izuku spoke to his friends. This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad we're getting to do this. I just know that we're all going to be great heroes together. He looked at Mei. And support Gear Master. And I wouldn't want to be with any other group of people. Thank you for being my friends. They easily fell asleep soon after that, each one dreaming of their soon-to-be days in UA and thereafter as heroes. Go ahead with your report, Aizawa. So, I was making my way to the determined location where this deal was taking place, a small warehouse on the eastern side of Yokohama. I get there to find every single person bound, and most of them unconscious. As I surveyed the room, I found a small egg-shaped device. I got a bit closer to it, and that's when it went off. It sprayed something on the wall, and then it sprayed paint everywhere, as you can see here. Shoyuta handed out some pictures of the scene, now covered in paint. Did you get hit with the paint? Kiyama Namuri asked, looking at the picture and then back at Aizawa. I'm not answering that. Shoyuta responded quickly. You totally did. Kiyama laughed at him, pointing. Namuri, this is serious. Nizu chided. Alright. Kiyama stifled another giggle. It's just that the thought of seeing him covered in rainbows is very amusing. I agree, but there are more important matters right now. Of course, Principal Nizu. Continue, Aizawa. As I was saying before I was interrupted. Shoyuta eyed Kiyama before continuing. This egg dumped paint everywhere, including where it had just sprayed, revealing a name, probably for the group, Societas Requiem. I believe this group is a group of vigilantes. That checks out. The number of vigilante groups tends to increase after our entrance exam. People who thought they could be heroes turned bitter by rejection. Give it some time, and they should wear themselves out. Most aren't prepared for that kind of work. Nizu said. While that normally is the case, the way that some of those criminals were talking about them worries me slightly. Aizawa rebutted. And that would be? One of them said that they had some sort of mind prison, and that one of them was an eye-changing demon. Does that sound like normal rejected students? He reasoned. We can't be sure. I believe that this is a prudent time to say that all of our files for the students from the entrance exam have been either corrupted or deleted, further proving my hypothesis that these are just kids who didn't pass the exams. However, that is alarming considering that they were able to corrupt and delete files from our servers. Nizu explained. All the more reason they should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Shoyuta said. Keep your eyes out, Aizawa. You'll find them. You always do. Yes, Principal Nizu. Excuse me. Shoyuta excused himself, exiting the room. Emi is going to have a ball whenever she hears about the paint, he thought to himself as he walked out of Nizu's office and towards his class. True to Izuku's plan, the group was able to pay a van driver to both keep quiet and transport them back to Sangenjaya. With one last tip from last night's haul, the group was able to reaffirm that the driver would keep silent on the matter. Finally, you guys are back. Jesus, Mei said as the four of them walked through the door. Mei, we need a van of our own. Kyuka said, rubbing the back of her neck. She tilted her head and the other four members of the group heard a satisfying pop. That was nice. You ever pop your neck and feel it in your arms? Can't say I have, Kyuka. Can't say I have. But yes, we should definitely get a van of our own. I was worried the entire night thinking you four might have been found. But I'm glad you're safe now. What did you get from last night? You said you were able to get your hands on some stuff, yeah? And how did my babies do? Did they work? They work great. I don't think there was anything wrong with our equipment. And we got money, that's for sure. I didn't count it all, though. Izuku said, pulling out a decently sized briefcase. Alright, we can count that in a bit. Anything else? Mei scooted the briefcase down the table. Izuku started taking off the accessories of his costume, the others soon following his lead. Dark Shadow helped me carry this crate out of there. According to those villains, the bullets that are in here can temporarily remove a person's quirk. Fumikage said. Helped you? I carried the whole thing myself. Dark Shadow countered. You said they temporarily remove a person's quirk? Mei asked, eyes wide. That's what the grunt said before I knocked him out again. Izuku shrugged. Okay, so I'm gonna need to take some of these to study them. I'll need to take around 10 of them. That's not even close to all of the ones that are here, so there should be some that we can use if Izuku wants to. Not sure now. It would certainly be useful, but I'm not sure how I feel about erasing people's quirks. At least heroes, anyway. So villains we fight are fair game? Kyuka asked, taking off the bracers that held her wrist speakers. Probably. Izuku admitted. Like I said, I'm not sure. We'll think about it. First, we need to work on some details for ourselves. I'm going to go take a shower. I'll be back in a bit. Izuku walked to his little room, grabbed a spare pair of shorts and a towel. He stepped behind the shower curtain, stripped, and turned the shower on. As the water came out of the faucet, he smiled. The water pressure was surprisingly high. He sighed as the hot water fell down his body. As Izuku left, the other two guys of the group left as well to head to their rooms. So, Kyuka. Mei began, sitting down at the table. How was it working with Izuku when he was all commando mode? Things were interesting. It's definitely different than he normally is. And is that a bad thing? Mei raised her eyebrow. It was just different. Not a bad thing, but it wasn't. It wasn't Izuku. At least, the one we know. Yeah, that makes sense. That mask does a lot for him. He's only gone out once, but it's clear that the mask has changed him. It's growth. We both know that his confidence is one of his biggest issues. If this helps him, then I think it's a good thing. Mei explains, resting on her hands. Yeah, I agree. It's just gonna take some getting used to. You like it though? What? Oh please, with my quirk, I can see micro-expressions. There's a lot that you can learn about someone by looking at them. And I've learned that you like it when Izuku has some confidence. Well, confidence is attractive. Yeah, I know how you feel though. Anyway, moving on. How did you feel about last night's op? Izuku said that you were held down by the leader of one of the groups. Yeah, my arm and shoulder are a little sore, but otherwise it went well. Ultimately, it's my fault for getting caught like that. It was strange. Izuku fought like 5 people at a time with his dice bombs, but then they just vanished into the shadows, and then I was grabbed and shoved to the ground. But Izuku tried to fight him. It was a really impressive quirk. I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to escape. That would be a problem. I heard some of what he said over the comms, that he wasn't even at the top. If things go awry, Mei trailed off, seeming to stare off into space. She focused again and shook her head, seeming to shake herself out of whatever she was doing. We need to prepare more. First, there's the whole van issue. I'm sure that with some of the money that we got from that op, we'll be able to get something manageable. I hope so. I don't think I ever want to sleep in an alley like that again. If you could call that sleep. Kyuka rolled her neck back, sighing. Go get some sleep. You've earned it. Mei patted Kyuka's back. I still have a few things that I need to work on. First is dealing with encrypted messaging. Wish me luck. I could ask her. Oh well, I'll hopefully have it done by the time you wake up. I don't know who you're talking about, but a nap seems like a good idea. As if on cue, Kyuka felt a yom coming on. Try as she might, she couldn't fight it. Mei just laughed. Good morning. Kyuka waved to Mei as she walked to her room. She was just about to get there when the shower shut off. A few seconds later, Izuku stepped out of the shower with a set of basketball shorts on, and that was it. Kyuka felt her face flush as she saw him shirtless and dashed past her door curtain yelling, "I'm sorry." She laid down on her bed and covered her face with a pillow. She whispered to herself quietly, "I'm glad I'm here with you, Izu." She quickly fell asleep with a slight smile on her face. Izuku made his way to his room and put on more clothes before going out into their main room. He approached Mei, who was furiously typing on her computer. "Where's everyone else?" Hitoshi and Fumikage went to their rooms shortly after you got into the shower. Kyuka went back just now, but I assume that you know that from her yelling. She's not exactly the most quiet person. Mei explained, not even looking away from the screen. That's definitely the case. Izuku chuckled. I'm glad that she's here though. I'm glad all of you are here. I'm not sure where I'd be if it wasn't for you four. We'd do it again in a heartbeat and you know it. Mei finally looked from her screen and turned in her chair to meet Izuku's eyes. I'd like to believe it, yeah. I don't think I could if it was anyone else. Izuku admitted. Ish. Mei nodded and turned back to her computer. So what's this? Izuku asked, looking at the screen. Working on getting some encrypted communications going. It's a pain in the butt, though. I want to give us a way to not be tracked at all by the government, especially if we start getting bigger. But man, is it harder than I thought. All of the ideas that I've had have too many problems to be viable. Well, what do you have? We can't make a dummy company because then the government could just buy us out. That's just... We're not going to build something like that to avoid the government only for the government to be able to get us anyway. Makes sense. And then there's the thought of having something set up outside of Japan, but then it's got all of these data transfer points between then and here, including coming through Japan's unencrypted external data sites. So by the time it got here, it wouldn't be encrypted anyway. Waste of time. Yeah, sounds like it. And then there's this last idea that I had, but I'm a bit uncertain of it. And that would be? I know someone. They're a genius with this kind of thing. More than me. If anyone could do this easily, it would be them. But it's very much an acquaintance kind of relationship between us. Well, if you're set on this, then I'm not really sure how much of a choice we have. I could go with you if you want. We'll see. How do we contact them? Izuku asked. Almost immediately, a quiet ding could be heard, and a notification popped up on Mei's computer screen. So that's the thing. Mei said, opening the notification. They contact me. Izuku read the message. I hear that you're wanting something from me. I can help. For a cost. Whoa, how do they know about this? They're everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way to bug every network in the city. Like I said, if anyone can do it, it's them. Thank you. Popped up on the screen. What's your cost? Mei asked out loud. She turned to see Izuku's confused face. What? It's clear that they can hear us. Might as well just do this. She shrugged and looked back at her screen in just enough time for another message to pop up. I have your next target. Take them out, and I'll make an encrypted network for your group. Who is the target? Mei asked again. A minor criminal in Shizuoka. Shizuoka? Izuku asked. She's got a quirk that makes it hard for anyone to find or fight her. She steals a bunch of stuff from places there that I have some personal stock in. It would be very helpful to me if you were able to get rid of them. Why do you need our help? If you can contact us like this, then why do you need us? Izuku asked. I can do this stuff, but I can't fight worth anything. So you do this for me, I do something for you. A little gentleman's deal. The message said. If we have a deal, I will send the information that I have gathered on them. Everything else when it comes to this mission is up to you. I'll fulfill my end of the deal once I have proof that they're taken down. I don't see why we wouldn't accept this. Mei said. Good. I'll be sending you the information that I have later tonight, Mimi. Mimi? Izuku asked, ping his head to the side. That's what they call me. Mei shrugged. And what do we call them? Izuku asked. You can call me Prometheus for now. If we continue to do business, I might give you more. The message popped up. Mei and Izuku stared at it for a good few seconds before looking at each other and shrugging. Do you know their name, Mei? That's the most they've ever told me. And they're trustworthy. Why? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, they're fine. Mei waved her hand at Izuku. Izuku sighed. Well, they'd better be worth all of this. I've no problem making allies, but I want to make sure they can be trusted. I don't want any problems with them, Mei. Izuku turned around and walked to the fridge that had been installed, getting himself some orange juice before sitting down at their table and sipping his drink slowly. Mei watched him the entire time as he did. Sorry about him, Mei started, turning back to her computer. He's normally much more taciturn and shy. But he put on that mask for the first time, and he's different. It's in a good way. He's thinking like someone like us should. He's cautious, calculated, but also confident. We're now on it. I know that we turned a few heads with our mission. It's good that he's changed. It's taking some getting used to. And none of us really know exactly why there was that shift of everything so suddenly. He's fine. I understand. I'll send you the documents later on tonight. The message said before immediately reading disconnected. Mei hung her head and sighed in relief and turned once again back to Izuku. That went a bit better than expected, Mei thought to herself. I got an answer to my problem and we possibly have a new ally, depending on how the rest of this whole thing goes. Mei turned back to look at Izuku. He is becoming quite the leader, though. And it's only been a few days. Well, here's to our future as the greatest vigilante group to ever hit Japan. Mei watched as Izuku rubbed his eyes, yawned and then went to his room. Mei turned back to her computer and cracked her fingers. She had some work to do before she got the files. Hey boss. The young lady that was just referred to as boss turned to look at her subordinate. What is it, Rikuzoka? We found our next target. The man named Rikuzoka said. And who might that be? There's a small hospital here that has plenty of medical supplies. We can take that supply and sell it off to some buyers. Plus, there's rumors that it is being held there. And that's why you're my second in command, Rikuzoka. You have some great ideas. Thank you, boss. I will make the needed preparations. Great. We do it tomorrow night. Tell the others. We'll get it easy. See if we can get any hostages. That can be more income for later. Yes, ma'am. Rikuzoka bowed and ran off. This should be fun. The woman said, smiling. So these are the details, eh? Hitoshi said, looking through some files that Mei had printed after this. Prometheus had sent her the files that she had. Looks like our target is named Tamai Sayako, otherwise known as Blackout. She leads a group of around 10 people. Her quirk, Fog of War, conceals an area around her of what looks to be up to a 45-foot radius from everyone except for those that she considers her allies. Mei explained. Remind me why in the hell we're helping some random stranger that has apparently bugged our place? Kyuka asked. Because if we don't, I have no idea how to get an encrypted messaging system for us. Mei responded. Fair, Kyuka acquiesced. Do we have information on how to get them? Location or marks? Fumikage asked. Hitoshi flipped through the notes, Mei and Kyuka doing the same with their copy. It looks like Prometheus was able to determine that they'll be targeting a hospital in the Shizuoka prefecture tomorrow night. Near Mizudafu. Which hospital? Izuku asked suddenly, his face incredibly serious. Looks like the hospital is the first regional hospital. Mei trailed off, looking at Izuku. Izuku, however, had made direct eye contact with Kyuka. Both of their faces were pale. Izuku looked down, eyes staring off into space, and uttered a single word underneath his breath, Mom. Only Kyuka and Mei heard him, but at that point, they had both known that that's what he was worried about. Am I missing something? Hitoshi asked, looking between the three. You know that Izuku's mom is a nurse, right? Kyuka asked him. Yeah, knew that but... Oh my god, Hitoshi's eyes widened in realization. So it seems that we're going to be doing this regardless. Mei stated. I guess so. Kyuka nodded. She put her hand on Izuku's back and rubbed it gently. This motion seemed to break Izuku out of whatever stupor he was in, as he flinched slightly on contact, but relaxed into the touch shortly after. Mei, do you have your sidearms ready? Izuku asked, eyes still glued on the same spot as before. I have one. I worked on it last night while you four were away. Are you willing to go out into the field with that one? Hell yeah, I am. Mei pumped her fist into the air. Good. Izuku suddenly looked up at the rest of his team, eyes filled with determination. We don't know what the Fog of War quirk is going to do. Having those goggles of yours that can see infrared will be good for us to have. If those even work. Regardless, it'll be good to have you there and not here. I agree. We need our Overwatch out in the field with us for something like this. Hitoshi said, a smile gracing his lips ever so slightly before fading back into his normal expression. And where are we on that van? Set to pick it up tomorrow morning. I ironed out a meeting time with a seller online. Going to meet in person and give them some of the cash that we got from our first mission. In person? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Kyuka asked. Normally, however, I managed to do some work while you four were asleep. Here, look at these. Mei said, handing out more papers. And these are. I wrote these up after the van conversation I had with someone. These are you now. Read it, memorize it. This is you when you're not here or on the job. Nakata Oda, Izuku said. Nakata Oda now. Miyata Seiki. Kyuka responded. Kawashima Narahiko. Hitoshi said. And I am Nurashiro. Fumikage said, nodding. With that, I am Ni Sakura. Mei finished. Anyway, read up on these. Like I said, these people are now you. Read them. Be them. We can't get discovered for who we really are. Of course. Fumikage nodded. And so, the rest of the day was spent with the four of them reading through their new identities that Mei had written up for them. Later that night, Mei slammed her papers down on the table. Alright, you lot. Papers down. Quiz time. Nakata, where did you grow up? Mei asked, looking directly at Izuku. I grew up in Shinjuku. What was your father's name? Terezo. Mother's name? Haru. How old are you? 17. And why are you not in school? My parents aren't here anymore, so I'm on my own. I found a nice organization that took me in, and so I work for them. What is this organization? I can't tell you the name, but I'm in the business of knowing things. How do you know things? I know people, and those people know things. There are plenty of ways to learn new things. Cryptic, but I like it. Well done. You're supposed to be a bit more sure of yourself now, but, well, you've quickly become that way anyway. Something about that mask. Kyuka looked at Izuku, making eye contact with him shortly. She mouthed, looking later, to him, to which he nodded in response. But yes, good job, Izuku. Kyuka? Your turn. Who's Kyuka? My name is Miyata Seiki. Get it right. Oh, very good. Mei clapped with a smile. I'm from Nagano, and I volunteered as a music teacher. Gonna do the same here for kids. She continued. And what about Dash? My parents are on an extended vacation in Hachino. Kyuka interrupted with a dry expression on her face. They told me to come here and meet with a family friend. Turns out that the family friend hadn't been spoken to in years, and the only person left in that family is Nakata Oda here. So we live together. Kyuka looked at Izuku for the briefest of seconds before looking away. Izuku could have sworn that he saw a bit of blush on her cheeks, but he paid it no mind. Perfect, Kyuka. Or should I say, Seiki? Now, Kawashima? Where are you from? I'm from Shibuya. My parents are never around, but I found these two, and they took me in. Hitoshi motioned to Izuku and Kyuka. And what do you do here? Mei questioned. I'm currently working with Nakata. I'm his partner. Correct. Wonderful. Nura. I am Nurashiro. I look older than I actually am, so it is more believable that I am not underage. I work as a driver for Nakata and Kawashima. We will need to get another vehicle to make this more believable, though. It would be best if people did not see through our facades. Tokoyami suggested. Already ahead of you, Nura. Mei winks at him. After this job, we can do more jobs that deal with petty criminals that will have more loose cash. That'll be a good asset to exploit. We'll need to launder that money though. Mei trailed off. Regardless, we'll be able to get a second vehicle soon enough. That's not important now though. Izuku said, standing up. We're going to need to sleep well tonight. Tomorrow is a big day for us. We need to focus on the van first and then make preparations and drive to Shizuoka. That concludes my intelligence meeting for tonight. Mei said, also standing up. She made her way to her computer. Hitoshi and Fumikage soon went to their rooms, leaving Izuku and Kyuka by themselves. So, you said you wanted to talk, Kyo? Izuku asked after a few moments of silence. Why? But not here. Kyuka said. Let's take a walk then, you and I. Izuku said with a smile. Kyuka felt her heartbeat quicken. Yeah, okay. She says, standing up next to him and following him out of the warehouse. The two walked in silence out into the streets of Sangenjaya, watching as the night life moved around them. As they walked through the streets, they eventually dipped into a back alleyway, somewhat close to where their warehouse was located. They turned a corner and came across a small cafe. Why don't we talk in here? Izuku offered. Kyuka nodded and opened the door. The establishment was small, but homey. The aroma of fresh coffee wafted into their noses as soon as the door opened, and the two of them immediately felt more relaxed. Welcome. Take a seat. I'll be with you in just a minute. An older gentleman said from behind a counter. Thank you, sir. Kyuka responded. The two sat in the booth furthest from the door, both of them sitting across from each other. So, Aizu, it's clear that you're different lately. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that a bad thing? I thought you wanted me to be more confident. Oh, not at all. It just happened so, suddenly. I'm just surprised by all of it is all. Kyuka trailed off. You want to know what changed? Yeah, I do. Izuku sighed. As dumb as it sounds, it was our masks. Behind that, I felt like someone different. I felt more confident. And then we went on the mission. You got grabbed. I had to act fast and confidently or else my best friend could be seriously hurt. I couldn't let that happen. And after all of that, it's just here. Izuku shrugged. I don't know why outside of that. It was the first time that I really had to protect anyone to that level. And granted, he wasn't that hard to take down. Both he and Kyuka laughed at that. But it could have gone much differently. And I guess at that moment, that dam that was holding me back just kind of broke. And we accomplished what we wanted, so even more reason to have confidence. Izuku was about to say more, but the owner of the cafe soon approached them. What can I get for you too? He asked. I'll have whatever you recommend, sir. Izuku said. Yeah, me too. Kyuka agreed. Okay, 2 house requests coming up for the lovely couple. The man said, walking away. It's not dash, Kyuka started before being interrupted. Thank you, sir. Izuku said. What the hell, Izuku? Kyuka asked. Her face was as red as a lobster, but it was hard to tell from behind her hands and jacks. What? Izuku asked innocently. We're not a couple. Why didn't you correct him? I wanted to see how you'd react. Gotta say, it was better than I thought it would be. Izuku admitted with a smile. Said smile was soon replaced with a grimace as Kyuka's jacks stabbed into his neck. Ow. A-hole, Kyuka said. Izuku could tell that she was smirking by her voice, even if he still couldn't see most of her face. You know you love me. Izuku teased. Kyuka's hands dropped down by her side, and her bottom jaw fell. She looked at Izuku, saying nothing, before her face began to heat up once again. Sir, where's your bathroom? Kyuka asked suddenly. Right behind you, the wall by the stairs. The man said as he was preparing their coffee. Thank you. Kyuka quickly got up from her seat and made her way to the bathroom, but not before sticking one of her jacks into Izuku as she went. She's cute, Izuku thought to himself. Kyuka splashed herself in the face with water in the bathroom. Okay, an unforeseen consequence of Izuku's confidence is that he can fluster me like that. I can't let this stand. How the hell did he know what to say to get me so flustered anyway? Does he know that I'm into him? Kyuka looked in the mirror. She saw her eyes fill with determination. It doesn't matter if he knows. I can't let him one-up me like this. Deciding that her pride wouldn't let her just take that sitting down, she dried her face off and walked out of the bathroom and back to the booth. Your eyes are wet. Are you okay, Kyo? Izuku asked as she approached. Instead of saying anything, she simply pushed her way into Izuku's side of the booth and sat on his lap. Kyo, what are you? What are you doing? Izuku asked, face flushed. Kyuka laughed in victory. I got you. You can't beat me that easily, Izu. Kyuka threw her head back as she laughed, still sitting on his lap. The owner of the cafe walked up and placed 2 cups of coffee directly in front of both Izuku and Kyuka. Here you two go. Enjoy. The man began to walk away. He sighed under his breath. Ah, young love. Are you going to get off of me, Kyo? Izuku asked, Ho's confidence still wavering slightly. Kyuka thought for a second. I could end this now. She thought to herself. But being here is nice. No, I'm good. Izuku could hear the smirk in her voice. Is this what I get for teasing her? She said that I can't beat her. I know that she's competitive, but I feel like she's enjoying this more than just because she's teasing me and being competitive. I have an idea. It might not work, but if she wants to play, then this is what I need to do. Izuku snaked his left arm around her waist and grabbed his coffee with right hand. I'll just do this then. You don't mind, right? Kyuka immediately stiffened. Izuku brought her closer to his chest. Kyuka's mind was going haywire. What's happening? Does he mean this? Does it? What's happening? She turned to meet Izuku's eyes. He met her gaze and gave her a warm smile. Kyuka could have sworn that her heart stopped beating then and there. I don't mind at all. She conceded. She actually nestled her head in the crook of Izuku's neck. Her jacks wrapped themselves around his arm that was around her. She could hear Izuku's heartbeat. It was definitely faster than normal. A few moments of silence passed with Izuku quietly sipping on his coffee. Kyuka still hadn't touched hers, but that was okay. Hey Izu. Yeah, Kyo? This isn't a competition thing anymore, is it? I don't think so. I mean, everything is between us, but... Izuku trailed off. I don't know what to say. He admitted. Then we don't have to say anything. We can talk about this later if you want. Kyuka smiled. I'd like that. Good. Now let's get out of here. We have a big day tomorrow after all. In a little bit. I want to stay like this for a bit longer. Izuku said, which made Kyuka flush. Okay. Kyuka just put her head back down in the crook of his neck. The two sat like that for another 5 minutes before they finally got up. They thanked the owner and paid for their coffee before leaving. Kyuka stayed wrapped around Izuku's arm the entire trip back to their warehouse, only disconnecting when they got right up to the bay door. Let's not say anything yet. Not until we've talked a bit more about this, okay? Okay, Kyo. Izuku smiled at her. Suddenly, Kyuka leaned forward and pecked his lips with her own. Kyo? What? Izuku sputtered. That was my thank you. Thank you for talking with me. And for everything else. She smiled, meeting Izuku's eyes with her own. Of course, Kyo. He opened the door and walked in. Kyuka followed him inside shortly afterwards. What the hell just happened? Kyuka opened her eyes to an unfamiliar room. It was incredibly well decorated. She looked around. This was expensive looking. She moved her arm. Silk sheets? Where am I? She got up from the bed and left the room. The hall was extravagant. What the hell? She kept walking down the hallway until she got to pictures that were hung. She started to look at the first one and her breath caught. It was her. But she was older? She was holding a child. That had hair that looked like hers, but with hints of green. Green! The next picture had a young teen girl with white hair and a single horn coming out of her forehead. The girl was smiling widely and was holding up a medal from something. She immediately moved to the next picture and she swore that her heart stopped. The next picture showed her in a beautiful wedding dress. Standing across from Izuku, she said out loud. Oikyo. Taking a walk down memory lane. Izuku appeared behind her, snaking his arm around her waist. He turned her around and pulled her in for a kiss. Kyuka was so confused. He was kissing her. The last thing like this that Kyuka remembered was last night when she kissed him, but this was so much more. Kyuka didn't move. She was stunned. It was a great feeling. She felt happy. She finally felt herself relax into the kiss. Her jacks wrapped around the back of Izuku's neck as her arms wrapped around his back. The kiss lasted until they both needed to break for air. Izuku looked at her, his eyes gleaming. You okay, Kyo? It's been a while since you kissed me like that. If something is wrong, you'd let me know, right? I love you. Kyuka's heart fluttered upon hearing those words. Before she could say anything, she heard tiny footsteps running towards her. Mommy! Good morning! The little girl jumped into her arms. Kyuka barely managed to grab the girl, though. Good morning, Celica. Are you excited for today with Mommy? Izuku asked. Yeah, she said excitedly, but then a pout formed on her face. But I want you here too, Daddy. I know, sweetie, but I have to work today. You know how important Daddy's job is. Mommy works with me tomorrow too. Auntie Mimi will be looking after you tomorrow. But Saturday? Saturday, you'll have both of us. But Mommy and Daddy are the best heroes. Celica yelled and squirmed in my grasp. Heroes? She thought. Something is off here. Izuku looked at Kyuka. I know that it's still weird getting used to this, what with it being a few years before the Hero Commission agreed to make us heroes, but we did what we wanted to. We changed things. And so, here we are. I love you, Kyo. Kyuka started, but everything faded to black before she could. She opened her eyes to see that she was back in her room in the warehouse. She felt her face heat up as she remembered her dream. Was I about to say that I love him? Do I love him? What does this mean? She had, of course, supported everything that Izuku dreamed of as they grew up. She'd known him for years. Of course she'd grow to like him. Probably love him, too, if the dream was anything to go by. But Izuku was always focused on his dream, so she never wanted to get in the way of that. But after last night? The flirting, the kiss, and then the dream? Kyuka found it hard to ignore it anymore. She looked at her phone only to find that it was just after 6 in the morning. Groaning, she pulled her blankets over her head and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning came, and like the morning 2 days before, they were all woken up by the clanking of pots in the hallway. Well, all but Kyuka. She hadn't really been able to get back to sleep after waking up the first time. Get up, you lazies. You took a nap yesterday, and it's like after 9 now. I already got the van, without any of you might I add. Mei yelled. Maybe if you wanted someone to go with you, you could have told us. Kyuka shouted back. I wanted initiative, sweetheart. Mei shouted back. F you. Kyuka yelled back, laughing afterwards. She could hear Mei laugh in response. The curtain to Kyuka's room was pulled slightly back, and a hand entered. Knock knock. It was Izuku's voice. Come on in, Izu. Kyuka said, sitting up in her bed. Keiko, I was wondering. Could we talk about last night? Izuku asked. Where's all that confidence from last night, huh? Kyuka said with a smirk. Well, it was partially a joke. Start over. All of it. It was just easier when competition was used as an excuse. And then, Izuku trailed off when Kyuka raised her hands, telling him to stop. He turned to look around and he listened. Alright, stop listening. Kyuka said from her bed. DMN her and her good ears. Never can hear anything juicy. Both of them could hear Mei grumble as she walked off. Maybe we should talk somewhere else. Izuku suggested, rubbing the back of his neck. That would probably be best. Kyuka said. She sat there briefly. Izuku didn't move. What the hell are you still doing here? Waiting for something to happen? Izuku asked. Kyuka grabbed a hairbrush that was resting on her nightstand and chucked it at him. He, of course, dodged the brush, but the message was clear. Well, get out. I have to change, alright? Izuku immediately felt his face flush. Alright. Sorry. He quickly left the room, leaving Kyuka alone with her thoughts. Idiot, she laughed to herself and got up. After getting dressed, the two met up and left not only the warehouse, but also Sanjinjaya in general. They both got on a train and headed to Shibuya. So, Kyuka started. What was that you were saying about meaning all of it? I did. But it seriously was easier to be confident when it had the excuse for being competition. But that all changed when Izuku was cut off by Kyuka snapping her fingers in mock realization. The Fire Nation attacked. Kyuka said. The two shared a quick laugh. No, not that. Izuku let another chuckle surface. It changed when you kissed me. That's when it stopped being a competition, and that's when it became real. Izuku explained. Now it was Kyuka's turn to blush. Well, it was real, at least to me. She admitted. So what does that mean? What happens now? Izuku asked. Kyuka felt her heartbeat quicken dramatically. This was not something that she was used to doing, but it was something that she did want to do. She faked a smirk. This, hopefully. She then leaned forward and pushed her lips onto Izuku's once again. Seiki. Izuku caught himself about to call her by her real name instead of her alias, but caught himself in just enough time. He continued, whisper yelling. We're still on the bus. Kyuka leaned forward next to Izuku's ear and whispered just loud enough for just the two of them to hear. I don't like being called Seiki by you. It's not as special as my name is. I'll call you by your real name all you want whenever we're in private. Izuku promised. I'll hold you to that, Oda, she said, stressing his fake name. But seriously, you want to? He asked, pointing between the two of them. Do I want to? Well, you're gonna have to be specific. Do you want to, go out? With me? Izuku asked, clearly nervous. I guess that mask didn't get rid of all of that old him. The confidence is hot, but it's nice to see that he still hasn't changed too much. Kyuka thought before giving her answer. Of course I do. I thought that was apparent when I kissed you again. Awesome. Cool. Izuku took a deep breath in and then looked back to Kyuka. He pressed forward and kissed her square on her lips. He held himself there for a few seconds. Just long enough for Kyuka to get over the shock of him kissing her, especially after just implying they shouldn't kiss because they were on a train. She had just begun to relax into the kiss when Izuku pulled away, leaving her longing for more almost immediately. That, Kyuka trailed off. That was so much better than the dream, she whispered. She didn't think that Izuku had hurt her, but she could see a small blush forming on his face. Dream? That's not important. Kyuka blushed and looked away from Izuku. Shibuya Station. This is Shibuya. The announcer of the train said over the intercom. This is our stop. Kyuka said, grabbing Izuku's hand. The two of them walked around Central Street for an hour and a half, hands together, before returning via the train. They stayed together with intertwined fingers until they got back to the warehouse. Once they got back, Kyuka stopped outside of the door and looked back at Izuku. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, "So what does this make us?" She held up their hands. "Well, I know what I want us to be. Do you? I may have an idea. Does it involve the word boyfriend? Only if yours involves the word girlfriend. Then it's settled. We'll have to update our alias backstories." Izuku chuckled to himself. "Since you're my girlfriend after all now." Izuku brought her in for a hug. "Wait, you're not the girlfriend? I thought that's what you were suggesting." Kyuka smirked at Izuku and both of them started laughing. "But all things considered, I suppose I could get used to you calling me your girlfriend, Oda." Kyuka once again stressed the fake name. She quickly pecked his cheek. "We shouldn't say anything yet. And we should focus on the op tonight. But I like you a lot, and I want to be with you." Izuku said, "Of course. The mission comes first." Kyuka smiled and turned to the bay door. As she raised it, Mei was standing on the other side, hands on her hips. "So where the hell have you two been for the last 2 hours?" She waited until the two were inside and the bay door was closed before continuing. "You know we have an op today, right?" "Mei, we were just out exploring Shibuya. It's part of our area of influence, so it's nice to be able to get an idea of what that looks like. I know I've never been there before." Izuku explained, walking to the fridge and pulling out a water bottle. "And the op tonight? You know that we have to leave soon in order to get there in time, right? That's why we're here now." Izuku smiled. "Let's get changed and move out, everyone." He yelled into the complex. "Yes, sir." 3 voices echoed through the warehouse. Mei looked unimpressed but did as she was told. 45 minutes later, the 5 of them were suited up and driving towards the hospital. They were lucky that Mei knew how to drive. But that seemed to be part and parcel with being with Izuku. Things just kind of worked out around him. For the most part. Several hours later, they arrived in Mizudafu. For Izuku, Kyuka, and Fumikage, they didn't expect to be back so soon after having left not even a week prior. But they were here nonetheless. They had a mission and they needed to go through with it. This was important for their future as a group. Mei located the small hospital and found a remote alleyway a few blocks away to park the van. They didn't want to be too close to the scene when they drove off, after all. By the time they had parked, it was close to 4 in the afternoon. So while they waited for the sun to set and for these people to show up, Mei, Hitoshi, Kyuka, and Fumikage elected to play a game of cards. Izuku, of course, was barred from playing with them due to the nature of his quirk, but he had fun watching them. A few hours passed, and Kyuka slammed her hand down on the table with a huge grin on her face. "Eat sheet, you 3. That's 7 wins in a row. Izuku must be helping you. Cheater." Mei pointed at Kyuka and stuck her tongue out at the girl. "Hey, don't drag me into this. I haven't done a single thing for this game. I've been inactive over here," Izuku said with his hands raised next to his head in mock surrender. "Well, how else do you explain it? Maybe you just SCK?" Kyuka suggested. Hitoshi laughed at that. Mei looked out the window to see a black sky illuminated by the myriad light posts of Mizudafu. "It looks like we're gonna need to be moving out soon." She set her cards aside and grabbed her sidearm. "On your command, Snake Eyes." Izuku nodded and turned his mask on. He shuffled the dice to show 3s. "I know the layout of this building pretty well. There are 3 possible entrances. 1 main entrance, 1 side entrance, and the emergency entrance. Mastermind, you're with me in the main entrance. Heartquake, you take the emergency entrance, and Nighthawk, you take the side entrance. Overwatch, there's a building next to the hospital that should get you a good vantage point on the main and emergency entrances. And you'll be able to see some of next to the side entrance, but not the whole thing. I'm sure you'll make it work. Keep a lookout of what's going on inside the building when you can. Once we leave from here, split up to get where you need to go." A chorus of acknowledgement came from the other 4 members of the group. With that, Izuku opened the back doors of the van. He and Hitoshi immediately ducked into a corner alley and found their way to the main entrance. Kyuka followed them part of the way, but split off to head towards the emergency entrance. Fumikage and Mei split off from them almost immediately, going a different route. "I'm in position. I also have downloaded the room layout of the hospital." May said over the comms a few minutes later. Heard. Mastermind and I have a visual on the main entrance. We'll let you know if people come through this way. Izuku said. I'm watching the emergency entrance right. An ambulance just pulled up. I'll do some recon and let you know. Kyuka responded. I am at my locale. The side entrance is in my sight. Fumikage. Okay, I used my jacks to listen into the ambulance. It was kind of foggy since it's so far away, but I think this may be them. They said something about getting in and out quickly. One of them might have said something about hostages if things go sideways. Kyuka relayed over the headset. Overwatch. Can you see how many people are in that ambulance? Looks like there are 5 of them in there. That doesn't seem like much. May trailed off. I have a group of 6 heading through the side entrance now. Fumikage exclaimed. Go ahead and add 7 to that. Snake Eyes and I have some coming in the main entrance. Hitoshi said. Okay guys. Wait 10 minutes before heading in. We'll get them. Izuku said. They did as they were told, waiting 10 minutes before a go from Izuku had them running off towards the hospital. Izuku and Hitoshi reached the main entrance and slipped inside. Not even a minute later, the lights in the building shut off, and a few seconds later, emergency lights came on, bathing the halls in a dull red glow. Ominous. Hitoshi had changed his voice to be deeper. That it is. Izuku's voice changer came into effect as well. Stay alert. Snake Eyes, Mastermind. You have 2 heat signatures very close to you. May said over comms. The 2 rounded a corner and came to a reception desk. True to May's announcement, 2 people were standing near the desk. They were both looking away from where Izuku and Hitoshi came from, thankfully. All right, Mastermind. Izuku whispered. Let's see what you can do. I'll support you, but this fight is yours. I took out a few people on our last mission. Hitoshi retorted. Yeah, but I didn't see it. Izuku said. He smiled, but due to his mask, nobody could see it. Fair. Hitoshi stood up and wrapped his cape around him. Almost immediately, he seemed to fade into the ambient light around them. Hitoshi ducked behind the desk and tweaked his mask styles. Help me! He yelled in a much higher-pitched woman's voice. Who's the dash? One of the guards answered, immediately falling victim to Hitoshi's quirk. The other one turned to their comrade. Hey, Darius? What's going on? They asked. When they didn't get an answer, they turned around to look behind them. It seemed that paranoia was already kicking in. He looked around frantically, and when he turned back to look at Darius, he saw Hitoshi instead. Sorry for this, was all Hitoshi said as he punched him straight in the face, but in the same voice as the person that was just punched in the face. Izuku stepped forward to Darius, the man that had been affected by Hitoshi's quirk. Good job, Mastermind. We'll let this one stay trapped here for a few more seconds. 3, 2, 1, all right. Izuku high-kicked the man in his jaw, sending him to the ground almost immediately. Overwatch, we've taken the group of 2 out. Izuku said. I did all the work. Hitoshi countered. All right, no need for a psing contest. Good job you 2. Heartquake, there are 3 heat signatures in the room you're next to. Nighthawk, you're approaching on a group of 3 as well. Proceed with caution. Thanks, Overwatch. Izuku said over the comms. He then turned to Hitoshi. We need to restrain these 2. I have like 10 sets of HFFS. Hitoshi offered. Those work. The 2 of them handcuffed the 2 unconscious bodies and put them on their stomach against the wall. Okay, let's move on. Izuku said. Hitoshi nodded, and the 2 moved further into the hospital. Kyuka had wanted to go with Izuku, of course. Especially with what happened this morning. But she did understand why he went with Hitoshi. Their quirks were good for this. Infiltration and quick dispatches. Kyuka knew that she'd be good with this as well, but the 2 of them were the best job for it. More people came through the main entrance anyway, so it worked out. That being said, Kyuka now had to deal with 3 people on her own. She slowly peeked into the room that May had told her the heat signatures were in. As she opened the room, she saw 1 armed guard and 2 hospital workers. Upon closer inspection, she was able to identify one of them. She quickly ducked out of the room and quietly shut the door. We have a problem. The room I'm next to with the heat signatures? 2 of those are hostages. Kyuka relayed. Hostages? That's horrible. Take out the guy. Mei said. It gets worse. One of the hostages is Izuku Midoriya. Kyuka heard nothing over the comms for a solid minute. Izuku finally spoke up. I was planning on making this as painless as possible. But now, things are different. Make them suffer. Heartquake, take the guy out, but be sure to make it so that he regrets his life up to this point. Kyuka shuddered after hearing Izuku say that, but she still needed to follow orders. Heard. Going in now. Comms will be dark on my end for a bit. Kyuka slowly peeked back into the room. Inko and the other nurse were bound in ropes with duct tape over their mouths against the wall on the far side of the room. Kyuka made her way into the room, thankful that the guard was currently watching the hostages instead of the door. She ducked behind a table and crawled into a good position. She set herself up in a runner's stance before sending her jacks out towards the armed assailant. Her jacks were fast. So fast that they wrapped around the person's neck twice before they even realized what was going on. Kyuka then tightened her jacks around their neck and then plugged the tips of them into the criminal's temples before sending her heartbeat through them, immediately knocking them unconscious. As they fell to the ground, Kyuka unwrapped her jacks from around the neck and moved to Inko and the other nurse, who was unconscious. Inko's eyes were wide in shock. It's okay now, things are going to be okay. We'll get you out of here safely. Kyuka carefully removed the duct tape from the second nurse. When she removed Inko's tape, she did not receive the response that she expected. Inko simply looked at the girl and asked a single question. Kyuka? Kyuka Jairu? As much as she didn't want to react to that, Kyuka felt her own eyes widen in shock. How did she know who I was? She thought to herself. I know it's you, Kyuka. I've seen those jacks grow through the years you've spent at my house. I know your Quirk. Inko accused. Sighing, she switched off her voice changer. Hi. Miss Inko. Kyuka, what the hell are you doing? This is so dangerous. These people are criminals. And aren't you supposed to be in America with Izuku? Inko flooded her with questions. Too many questions. While I'm on the job, my name is Heartquake. We don't want who I am to be discovered. As for your questions, well, we'll explain them all later. Once these people are secure. Kyuka explained, gesturing to the person who could now be identified as a woman on the ground. Kyuka produced a pair of HNDCFFS and slapped them on the unconscious villain's wrists. She took a piece of duct tape and placed it over the woman's mouth. For good measure, she also took out an egg. You two are going to want to leave. I'm setting this for a few seconds. She explained. I'll take you out of the building safely once this is set. Kyuka sat the egg down on the ground and set a small timer for a minute. What's going on? Inko asked. Kyuka switched her voice changer on again. I'm not exactly sure myself, honestly. Just got heat signature confirmation, and I was told to infiltrate, take down, and exfiltrate. Follow me. I'll help this one out. She gestured to the unconscious nurse on the ground. The 3 of them quickly made their way down the hallway to the exit. On the way, Kyuka spoke over comms. So, interesting development. Inko recognized my Quirk. My cover is blown for her. She knows who I am. Something to keep in mind. Izuku sighed over the comms. Well, this was going to happen eventually. I guess it will just be sooner rather than later. Make sure she's safe. Izuku instructed. I will, Snake Eyes. Kyuka confirmed before turning her attention back to the 2 rescued hostages. Snake Eyes? Inko mused. Is that who I think it is? Kyuka turned around as she was walking with them. Can't tell you that, ma'am. Not yet. Inko said nothing but kept running after Kyuka. The 3 of them soon made their way out of the hospital. We're out now. Can you tell me what the hell is going on now? Inko asked. Miss Inko, as much as I want to, I have to get back in there. There are still at least 15 people in there that need to be dealt with. Kyuka responded. When you got tied up, what happened? They came in a cloud of darkness that sort of just seeped into the room from outside. Once that ended, there were a few people that were in the room, and they threatened us at gunpoint. None of them used their quirks aside from that first wave of darkness. They said something about raiding supplies. That's all I know. Most of the hospital's supplies are held in the cold storage. Inko explained. Where is the cold storage? Third floor interior. Are there any other workers we should be looking out for? There are several staff workers that were closer to panic rooms, so I'm sure most of them are there. We didn't hear any gunshots, so I don't think anyone was shot. I hope nobody is hurt. Inko hugs herself and shudders. Okay, I'll let my allies know this information. You were very helpful. Thank you. Kyuka turned around and ran back into the building, turning around right before entering the building. You'll know more of what's happening once these people are taken down. I promise. Oh, and last thing. Don't call the police yet. She turned back and headed into the hospital. Heartquake, any updates? Izuku asked over the comms. The two I found are safe outside. Inko is, she wants to know what's going on. Like I said earlier, she recognized my quirk. But she also gave me some information. Apparently, these people are after some of the medical supplies. There's probably some high-end things there that could be sold for a good amount. That's on the third floor. That's all I was told. And I think fog of war was used. The leader's quirk. Kyuka said. Do you have any information on what it was like? Fumikage asked. Apparently, it was like a wave of darkness that rolled in even through the walls. It was there, and then when it was gone, there were people threatening Inko and her coworker at gunpoint. I don't think she heard or saw anything from the fog. Kyuka explained. That should work well for you, Nighthawk. Hitoshi said. We can see if the flashbangs work for their intended purpose of quelling the beast. Fumikage agreed. Overwatch, check the third floor. Are you seeing any heat signatures there? Izuku asked. I see 18 heat signatures on the third floor, 9 people on the second floor, and not counting the 3 that have been taken out or Inko and her coworker, I'm seeing 6 more on the first floor. Mei said. Well, it looks like we have a bit more work ahead of us. Izuku started. Let's get to it. All 4 of the people in the building began walking with a purpose again. Kyuka checked the room she had left earlier with an egg in it. Their logo was already painted on the wall. She smiled. Tonight was going to be a big change for these 5. They didn't know it yet, but tonight would be the beginning of their goal truly coming to fruition. 2 more taken down. I sent the hostage down the hallway to wait outside the hospital. He is going to be safe now. Fumikage said over the comms. Wonderful. 3 left on that floor. Mei said. Izuku and Hitoshi turned a corner and bumped into something. Hitoshi fell down, but Izuku was able to keep himself from falling. The thing that they both bumped into, it wasn't a thing. It was a person. Izuku looked up to see an absolute beast of a man. At least 6 feet tall and built like a bull. A thick, bushy black beard hung, at minimum, 3 inches off of his chin. What the hell are you brats doing here? The man bellowed. We should ask you the same question. Izuku said, taking up a fighting stance. Fighting, huh? You're braver than I thought. That, or just stupid? The man said before guffawing and taking up his own fighting stance. We'll show you that you're the stupid one for trying to fight us. Hitoshi said. What did you do dash? The man stopped dead in his tracks. Now to get him tied up. I don't want to be on the receiving end of one of this guy's punches. Hitoshi said, walking towards the man. As he pulled one of his many sets of H&D CFFS off of his belt, Hitoshi stopped. He swore that he saw the man move. But he shouldn't be able to. Not with brainwashing in effect. Hitoshi looked up at the man's face and immediately jumped back. The very large man's eyes had started to glow bright white. Hitoshi ran towards Izuku to get out of the way, but before he could get very far, he felt something grab his. Or rather, someone. And before he knew anything else, he was thrown into the wall, slumping over. Izuku had seen the whole thing. The man's eyes had glowed a bright white shortly after his body had started twitching. Hitoshi had tried to run towards Izuku, but was grabbed and tossed aside like he was nothing. With a roar, the man's already impressive size grew even further. Now standing another inch taller and with slightly larger looking muscles, he looked down on Izuku. I knew you were stupid, But I didn't think you were stupid enough to limit my movement with a quirk. The man cracked his knuckles menacingly. Izuku's hand shot up to his earpiece. Nighthawk, we're gonna need something big. Overwatch, try to guide him to my location. I'm going to be offline for a bit. Izuku once again took up a fighting stance. Oi, Nighthawk. Head towards the center of the floor. Take a left here, and once you get to the end of that hallway, take a right. I'll help you again once you're done with that. May explained. Right. Fumikage said. You made a mistake, boy. The name's Riot. The man pointed to himself. Anyone tries to immobilize me with their quirk, I can break out of it and I get a strength boost. Prison break. That's my quirk. This is not going to be easy. He got even stronger. I'm going to have to be smart about this to stall until Fumikage gets here. I have to be defensive for now. Izuku thought to himself. With a yell, Riot threw a wild haymaker with his right fist. It was deceptively fast. Izuku brought his arms up in an X, in front of himself to block, barely managing to catch the strike. Izuku was thrown down the hallway by the sheer force of the attack. Damn it, that hurt. Izuku thought, shaking his arms at his side. He grimaced slightly as he put his hands back up in front of his face. Izuku surveyed his surroundings, eyes darting around the hallways. They finally settled on pieces of debris. That would work. Ready to go for some more? By all means. Riot charged at Izuku, his footsteps thundering through the dark, empty corridor. As soon as he took off, Izuku rushed to a smaller piece of debris and threw it at the ground directly in front of Riot. As soon as the debris left his hand, he concentrated on Riot and activated luck. He quickly searched through the probabilities until he saw trips on debris, 45%. He immediately grabbed that slider and cranked it up as much as he could, topping out at 100%. He smiled. As Riot approached, the debris slid along the ground. It played out almost in slow motion. As the debris slid, an oblong part of it caught on the ground and flipped. Its trajectory changed just slightly enough to catch Riot off guard. Izuku could see the slight surprise in his eyes as his foot came down right on the debris and his ankle bent in a slightly unnatural way. It wasn't enough to cause too much lasting damage, but it was enough to throw him off balance, literally and metaphorically. Riot's foot came out from under him, and the hulk of a man fell to the ground with a massive crash. I heard that sound. Snake Eyes, are you okay? Kyuka asked over the headset, her tone wavering slightly in fear and concern. I heard it as well. I'm close by. Fumikage said. I'm fine. He just slipped is all. Izuku replied. He could feel himself smirking. With a groan, Riot stood up, his hand nursing his skull. Lucky shot, kid. In the faded crimson light of the hall around them, Izuku could see Fumikage turn a corner and run towards them. Izuku's smirk only grew. Exactly. Nighthawk. We're gonna need some force for him. It's dark. I'm concerned about Dark Shadow. You have your way to calm him down. I'll help you as much as I can. Izuku said. Very well. Fumikage nodded. You kids think a little trip and a third person is going to be able to stop me? Whatever just happened may have thrown me for a loop, but I'm not out of the fight yet. I can do this all day. Riot's face contorted into a twisted grin. It was unsettling. I'm not going to stop you. Izuku started. He pointed behind him at Fumikage. Said boy was now wreathed in what looked close to black fire. It grew until it enveloped him entirely. A guttural growl escaped the blazing darkness that was Fumikage. The darkness flared further, finally coalescing into some kind of form. It was Dark Shadow like Izuku remembered, but much bigger. Easily twice the size of Riot, and instead of bright yellow eyes, Dark Shadow had deep crimson ones. That is. Izuku finished. With a roar, Dark Shadow lashed out its massive arm towards Riot. Riot tried to duck away, but not only was Dark Shadow incredibly large, it was still as fast as it had been before. Riot's attempt to duck out of the way was met with failure as Dark Shadow's claw slammed into his chest, sending him directly into the wall. Another roar echoed out, shaking the building slightly. Riot dusted himself off. He was bleeding from his nose. Finally, he used his hands to crack his neck. A real challenge. Dark Shadow only roared in response. A wave of shadowy energy erupted from the massive form and seemingly swallowed Riot. Several seconds of screaming later, the mass of dark energy shot Riot out. Riot landed against the wall, unconscious, and bleeding at multiple places from what seemed to be lacerations. Wow, Nighthawk, remind me not to mess with you. Izuku turned his head to see Dark Shadow's menacing red eyes now staring into his soul. With a growl, the figure approached him. Nighthawk, the flashbangs? I'm trying. Fumikage grunted, doing his best to move his arms through Dark Shadow's surprisingly solid form. Dark Shadow reared back with one of its massive claws and swiped at Izuku. Izuku managed to jump out of the way just in time, tucking in his legs as he rolled back to his feet. He turned around and looked at Fumikage, who had managed to grab both the flashbang and pull the pin from it. With a yell of absolute will, Fumikage threw the flashbang down at his feet, closing his eyes in the process. Izuku managed to close his eyes in just enough time to not be blinded by the light. Dark Shadow had been not so lucky. With the bright light tearing through the halls and piercing everything in a good chunk of the hospital, Dark Shadow was quickly overwhelmed. Almost immediately, Dark Shadow shrunk and receded back into Fumikage. That was close. But you did it. I'm proud of you. That's a good trump card, Izuku said, smiling. Even though Fumikage couldn't see it. Yes, it was a bit too close for my comfort. Maybe I should not be the only one to carry my Quirk's kill switch, Fumikage suggested. You know, that's fair. Izuku chuckled to himself. His eyes trailed to Riot. He is going to need to be bound. Izuku thought out loud. But he said his quirk is based on being restrained by other people's quirks. Not sure if regular benge and restraint would count. I will do that. You check on our comrade, Fumikage said, pointing at Hitoshi. Damn it, you're right. Mastermind. Izuku rushed over to his friend. Gently patting him on the cheek, Izuku spoke to him once again. Hey, Mastermind. You good? Do we need to get you some help? Hey, Hitoshi blinked as he was woken from unconsciousness. Did we get him? He asked. Yeah, Nighthawk took him down. Tip for ya, don't get on his bad side. A small laugh escaped Hitoshi, but that was soon replaced by a groan as he sat up from the wall. Can you stand? Izuku asked, offering his hands for support. Hitoshi gently pushed away Izuku's hands. With a sharp inhale and a few shaky grunts, Hitoshi managed to lift himself off the ground onto his feet. He rolled his neck backwards, earning a few sharp cracks. With a sigh, he met the gaze of Izuku. I'm fine now. We can move out. This guy needs to stay asleep for a while, Hitoshi said, pointing at Riot. And we still have 2 more people on this floor to evacuate. Hey guys, I know you were all fighting, but I managed to find more people. Kyuka's voice sounded through the headset. There was a nurse locked in a room with a patient. I escorted them out. That should be everyone here on this floor then, right? Izuku asks. That it is. Now, onto the next floor, there's... May trailed off. A sharp gasp was heard over their comms. What is it, Overwatch? Kyuka asked. All 4 of you need to get up to the 3rd floor now. They're moving. I think the sound of Dark Shadow scared them. Damn it. A good number of people on the 2nd floor are making their way up to the 3rd. It looks like they're congealing their forces. Get up there. I'm heading in. I'll provide cover fire when I can. May explained. How are you going to get to us fast enough? Hitoshi asked. Meet me on the 2nd floor. I made a new baby the other day. I think you guys will like it. Snake Eyes, your group is near the stairs. Go towards where Nighthawk came from and turn left. Heartquake, you're a bit further away, but if you take the first 3 rights you come across, you should meet up with the others. I'll see you there, May said cheerily over the headset. After letting them know, the Pinkette took out a small device from her jacket that looked like a firearm, but slightly different. She took a bundle of wire with a metallic hook at the end from another pocket and put it in the device, hooking the end of the wire onto a sturdy metal rod near the back. As she closed the chamber, she pushed the hook into the barrel until she heard a clicking sound. Grappling hook primed and in hand, She aimed it at a nearby light pole and launched it. The hook spiraled around the horizontal level of the light and then latched onto itself. She swung from her rooftop towards the hospital. With how dark the sky was, even her swinging underneath a light shouldn't attract too much attention. As she approached a window, she extended her feet and prayed that this wouldn't hurt very much. Soon, Quirk had met up with the others near the steps. The four of them rushed up the stairs to the second floor. As they caught their breath, Quirk looked out the window. She had to admit, it was a beautiful night. Even with the bright lights of the city in the distance, she could see the stars in the sky here. And then something moved. Her eyes immediately went to the movement only to see Mei swinging from a lamppost directly towards them. "Guys, get down," Quirk said, tackling Izuku to the floor. Hitoshi and Fumikage jumped to the floor as well. Seconds later, Mei came smashing directly through the window in a faux drop kick. She quickly cut the wire with a knife and got up from the ground. "Overwatch, what the F was that?" Quirk yelled. "This is my new baby. It's a grappling hook with detachable wire and hook." Speaking of which, Mei opened the wire chamber, unhooked the last of the wire after being cut, and replaced it with another wire spool and hook. "Now that that's taken care of, let's go," Mei said. "This, the third floor, right?" Izuku asked, standing up from the ground. He helped Quirk get up as well. "Yeah, they're all there. I think everyone left on this floor are hostages or patients. We can avoid them for now, I think. We just need to get these people taken care of so that Prometheus can get our encryption going. Top priority is stopping whoever it is that has this fog of war quirk. They're who we're after. Let's move out. Overwatch, watch our flank. Follow me up the stairs." Izuku turned and began moving up the stairs once again. Upon reaching the third floor, Izuku put his right hand up, signaling to his teammates. The four of them stopped. "Mastermind, I want you to scout ahead of us. The four of us are going to move as a unit, and you're our spearhead. Think you can do that?" Izuku asked. Hitoshi smirked before activating his cloak. His image blurred, and if someone didn't know he was there, it would be incredibly difficult to spot the man. "I'm on it." Hitoshi pulled his hood up and seemingly disappeared into the hallway. "You did such a good job with his cloak," Izuku said to Mei. "It was a pain in the butt to make, I'll tell you that much. But I'm very proud of baby number 837. Mei said before speaking into her comms. "Wait, Mastermind. Most of the people are in the same room according to their heat signatures. It looked like it was close to the center of the building." Mei pulled up the floor plans again on her phone. "I think I know what room it is. From where we are right now, take the first two rights and then a left, and it should be the second door on the right. I feel like I should be with him," Quirk said. The remaining three others looked at her, and then each other. "Huh," Izuku simply said. Hitoshi did as instructed. As he neared the room, he pressed his ear up against the door. He could barely hear anything on the inside. He backed up slightly. "I feel like Heartquake should be here with me too." "That's what I'm saying," Quirk whisper yelled into her earpiece. "Heartquake, you can join him. Just try to be stealthy about it," Izuku said. "All right." Quirk nodded to Izuku. "Mastermind, I'm on my way. Sit tight." Quirk sprinted off in the direction that Hitoshi went, following Mei's directions from earlier. Surprisingly, she was very light on her feet, making close to no noise as she ran down the hallway. "Are we idiots for not thinking about that?" Mei asked. "Yes, absolutely," Izuku said almost immediately. "Alright, good. Just making sure." Fumikage just chuckled. Quirk arrived at Hitoshi's location about 2 minutes later and immediately dropped to the ground on her knees, her jacks extending and piercing the wall. She put her hands on her headphones to drown out any other noise and focused on the inside of the room. "Hurry up and crack it, you idiots. There are heroes here. We need to get out as soon as we can." A woman's voice called out. "I'm trying. Your yelling isn't helping very much with this lock, though." Another woman's voice. The first woman started talking again. "We already have a buyer for this sheet. Let's get as much as we can and go. I stopped anyone from calling the police with my quirk. We should be able to get out before they deal with Riot. And if not, Mortar, you'll be up." Of course, Blackout. I'll start prepping immediately. A male voice spoke. Kyuka relayed the information through her earpiece to the others. That's concerning. We're on the way. Izuku started. Mastermind, take some of Heartquake's speakers. Sneak around best you can and place them around the room. Let us know what the room is like if you can. And if you get caught, stall for time. Heard. Both Kyuka and Hitoshi said. Hitoshi looked at Kyuka. If I get caught, you have permission to blow all of these up. Even if they're on me. Oh, okay. Let's hope you don't get caught then. That would hurt a lot. You'd probably need a lot of the medical supplies in here that we're probably saving. What a waste of time that would be. Kyuka said, her smirk apparent to Hitoshi even though he couldn't see her face. Okay, wish me luck. Hitoshi slowly cracked open the door and snuck in. Thankfully for him, all of the people in the room had their backs turned to him and the door. They were too focused on a safe? And not a regular run-of-the-mill safe, but a massive wall safe that looks like a bank or military compound safe. Why the hell do they have that big of a safe in some random hospital? Hitoshi asked himself. He shook his head. He didn't have time to worry about that. He had to stop them. He slowly moved around the room, ducking between the few tables that populated this room, whatever it was, and placed several of Kyuka's small speakers along the perimeter of the room as well. There were times when someone almost saw him, but he stopped moving almost immediately, letting his cloak pick up his slack. He caught sight of what seemed to be the leader. She was standing in the center of the room barking orders to the other people in the room. She was fairly average-sized with dark raven hair. She wore dark green, everything. That's kinda tacky, Hitoshi thought to himself. Soon after, he snuck out of the room, leaving the door open just slightly so that he could hear what was going on without Kyuka's help. As he made his way out, both he and Kyuka heard a loud click followed by a light grinding of metal. And then laughing. Lots of laughing. Izuku, Mei, and Fumikage rounded the corner just in time to hear the laughter. What did we miss? Mei asked. There's a giant but safe in there. I think they just got into it. I set up the speakers in the room. They're primed to go. Hitoshi relayed, removing his hood and turning the cloak off. Then Heartquake if you're ready. Do it. Izuku nodded to Kyuka. Kyuka's jacks descended to the ports in the shoulders of her jacket, and she pulsed her heartbeat through them. Suddenly, the laughter that had filled the safe room was drowned out by a massive wave of distorted white noise. Several people immediately ran out of the room, covering their ears. Izuku and Hitoshi immediately jumped into action, taking down each person that fled the room with swift kicks and punches. Mei immediately pulled out her pistol and shot at one of the fallen people. The four of them looked at her with disbelief. What? She asked before shooting another. They're adhesive bullets. To hold them down. The four then looked down at the two she had shot, and true to her word, they were covered in a glob of some kind of apparently adhesive substance that was a very pale yellow. The woman in the center of the room, Blackout, as she was called, turned to see the two people standing there over the unconscious bodies of four of her men. Seems like we were too slow. No matter, we can still get out of here. She said before starting to laugh. An irritatingly nasally laugh, but it quickly became menacing as a dark fog began to form at her feet. It coalesced around her before spreading out and covering everything in the room. And then it seeped out of the room. Everyone's vision was immediately obscured. Izuku immediately took up his stance before calling out to his allies. He heard nothing in response from them. Instead, he heard the same laughter from before. How does it feel to be alone, hero? Her voice echoed. I'm not alone. Izuku responded. He tried to look around for where her voice was coming from, but it seemed to be coming from both everywhere around him and nowhere at the same time. Is that so? Then where are your allies? They're here. Izuku put his hand on his earpiece and spoke. Can any of you hear me? Oh, that's not going to help you get to them. My quirk blocks out sight, hearing, and transmission of anything or anyone that I choose to be blocked. You aren't the first hero team to try and stop me, and you won't be the last. Because I'm getting out of here. That's where you're wrong. Oh. You're not leaving and we're not heroes. Almost on cue, Izuku felt the ground shake beneath him. He could hear just the briefest sound of a powerful roar, and he recognized it as dark shadow when in darkness. "And that's gonna be a big problem for you," he said, alluding to that roar. Soon after that, Izuku felt something come into contact with him. As soon as contact was made, he was able to see that it was Kyuka. She, likewise, was able to see him as soon as contact was made. Snake eyes. It's good to see you." Izuku immediately felt the girl embrace him. I'll admit that I was scared. Hearing is like my thing. And I just kind of lost it when that darkness happened. I started to move to find someone. I'm glad I found you. Me too. I think this will be over. So, let's try to find our way out of this. I believe that Nighthawk could have this covered soon. Izuku, holding onto Kyuka, slowly stumbled out of the darkness, accidentally kicking a few of the people that were glued to the floor. They soon exited the wall of darkness, and it was like a flood of senses coming back to both of them. "I wish we could do more," Kyuka said. "I think this is his time to shine, though," Izuku said. When the darkness enveloped Fumikage, he immediately hardened his resolve. He could feel dark shadow starting to stir again. He heard his quirk speaking in his head. "Let me out. I can take her," Dark Shadow said in his mind. "No. I can't allow the darkness to consume us." Fumikage strained. He was trying his hardest to hold Dark Shadow in, but being in such pure darkness elicited something in Dark Shadow that he had never experienced before. Such elation, such power, it had to be felt. "I will not be held back from this." Dark Shadow roared before forcing himself out of Fumicage's chest. It being called painful would be an understatement. It felt like his chest was being ripped open from the inside. His entire body felt hot. Scorchingly so. Dark Shadow had never done this before. And then the pain seemed to just fade. Fumikage opened his eyes that he hadn't realized were shut due to the pain. He knew and felt that he was in the darkness, but he could still see? Dark Shadow had completely swallowed him, it had seemed. And Fumikage couldn't do anything but sit and watch. The darkness had made his quirk astronomically more powerful, even more than earlier that night. Sudden movement jerked Fumikage out of his musings. Dark Shadow moved towards the one known as Blackout. Blackout seemed shocked by this. "Why? You're not supposed to see me. I control this darkness," Blackout said. Dark Shadow looked at Blackout, seemingly piercing her very soul with its now red eyes. "I am darkness. This is my domain." Dark Shadow roared, and with a wild swing, tried to hit the woman with its claws. Blackout dodged to the left, tucking and rolling out of the way. Another roar escaped Dark Shadow. Its entire form surged at Blackout. In a flurry of strikes, Dark Shadow assaulted Blackout. Blackout, to her credit, managed to deflect two of Dark Shadow's strikes with well-timed blocks with her arms. The first two strikes rendered her defense sundered, as Dark Shadow's claws caused moderate lacerations on her arms. But the third, fourth, and fifth ones made it past her now broken defenses, and made contact with the woman. Blackout immediately collapsed, unconscious. The darkness dissipated upon her being knocked out. With this being done, May was able to easily shoot at the now unconscious woman, immobilizing her in the glue rounds. "Nighthawk, try to calm down Dark Shadow," Izuku shouted. Before anything else happened, a bright flash of light filled the room. Fumikage, not being in control of himself at the moment, was able to see it. Sitting in the corner was a man holding up his arm, which was a cannon of some sort. Just as Blackout was held down by the adhesive, he began to charge his arm cannon. A bright flash of light, followed by a large explosion, and then an impact to Dark Shadow himself, came soon after the charge. With the bright flash of light, Dark Shadow was almost immediately tamed, and then the impact rendered it almost unusable. Fumikage immediately retracted Dark Shadow and breathed a sigh of relief. May immediately shot the man with the hand cannon, rendering him immobile as well. Izuku stepped forward, looking into the room and at the rest of the people in there. "I believe it would be best for the rest of you to surrender. Unless you want to end up like them." Izuku gestured to the unconscious people in the hallway and their leader. The remaining members of Blackout's group raised their hands in surrender. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Mei all immobilized and restrained the remaining people. Well, I guess that's that. Let's make sure that everything is safe and back in the safe. After that, we need to put down an egg and get out of here. Izuku suggested. Snake Eyes, you do realize that we're going to have to talk to Inko, right? Kyuka asked. Oh, damn it. Do I have to? Yes, you have to talk to your mother. Kyuka answered. After securing the villains and making sure that the medical supplies in the safe weren't broken, despite their incredibly limited knowledge of what any of it was, they began moving through to make sure that any of the remaining patients or workers were all right. It had been 10 minutes since then, and they were still trying to convince Izuku to go outside to talk to his mother. But I don't want to hurt her like this. I mean, I lied to her about what was going on. That's going to break her heart. Fine. Kyuka said. Fine. Izuku asked, his head ped. Fine. She said with a smile. If you don't want to tell her, then I will. She leaned right next to Izuku's face and whispered. And then I'll tell her how we're together now. And that you didn't want to tell her either of these things. Izuku's eyes widened, even though nobody could see him. Hey now, you don't have to do that. We're all friends here, right? If you talk to Inko. Kyuka said. That's cold, Mei said. I'll do it. Izuku acquiesced. He sighed. Good. Then follow me. Kyuka said, leading the four of them out the emergency entrance that she had left Inko outside. Inko was sitting on the curb where she had been left before. The other nurse that was there before Kyuka left was still unconscious, resting up against the building. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Inko quickly got up and looked to the approaching group of teenagers. You made it out of there, then? Yes, we did, Miss Inko. Kyuka said. She removed her mask and took her headphones off. Seeing as there are 5 of you, I think I can take a guess as to who you are. Inko looked at the group, but her eyes stopped at Izuku. Please, her voice was soft. Please tell me why you are like this. She gestures to Izuku. Izuku sighed and stepped forward. He reached up to take his mask off, but as soon as his hands made contact with it, he hesitated. Kyuka stepped forward and put her hand on Izuku's shoulder. He sighed and took off his mask. Inko's eyes immediately began to tear up upon seeing Izuku. Izuku, what are you doing here? I think you should come with us, Mom. There's a lot to explain. Izuku said. He put his mask back on and turned to the others. How long did you set the egg for? 5 minutes. Mei said. Good, then we're good to go. Let's head back to the van. Once we drive off, we can call the police, but we have to make sure that we're away from the scene. Move out. Izuku said. The other 4 nodded and started moving towards their van. Kyuka assisted Inko in getting to the van as well. Mei got in the driver's seat and started the van, backing out of the small alleyway that they had pulled into and making their way down the road. Shortly into their trip, Hitoshi fiddled with his mask. He took out his phone and dialed the police. In a high-pitched woman's voice, he spoke. Help. There are people attacking the hospital. The first regional hospital in Mizurufu. Please help. And then he hung up. Taking off the mask, he turned to the rest of them. It's done. We should be fine now. Okay, Mama Dash. Izuku, are you criminals? Inko interrupted. I guess so. Izuku admitted. But why? Inko asked. I didn't get into UA. Izuku said. They said I was too reckless. My quirk overloaded my head at the end of the exam, and I passed out. I didn't get enough points to pass. The rest of them did. Izuku gestured to the rest of the people in his group. And so you got them to leave UA for you? Inko asked. Miss Inko, it was our idea. Well, mine mostly. Mei admitted from the front seat. Izuku was hard to convince to go along with this, honestly. And yet, here you are. What other choice did I have, Mom? Izuku questioned. He could feel the tension in the air. You could have tried a different hero school. Or gone into the general studies at UA. If I couldn't get into UA, I don't think there would have been much of a chance at any others. And the general studies, I would have never gotten into the hero course from there. Izuku explained. He couldn't bring himself to look her in the eyes. A few moments of silence passed. They could hear the faint whimper of crying. Why a criminal? Didn't you want to save people? I never stopped. I still want to. That's why I'm doing this. I'm helping people whether the hero commission likes it or not. Even if I'm not a hero in name, I'll be a hero in action. Izuku finally looked his mom in the eyes. With her eyes red and puffy, she had started the family skill of crying. Izuku, you've already changed so much. You're not stuttering. You have more confidence. And here you are, doing what you love with your friends. I'm just glad you're safe. I missed you. I missed you so much. Inko's crying had escalated from phase 1 straight into phase 4, full waterfall. Seeing his mother crying in such a way, Izuku couldn't help but start crying himself. I missed you too, Mom. Izuku hugged his mom as she convulsed slightly. The group sat in relative silence through the rest of the trip as the two hugged and cried. A few hours later, the van pulled up to their little warehouse in Sanjinjaya. Well, here we are, Mom. Izuku said. We'll give you the grand tour. As the bay door opened, Izuku stepped inside. Here's the main room. We have an oven, a refrigerator, a sink, and a dining table. Over there is Mei's workstation. Izuku gestured to the many monitors and the desk in the corner. And this way, he turned and pointed at the hallway. This is where we sleep. We each have a room and beds. That's pretty much it. It's been just a few days and you've managed to accomplish all of this. As weird as it feels for me to say this when I just realized that you're working as vigilante criminals, I'm proud of you, Izuku. Inko said with a smile on her face. Not a second later, though, her smile was replaced by a yawn. It was late, and she had just worked a 9-hour shift followed by being a hostage, crying her eyes out, and then a multiple-hour-long car ride from Yuzudafu to Sanjinjaya. I have several questions, and this discussion is not over yet, but I think we all need to sleep. Where can I sleep tonight, if that's an option? Inko asked, looking around. You can sleep in my bed, Miss Inko. I can sleep in one of the chairs. Kyuka said, smiling. Are you sure, Kyuka? I wouldn't want to impose. Not at all, Miss Inko. I insist. Kyuka said with a smile. All right, well, if you say so. Would you mind leading me there? Of course, just follow me. Good night, everyone. It was good to see you all again. Inko said before following Kyuka back to the room. I believe that I will be turning in for the night as well. Fumikage said. Yeah, I think we should all hit the hay. Shinso agreed. Night guys, good work today. And thanks for the help with Riot. Sorry I couldn't help that much. I'm gonna head to bed too, Izuku. Good job leading us, tonight. Mei patted his back and walked to her own room. Now alone, Izuku walked to his own room. After changing into some simple basketball shorts, he laid down on his bed and instantly felt his tension fade. It was comfortable. It was comfortable. Right as Izuku felt that he was about to drift off into sleep, he heard some subtle movement at the edge of his room. Turning his head, he could see Kyuka in the faint light of the warehouse entering through the curtained door to his room. She, like him, had changed out of her vigilante outfit and was now in one of her deep dope tank tops and some short shorts. He had to look away after a few seconds of looking so as to not come across as staring. Kyo, what are you doing here? Izuku whispered as he sat up in his bed. Wow, good to see you too. Kyuka whispered back. I'm here for you, dumbass. She moved towards the bed silently, gliding over the floor gracefully. Me? Why would you be here for me? He asked as she approached. Right? As if a girl wouldn't want to spend time with her boyfriend. Kyuka rolled her eyes before sitting down on the bed next to Izuku. I know that I said I'd sleep in a chair tonight, but they're really uncomfortable. Kyuka laughed. So I was wondering if I could sleep in here with you tonight? Izuku could feel his face heat up. Are you sure, Kyo? Kyuka nodded with a shy smile. Right, well then I'll sleep on the floor. Izuku said. Kyuka put her hand against his chest, stopping him. If I wanted to sleep on the bed, I would have said so. I said I wanted to sleep in here with you. She poked his chest for emphasis. Scoot over. He moved so that his back hit the wall, clearing plenty of space on his bed. Kyuka slipped beneath his green blanket and laid her head down on the pillow. Izuku was still against the wall. He seemed to be. almost frozen in that spot. He stayed that way for almost a minute before Kyuka spoke. "Hey Green Bean, you gonna lay down?" The sudden sound startled Izuku. With a shy nod, he slowly lowered himself to prone next to her. Kyuka immediately wrapped her arms around him. "See? Isn't this nice?" Izuku nodded without saying anything. Kyuka laughed quietly. Her laugh was beautiful to Izuku. It rang like bells through his mind, even with it being less audible than normal. He couldn't say anything. She was frying his mind with each little movement, each little breath, each little sound that she made. "What happened to the confident young man that pulled me closer once I sat on his lap in the cafe?" Kyuka asked with a sly smirk. "You kissed me," Izuku admitted. "Once that happened, I was back to being Izuku. Not Snake Eyes, but me. Snake Eyes is someone that fights. Not someone who has a girlfriend and goes on dates." "You're the same person, dummy," Kyuka said. "But it's nice seeing this vulnerable you again. Not that I don't like confident you either. I like both of them. And both of them are you." "Why?" Izuku asked. "But why what? Why do you like me? There are other guys out there with more than me. I'm not the best looking, my quirk isn't as powerful as someone like Kaken's. I'm still not sure why you chose to not go to UA for me." Kyuka looked shocked. "Izuku, where the hell is this coming from?" "And never mind." Izuku whispered. "Izuku, look at me." He did as he was told. "I don't give a shit about your quirk. Or you. And don't you lie to me about not being good looking." "But I'm Dash." "No, let me finish." Kyuka interrupted, silencing him by placing one of her jacks on his lips. "You're smart, a great fighter, and the most caring person I've ever met. You asked why I like you. Well, why wouldn't I?" Before he could answer, she leaned in and briefly kissed him, shutting his mind down. His whole body went stiff. Clearly he wasn't used to this yet. But it was still endearing to Kyuka. She giggled and turned around, sliding backwards so that her back met Izuku's frame. "Keikikikyo?" Izuku stuttered out. "I'm gonna be the little spoon. Just relax," she said with a smile. "He's warm. This feels nice," she thought as she felt herself drifting off into sleep. Izuku, on the other hand, had a hard time taking her advice. The girl that he had liked for years was now his girlfriend as of yesterday, and was now cuddled into him on his bed. Eventually, the nerves died down once he realized that Kyuka had fallen asleep. Not wanting to wake her with his freakout was the real factor for calming down. Once he was finally able to relax, he couldn't help but immediately sink deeper into relaxation. She was warm. It made him more tired just being in that contact with her. Sighing, he pulled the cover over the two of them and embraced the girl. The last thing that he remembered before falling asleep was the smell of her hair. Something that he had smelled before, but in the past, it wasn't this close, or this personal. "Lavender," Izuku sighed to himself before finally falling asleep with a smile. "You have another report for us, Aizawa?" Nizu asked. "Yes, sir." Shoyuta stood before the room of UA teachers once again. "A few days ago, I was in front of all of you reporting on how an op of mine in Yokohama was taken out before I could get there. Something that completely wasn't my fault, by the way." "Yes, I recall," All Might said, still in his muscle form. "Last night, there was an invasion and attempted robbery of the first regional hospital in Yuzurifu. I say attempted because they were stopped. On scene, the police took several photographs. In 2 specific rooms, these were found. Shoyuta produced images that, like last time, had the paint splatter as well as Societas Requiem emblazoned on the walls of the 2 rooms. "The same group as last time?" Snipe asked. "It would seem that is the case. This group, Societas Requiem, has now acted twice within the space of a few days in 2 different cities. And what's more is that they've done well." Shoyuta explained. "They've taken down 2 groups of villains. Well, 3, technically, since their first encounter was between 2 different groups. I'm not sure how well the group is doing. Yes, the fact that 3 groups are now behind bars is good, but let's be honest here, these groups would be behind bars anyway." Vlad said. "That's the thing. The first 2 would be there. But this last group? The police have been going after them for a while now. but they've never gotten them. The leader's name? Yami Zenkaku. Blackout? They defeated her and her crew. Kayama reeled back in surprise. Yes, they took down Blackout. Any police forces that have tried to go out there to get them have always come back unsuccessfully. But these people, this group, have fought, and won, mind you, on their first try. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes. These people are dangerous, and I believe that we seriously need to start working on finding them. They're beyond what we can tolerate. He turned to look at Nizu. Principal Nizu, I would like your permission to get this operation underway. Aizawa, you're a pro-hero. You don't need my permission to go after villains or vigilantes. But I need your permission in order to request resources and team-ups with other teachers. Find them first and then we'll talk. If you bring me information about an encounter with them in person and you don't manage to take them down by yourself, then you may request help from other teachers here. Until then, you will have what little resources we have on them. That's not much, just your encounters with their aftermath and the police reports. Nizu explained, sipping a cup of tea. Nothing other than that? Aizawa asked, exasperated. Isn't there anything else you could get me? You said they were most likely students that didn't pass the entrance exam, correct? Could I look through all of the applications? I also said that all of the files relating to students were deleted from our server's last meeting, in case you forgot. Which further proves my theory that they are rejects of the UA Hero course. Which means that they should be no problem for a pro-hero such as yourself. Is this the end of your report, Aizawa? Nizu asked. Yes, sir, Aizawa responded quietly. It came off as more of a growl than he would have wanted, but he was said. Excuse me. I must get to class. Aizawa stood up and left the room. He walked to his classroom while rubbing his temples. That meeting was mentally exhausting, and his day had just begun. He still had the kids that he was teaching to deal with. He sighed. At least he had less students this year than he could have had. He'd expelled 3 students this year on the first day. He walked into the classroom silently and slipped into his sleeping bag. He stood behind his podium. Slowly, the 17 students in his class finished talking and looked his way. It took you 20 seconds to quiet down. He sighed. I wonder if I should have expelled more of you. Regardless, today, I will be talking to you about something important, vigilantes. Several hands immediately shot into the air. Yes, Yaoyorozu. Aizawa called on one of his students, Momo Yaoyorozu, a female with long onyx hair and one of the most versatile quirks that Aizawa had ever seen. And also a recommendation student, to boot. Aizawa-sensei, why are we going to be talking about vigilantes? Shouldn't our main priority be on villains? Momo asked. Yes, fighting and dealing with villains is an important aspect of being a hero, but vigilantes can be just as dangerous, if not more so than villains in the hero line of work. Aizawa responded. Who knows what a vigilante is? He addressed the class. For hands went up. Aizawa sighed. Not even a quarter of the class, he thought to himself. Ida, do you have an answer for me? Tenya Ida, the younger brother of the pro-hero, Ingenium. A stickler for rules, but intelligent. Some would say robotic. Aizawa would consider himself part of that, some. But the boy had a strong drive to be a hero. Since vigilantes are people in society who act as heroes when they do not possess the necessary right to do so granted by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Ida answered quickly. That's partially correct. Can anyone tell me what he is missing? The room remained silent. Nobody, huh? Well, Ida, what you said was mostly correct. What he was missing, however, was the sad truth that vigilantism is a type of villainy. They are villains first and foremost. Do not forget that. Aizawa took off his sleeping bag, as comfortable as it was. It was lesson time now. He had them interested, if their expressions were any indication. Shock, confusion, curiosity. And then there was Bakugu, whose constant scowl never went away unless he was fighting something. That might be a problem for later. Aizawa thought to himself, but he pushed that aside. That distinction that people make between vigilante and villain, without realizing that vigilantes are villains, is part of what makes them so dangerous. Any ideas why? A single hand raised. Shudo Todoroki, one of the most powerful kids in his class this year. Mostly white hair with a single, small section of red. A similar color of red to the scar that adorned the left side of his face. Aizawa nodded to the kid, giving him permission. Because it humanizes them, Aizawa-sensei. He said, "Would you care to elaborate on that?" The fact that they are still doing work that heroes would do changes both public opinion as well as the opinion of the heroes that try to stop them. Precisely. Many heroes, during their first interaction with vigilantes, will hesitate to fight them at their full potential or when bringing them in. The two were doing the same thing, right? Helping the public by their heroics. That is what they tend to think. But they are still breaking the law. Which leads to another problem, public opinion. The public oftentimes has a much more favorable view of vigilantes than typical villains, usually for the same reason. They're seen as more human. When someone is punished for doing good, the public can react harshly. That being said, while they are dangerous in terms of idealism, they are usually less skilled in combat than most heroes are. So if you run into a vigilante in your tenure as heroes, remember that they are no different than villains and must be taken in at all costs. Aizawa finished. Another hand raised. Once again it was Momo. Yes, Yaoyorozu? Why are you telling us all of this now? I feel like it's a bit early into our time here to be speaking of things like that. Aizawa sighed. Alright, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell you this, but Nisa didn't say that I wasn't allowed to tell you this. There has been a vigilante group that has surfaced recently. They took out a notorious villain last night, one that both the police and some heroes have been struggling to apprehend for a while now. It's nothing to be worried about yet, but since it was on my mind, I felt like it should be brought up. That being said, if any of you run into a group that calls itself Societas Requiem, be wary. They've shown themselves to be capable. That is all. He finished. Low murmurs spread throughout the classroom. Aizawa heard several different opinions throughout the murmurs. That's such a cool name. They sound strong, Karo. Societas Requiem, the dying song of society. That's ominous. I'm sure you all have opinions on this, but as I said before, they aren't anything to worry about yet. Now, I believe that Present Mike will be here for English next. I will see all of you for heroics later this afternoon. We will be training for the sports festival starting today. And with that, Aizawa walked out of class. He had research to do and a few hours to kill. Normally, he'd spend this time napping, but he felt a compulsion to find out what these people were up to. They had to have a game plan. And he would find it. Whatever it took, he would. The sun slowly crested over the horizon in West Japan. An explosion of vibrant colors filled the sky, replacing the cool darkness of night. A single man sat on a rooftop and watched the sunrise, a wide smile on his face. He had just finished work for the night and was taking a break to enjoy the scenery around him. As he watched, the streets began to fill up with people on their way to work or to school. They'll find it soon. I should move, the man said to himself. He sheathed one of his many knives in his calf holster. I've arrived, prepare for the fakes to be eradicated. With that, he jumped off of the rooftop into an alley and seemed to vanish as a blood-curdling scream pierced through the otherwise normal morning. Izuku! Izuku heard a voice, calling him. Beckoning. It was muffled, though, so it was hard to hear anything other than his name. Izuku! There it was again, clearer this time, but still only his name. Was this a dream? Who was calling him? Izuku! The voice was feminine and so familiar. So pretty. Then he picked up on a faint scent. Also familiar. Lavender? Izuku! Izuku woke up as he was being shaken. His adrenaline immediately kicked in, and he jumped from where he was laying. A second passed, and he realized where he was. His room. His new room. And then he realized who else was in his room, namely everyone that had been in the warehouse last night. He immediately backed up straight into the corner and fell to the ground. So, Inko started. When did this happen? She pointed at Izuku and then at Kyuka. What do you mean? When did what happen? There's nothing happening? Izuku asked. Cut the sheet, Izuku. Mei said with a huge grin. You and Kyuka were all up on each other when your mom came in here. Izuku sighed. He looked at Kyuka, who was standing next to his bed with a light blush gracing her features. He stepped towards her, and with a much deeper blush than Kyuka on his face, grabbed her cheeks and kissed her. He pulled back, his blush still peppering his face. Izuku opened his eyes to see Kyuka almost frozen in place, her face glowing red. "Izu," she stuttered out. "Izuku, what the sheet was that?" She glared at him. "They already know, Kyo. They weren't going to leave until we told them. They'd have to leave eventually." Kyuka pouted. No, he's right, Kyuka." Mei said. "I was not going to leave until one of you broke. But it's about DMN time." "Well, it looks like one of them broke the other one." Hitoshi offered. Mei began to cackle. "That's fantastic," she said in between laughing. "In any case," Izuku said, "can you get out? I would like to get ready for the day." He was, of course, still scarlet-faced as he said this. Fine, we'll leave. Come on, you two." Mei put her hands on the shoulders of Hitoshi and Fumikichi. "Let's leave them alone. We have plenty of time after they're ready to tease them." And with that, the three of them left Izuku's room, leaving Inko and Kyuka still in the room with him. "So, Izuku." Inko sat down on his bed. "It seems like you have a lot to tell me." She smiled at him and patted the bed next to her. Both Izuku and Kyuka sat down on the bed next to her. "Where do you want to start, Mom? I mean, aside from what we talked about last night?" Izuku asked. "Well, the topic of the hour right now is the two of you. When did this happen?" "A few nights ago. I wanted to talk to Izuku, and things just kind of escalated." Kyuka admitted. "When you say escalated?" Inko asked. "We tried to make the other person uncomfortable with things that we did or said, but it didn't work, and then I guess we just kind of got together?" Izuku explained. Inko couldn't help but start laughing. "All these years, and that's how you two get together? What do you mean by all these years?" Izuku questioned. "Izuku, honey, I love you. But you were not good at hiding the fact that you have had a crush on this girl for a long time." Inko explained. Kyuka began to giggle, but Inko started talking again. "You weren't that much better, you know. You may think that parents don't see things, but trust me, we do." Kyuka stopped giggling. "Speaking of, I'm sure they'd like to know." Inko took her phone out and took a picture of the two of them and sent it to Mika, explaining this new revelation. "This does clear up a few things for me as well." She continued. "Like what?" Izuku asked. "Well, I thought you and her had gotten together a few weeks ago. But that was in the time that was just before you left for America," Inko said, using air quotes. Izuku flinched a little at that. "So I guess that you were actually planning for this, weren't you?" "That was some of it. But it was also because I didn't want to be home," Izuku admitted. The silence in the room after that was palpable. Finally, Inko spoke up. Her voice was quiet and remorseful. "Did I do something? Do you not trust me?" she asked. Izuku's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. Out of all of the things he expected, this was not it. Vigilante blamed herself? "You didn't do anything, Mom." "Then why didn't you tell me?" Inko looked at Izuku. She was crying again. "It's obvious that the Jairu family knew about it. They covered for you leaving. You trusted them. I could have helped you, you know." "Of course I trust you. I didn't want you to worry about me," Izuku said quietly. "Well, of course I'm going to worry about you. I'm your mother. It's my job to worry about you." Her voice echoed through the small space. "I thought you were going to stop me, okay?" Izuku exclaimed, catching the other two in the room by surprise. "I knew you would worry, and I understand that's just going to happen, but I thought you were going to stop me. And I don't know if I could have handled that. All I've wanted to do was help people. I wanted to be a hero. And the place that gave the option took it away. And then I was given another way to help people. I don't think I could have handled having that taken away from me as well." They sat in silence again. "I'm sorry, Izuku. You're right. I probably would have tried to stop you. But now..." Inko hesitated. "I don't think I can stop you now. It's definitely too late for me to stop, Mom." Izuku agreed. "I know. Which is why I want to help. However I can." Inko said. I can't ask that of you. Not with how things are right now. And I can't sit around doing nothing while my son is out there risking his life as a vigilante. Inko retorted. Izuku sighed. You're not gonna take no for an answer, are you, Mom? Not at all, Izuku. Not at all. Inko smiled. Fine. Izuku acquiesced. We'll figure out a way for you to help that we're both okay with. With that out of the way, can I finally get ready for the day? Alright. Sorry, Izuku. Inko stood up and left his room, turning and looking back at Izuku once before she passed the curtain. Izuku sighed and put his face into his hands. Kyuka put her arm around his shoulders. Hey, it's okay. You did good, Izu. Izuku rubbed his temples. The day just started and I'm already exhausted. He groaned. Well, Kyuka started. She pulled her phone out. It's currently 8:30, which means that there's plenty of day left for you to be not exhausted. So why don't you get ready, and then I'll get ready, and then we'll meet back out there and eat some super nutritious sugar-loaded cereal. Izuku chuckled. How does that sound? That sounds pretty good, Kyo. Izuku smiled at her. There a smile? I gotta say, you're much cuter when you smile. Kyuka said, leaning in and giving him a quick peck on the cheek before getting up and walking towards the curtain. She turned around one last time before exiting. So stop with that mopey sheet, alright? Everything went fine. We finished the mission. And you have me. Things are looking up, yeah? And with that, she left. Izuku sighed and finally got ready for the day. He threw on a shirt and changed into some black basketball shorts. He entered the main room to see Kyuka, true to her word, was working on downing a bowl full of off-brand sugar-loaded cereal. Hey, lover boy is finally out. Mei announced, raising her glass. Stuff it, Mei. Izuku responded. Oh, getting brave now. I like it. So tell me, Izuku, have you kissed your girl yet? Before Izuku could answer, Kyuka's jacks came to life. One of them pressed itself firmly on Izuku's lips, and the other stabbed Mei's neck. Izu, you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to tell her anything. Kyuka said. Why do you need to know about our personal lives? The answer shouldn't matter, should it? Kyuka asked. When Mei didn't answer, she stabbed her again and narrowed her eyes. Should it? She repeated again, but slower. And no, Kyuka. It shouldn't. Mei said, raising her arms in surrender. Good. Kyuka retracted her jacks and went back to eating her cereal. Mei, I have a question for you. Fumikage said. Yes, Fumikage. Yes, anything but this conversation anymore. What is your question? We performed our mission yesterday to take down this criminal for a deal, correct? Someone requested our aid in exchange for. I believe they said they would create encrypted communications, correct? That is correct, yes. When will our benefactor hold true to their end of the bargain? Fumikage asked. You know, that's a good question. I haven't heard anything from Prometheus yet today. I'm sure whenever they're ready, we'll get a message. Mei said. Wait, so let me get this straight. Inko started. You are using someone else to make encrypted communication, and they only agreed to do it if you took down that villain last night? Yep. Oh yeah. That's about right. Pretty much. Yes. Inko sighed at the responses she had just received. Can you trust this person? Almost as if on cue, Mei's computer dinged, indicating a notification of some kind. Due to both the topic at hand as well as the context of why Mei would receive a notification, everyone in the room immediately assumed that it was Prometheus. They were, in fact, correct in their assumption. The six of them walked to Mei's computer to see a message waiting from Prometheus. I'm very trustworthy, I'll have you know. Anyway, Mimi, I have some news for you. News? Mei asked aloud. Yes. I have finished your encryption as you requested. Mei sighed in relief. Phew, the way that you phrased that made it seem like there was going to be bad news. Maybe on top of that news, or maybe there would be no good news and only bad news. But I'm glad it's just good news, right? She asked. Well, I finished it. I can set up the encryption server on your machine, or I can send an email that has the file where you can download it yourself. That's up to you, Mimi. You can install it yourself? Mei asked. I may have remote access to your machine. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And you're sure that we can trust them? Okay, I'll admit that them having remote access to my machine is a bit concerning, but I'm still sure that they're trustworthy. Mei said, her voice wavering slightly. So, Prometheus, if you have your remote access to my machine, you can go ahead and set up the server. You're going to need to tell us how to set up the comms through different devices. Mei said, I'm installing now. There's going to be a system reboot, and then I'll walk you through the steps of everything once that's done. The system, true to Prometheus' word, had to reboot, and then the 5 of them, 6 if you count Inko, much to Izuku's chagrin, followed the directions to set up the encrypted server and connect all of their devices to it. Only Mei really seemed to understand what was going on, but she explained it as simply as she could to the rest of them. After a good few hours at least. Mei sighed, exhausted. Who would have thought that just explaining how to set something up would take 4 hours? I get that there are 5 of you, and it takes a bit, but wow, are you technologically inept? Oh, I'm sorry that we were going to study to become heroes instead of technological prowess. Kyuka said. I studied medicine. Inko added. Well, nursing but close enough. I've been wanting to branch out my studies to include biology, Mei mused. Inko's eyes brightened at that statement. I could teach you what I know. Inko offered enthusiastically. Izuku sighed. Truth be told, the fact that his mother now had even one reason to stay worried him. It's not that he didn't love his mother, that he wanted her as far away from this as possible. Far from it, actually. He didn't want to see her hurt or in trouble. If she stayed, there would be the possibility of it, and Izuku didn't want to think of what would happen if she did. He couldn't say anything, though. He couldn't take another conversation like that with her. Not today. So it seemed that he would just have to grin and bear it. Deciding to change the subject, Izuku asked Mei, did Prometheus mention what it is that they did that got us an encrypted server? I think she mentioned something about piggybacking off of the government, but rewriting over partitions that haven't been used in a long time, and then hiding things within so many different directories that call to each other, but unless you know where to look, it's going to be close to impossible to figure out what each one does individually. I'm honestly surprised I didn't think of it, but I kind of ruled out government stuff when working on it on my own. Mei explained. Izuku simply looked at her. You mean our encrypted communication system is piggybacking off of the government of Japan? He asked. Yep, that's what I was told. Mei replied. Now are you going to be pissy about it, or are we going to use this incredibly useful opportunity and utility that is presented before us? We'll use them, but I'm getting more and more worried about whoever this Prometheus person is. I don't know if we can trust them really. Izuku said. To be fair, I'm not sure we're in a position to be turning away help. Hitoshi said. I know that you're right, Hitoshi, it just doesn't sit well with me yet. We'll see in the future. If we want to work more with them, we can. But be careful about trusting them entirely. I can still hear what you're saying, by the way. Prometheus' message said. If I wanted to rat you out, I would have done so immediately. Just think about that. And then the chat went offline. Let's hope you didn't PSS them off, Izuku. Mei laughed. Yeah. He sighed. He hoped that this person was trustworthy. But as new as they were, just starting out with very little assets or allies, he was honestly afraid to trust anyone outside of his small group of friends. Hell, even his mom was a stretch. He didn't want his mom anywhere near them during this. But life didn't always go as one wanted it. Especially not Izuku. As lucky as Izuku was, and as much as he could make things change to suit what he needed or wanted, fate was a beach sometimes. And karma came knocking on one of their warehouse doors. Literally. A sudden knock at one of the side doors startled the group. Izuku quickly moved to the side of the door and slowly opened it, peeking out as he did. Standing right outside the door was a young girl, maybe a year or two younger than them, with long, bright orange hair, a headset around her neck, and glasses. Hello. Can we help you? Izuku asked, opening up the door a bit wider so that he could stand in the doorway. He heard a few steps behind him as others moved to the door as well. Yeah, I think you can. The girl said. She pointed at herself with her thumb and spoke again. You said you didn't know if you could trust me. So here I am. In the flesh, Izuku was at a loss. I'm sorry. Who are you? He had no idea who this kid was or why she was there. And yet she spoke like he should know her? Confused was an understatement for how Izuku felt at that moment. Really? After all we've done for each other? And I thought you were smart enough to figure out who I am. She sighed. Prometheus. She finally admitted, gesturing at herself nonchalantly. Hold up. May pulled the door open further. You are Prometheus? In the flesh, Mimi. How the hell did you get here so fast, kid? Kyuka asked. I may have been in the area. Yeah. And you just so happened to be messaging us just a few minutes prior. Listen, I managed to get your encrypted messaging system by rerouting old governmental systems and overhauling the whole thing to make it so that it's usable by you lot. I can message from anywhere I want to. The girl explained. But did you? Hitoshi asked. The young girl said nothing for a few seconds. We're getting off topic. She sounded flustered. The reason I'm here is to make it so you can trust me. I'm extending the proverbial olive branch in the form of showing what I actually look like to you. She explained. And why are you so adamant about us trusting you like this? Izuku asked. Would you believe me if I said altruism? Absolutely not. Izuku said, deadpanning. Fine. If you want the real reason, it's because I'm bored. She admitted. Bored? Yeah, I'm bored. Life right now is boring. I want to see what happens if some people like you change things up. I mean, I agree with some of your motives anyway, but I want to see what changes. She shrugged. Izuku started but trailed off. If he was being honest with himself, he had no idea what to say. This girl who had been solely a mysterious online presence made her way to show who she really was after Izuku made it clear he didn't trust her. If being bored truly was the reason that she was willing to help them, Izuku couldn't fault her. Although her reasons for it weren't the same as theirs, she went out of her way to show herself in a display of trust, hoping to get trust in return. It would take some work, but he supposed he could work towards trusting her now. And it wasn't like they didn't need the help anyway. Fine, Izuku sighed. For the show of good faith, I'll take back my distrust of you. But the minute that you do anything to endanger the people in this room, Izuku gestures to the 4 other members and his mother. I will see to it that you regret it. Sounds good to me. I don't have any plans to do that, so there should be no problem. The girl said. Izuku then realized something. He still only knew her as Prometheus and not as anything else. It seemed that Kyuka realized the same thing as she asked, so what is your actual name? I'm still going to go by Prometheus for now. I'm not too keen on my name being out there. She said. That's understandable. May nodded. Thanks, Mimi. She smiled and then sighed. Well, this is all I wanted to do here. I'm going to get out of here before anyone else sees me. Bye, guys. And without another word, she turned around and waved as she left. That was something. Hitoshi said as Izuku closed the door. You're telling me? May shouted. I was under the impression that Prometheus was some super smart covert ops intelligence agent guy. Not some little kid. But here we are. Reality can be stranger than fiction, I guess. You thought she was that, even though she calls you Mimi? Kyuka asked, raising an eyebrow. May just shrugged and went back to her computer. After a few minutes of comfortable silence between the group, Inko spoke. I'm going to go out for a little bit. I'll be back later, alright? Don't wait too long for me. But I'll need a ride back to my car either tonight or tomorrow morning. Do you think you could do that, May? Inko asked. If not, I can just use the train. I can take you wherever, Miss Inko. May said, standing up from her chair almost immediately. We can go right now to wherever you want to go. Then would now be good? I don't want to impose. Inko asked. Of course. Come with me, we'll head to the van. May grabbed the keys and guided Inko out of the warehouse. A few quiet hours passed before Inko and May returned, but through the bay doors this time. The door rose, and immediately entering into the room, Inko and May came in carrying a large box. Out of the way. Coming through. May yelled. May, what the hell is this? Kyuka asked. Miss Inko decided that she wanted to get us a TV and a couch, May admitted. Mom, why? Izuku asked. Well, I wanted to help, so I thought that you were missing a couch and a TV. So here they are. I wanted you to be able to watch the sports festival. If you're going to keep doing this, you need to see what kind of things that other kids your age can do. Inko said, to prepare if we ever fight against them. Izuku finished, nodding. That's pretty DMN smart. Thanks, Miss Inko, Kyuka said with a smile. Oh please, Kyuka. You're with my son. You can just call me Inko. Kyuka immediately blushed and nodded. She tried to speak, but she couldn't verbalize anything. Mom! Izuku yelled. And then the couch is to be able to sit and watch so you don't always have to use the chairs at the table. Inko continued, ignoring Izuku's outburst. So yeah, can you help us? May asked, straining as she held up the TV box. Of course, May. Hitoshi jumped from his chair and took the side of the box that May was currently struggling with. May sighed in relief as the weight was taken from her. There's also the couch that we have in the van. If someone could get that, that would be great, thank you. May said in a sing-song voice. Izuku and Fumikage got up and brought in the couch, using dark shadow to help them to great effect. Once the TV and couch were set up along the empty wall of the warehouse, Inko sighed with a smile. I think it's time that I get back to my car now. Inko said, May, if you could give me another ride, I would appreciate that. Of course, Miss Inko. May walked back to the van and started it. I'll be back in a bit, you guys. A few hours. Should be dark by the time that I'm back. We'll be here. Be safe, May. Hitoshi said. Inko hugged Izuku, with the latter returning the hug. I'll be back in a few days. Be safe, okay, Izuku? I'll try, Mom. You be safe too, okay? I will, Izuku. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Inko squeezed Izuku one last time before joining May in the van. As the two drove off into the early afternoon, Izuku sat down on the red leather couch, and Kyuka joined him soon after, cuddling into his side. Izuku took a deep breath as he wrapped his arm around Kyuka. A familiar scent washed through his nose, and he instantly felt a wave of calm as he looked down at the girl that was hugging him. Lavender, he chuckled softly to himself as he closed his eyes and just enjoyed the moment. Kyuka, though Izuku couldn't see her face, was blushing up a storm. Eventually, she closed her eyes too, enjoying her boyfriend's company. Hey guys, come check this out. May called from the couch. It had been a few days since Inko had been by, and the group had gotten used to the TV and couch already. May turned up the TV's volume as a news broadcast started. Breaking news, the infamous hero killer may be in Hosu if eyewitness reports and testimony are to be believed. The newscaster said. We go live now to Mikara Terra in the field who has an interview with the person that discovered the body of the victim this morning. Hello, I am Mikara Terra, live from Hosu City. With me now is the woman who discovered the body of the victim, the pro-hero Killigan. One of Hosu's highest-ranked heroes. Now ma'am, can you describe what happened? The camera panned to show a pale middle-aged woman with what looked to be a squirrel-like tail. I was walking to work, and I heard something fall over in an alleyway next to me. I turned to look at what it was and I saw, the lady broke down and started crying. The camera panned back to Mikara. As you can see, the experience was quite traumatic for this woman. If it truly is the work of the hero killer, then the heroes in Hosu should be careful. This is Mikara Terra, back to you Itten. The feed switched back to the original newscaster, who then began to speak. Our next story is about an attack on UA during hero course training. The attack was spearheaded by a group calling themselves the League of Villains. It seems they were trying to kill the #1 hero, All Might, according to student testimony. This attack was a few days ago, but we're just now getting police permission to share this. We apologize for the delay. May turned the TV volume down. The hero killer. And then an attack on UA. It seems like it was quite gruesome if it affected that woman in such a way. And then the villains attacked UA. Their plan seems to be strange. Fumikage said. He seems scary. And the villains seem crazy. Kyuka sighed, wrapping her arms around Izuku's arm. This is perfect. Mei said with a huge smile on her face. I'm sorry, what? Hitoshi deadpanned. Think about it. If we take down the hero killer, then we'll really be in the public eye. We'll be moved into the limelight for everyone to see. Mei explained, still smiling madly. But that guy is called the hero killer for a reason. He's killed heroes. Hitoshi exclaimed. But look at it this way. Izuku offered. We took on that blackout villain, and both heroes and police were having trouble with her and her crew. I think we've already shown that we're better than some of the everyday heroes out there. I guess. Hitoshi trailed off. He looked at Mei. Do you think we could do it? I know we can. I have faith in all of us. Alright, should we head to Hosu then? Hitoshi asked. We likely have a bit of time before we need to. Izuku said. The other four looked at him as he spoke. We need to establish our secondary identities. But Izuku, what if he strikes again? Fumikage asked. We'll just have to hope that he doesn't. It's unlikely that he won't, but I do think that the identities are important. We have to solidify ourselves in the community. Izuku said. And if someone else dies? Hitoshi asked. Then we'll add them to the list of people we're avenging. It's not ideal, but this was what we were going to have to do next anyway. We have time. He's a serial killer. He has to have patterns. We'll just find out what they are and hunt him down through that. Izuku explained. Hitoshi hummed. Alright, you're our leader. He didn't exactly sound enthused, but he did agree to it. The group fell silent as the TV droned on. And remember to tune in next week for UA's yearly sports festival. The newscaster spoke. We'll have full-day coverage with our sportscasters Funiake and Hiranuma. Now, that's all for today. Stay classy, Tokyo. That's something to look forward to. Kyuka offered. It'll show us what we could be up against in a few years. Izuku agreed. He wrapped his arm lightly around her shoulders. So, Nakata Oda. Mei started. Since we need to work on our false identities, how should we start? Izuku thought. Well, I suppose that Kyuka, you could start volunteering to teach music classes. Hitoshi and ours are actual lies of what we do, and Fumikage is supposed to be our driver. You never told us what you're doing, Mei. Izuku realized. That's the fun thing. I'm going to be doing some mild freelance work here and there. Mei said. Which means I'll also be working from here. So, Kyuka is the only one that really needs to go out and do something right now. At least for a little bit. Which means that our identities aren't as important as we originally thought. Hitoshi said with a smile on his face. Izuku groaned lightly. We'll start looking into Stain soon. Hitoshi smiled. But only after we find Kyuka a place for her to volunteer as a music teacher. There are a few places. Mei said, pulling out some papers and handing them to Kyuka. The two of them eventually narrowed it down to a single music shop in downtown Shibuya called No Strings Attached. Okay, you guys, we're gonna go and have Seiki here apply for this store. While we're gone, Izuku, do you still have your hero notebooks? Mei asked. I have a few with me, the most recent ones. I can get some more from my mom if I need to, though. Why? You think that you can start going through your collection and work on getting them more organized for me? Mei asked. With an affirmative from Izuku, Kyuka and Mei left the building and headed towards No Strings Attached. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Fumikage began their work deciphering Izuku's notebooks and transferring them into readable, well-organized notes for whatever plan Mei had for them once she got back. Welcome to No String Attached. We'll be with you to help you in just a second. A female voice rang out from the back of the room as the two of them entered the building. I'm actually here to see if I could volunteer. Kyuka said. A few seconds later, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair in a white button-up, some black pants, and a green apron walked to the front of the room to greet them. Oh, welcome, welcome. You said you were here to volunteer? The woman asked. Yes, I saw your ad online, and I figured I could help. Kyuka explained. Wow, what can you teach? The woman asked. Well, I know how to play both electric and acoustic guitar, bass, piano, drum set, and a few others. I can sing too. Oh my, that's a lot. The woman said. Would you be willing to give a practical demonstration? It's nothing personal, I just have to make sure that you can back up your claims. Of course I can. Kyuka walked over and picked up a guitar. She smiled as she began to strum. It had been a few weeks, and if she was being honest with herself, she missed this. After that, she picked up a bass and began to play that. She moved on through the instruments that she listed, playing all of them with a high amount of skill. The woman's jaw dropped more each time that Kyuka started to play each different instrument. As Kyuka finished, the woman spoke again. And you'd be willing to help give lessons here? We're not a big music shop. If you can do that, then I'm sure you could volunteer anywhere. I think you could even walk into Don't Fret and Impress Jukebox. Wait, Jukebox works at Don't Fret? She's the biggest music-based hero out there. Kyuka said. Mei put her hand down on Kyuka's shoulder. Hey, Seiki, you're starting to sound like Oda. At the mention of Izuku's alternate persona, Kyuka started to blush a little bit. Sorry. She chuckled. If you'd like me to get you in contact with Jukebox's store for you to volunteer there, I can do that, miss. The worker said. Oh, Kyuka snapped back to the present situation. Oh no, that's not needed. I'd be happy to volunteer here. Wonderful. What is your name, miss? I'm Miyata Seiki. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my friend Sakura Ni. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mei bowed her head. Oh, the pleasure is all mine. My name is Inato Haru. The woman bowed. How often will you be able to volunteer, Miyata? I should be able to somewhat frequently. I have some other work that I need to do. She briefly looked at Mei as she said this. And I'm really not sure how that schedule is going to change on a day-to-day basis. Well, you are just volunteering, so I can't complain. Inato said. When can you start? That's a good question. Kyuka looked at Mei. Mei thought for a second. I don't think we have any plans for a bit starting tomorrow for a few days. Then tomorrow. I'll call the store an hour before I come in. Is that good for you, Inato? Kyuka asked. Oh, that's perfect. I'll see you then. Inato waved to the two of them and immediately began talking to herself. I need to make a sign for when she's in. This is going to be great for business. With a happy laugh, she walked behind a bead curtain behind the counter and disappeared. The two girls turned around and walked out of the store. Well, that was something. Mei said. At the end there, she sounded like you when you talk about your babies. Kyuka laughed. Am I really like that? Mei asked. No, Kyuka answered immediately. Mei smiled. You're so much worse. Mei's smile disappeared. Wow. Mei trailed off, and Kyuka couldn't keep herself from laughing even harder. The two eventually snaked back through the crowds and eventually the back alleys of Sangenjaya. As they were a few minutes from the warehouse, Mei asked Kyuka, Hey Kyuka, you think they did what I asked them? If they know what's good for themselves, they should have. Kyuka chuckles. Ain't that the truth? Mei agreed and then sighed. I've put a lot of thought and effort into everything and I know that Izuku has too, but I guess I just want to push him a bit more. I know that I've been a bit demanding with what should be done, but Mei trailed off. It's to show him what news to be done. It's like training. Kyuka nodded. He's the leader of our group and I don't regret him being it at all. It just seems like he needs a bit of a push to get where he needs to be as the leader. Even with that confidence boost from doing this, I feel like there's still a good bit further for him to go. He's come a long way though. Kyuka countered. Oh, I'm aware. And I'm also aware of just how much you're aware. Mei winked at Kyuka who, try as she might, was failing to hide a blush from her friend. Essage shut it. I do hope that you two aren't doing naughty things in our shared living space. Mei raised her eyebrows suggestively. We aren't. Kyuka defended. We've only kissed and slept in the same bed one time. Whatever. Just don't let it happen. If you really need to, we've got enough money for you two to get a hotel room for a night or two. You know what? I don't have to take this sheet. Kyuka put her foot down. You made one more joke like that, and I tell Hitoshi. She smirked at Mei. It was now the pink-haired girl's turn to blush. How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. Really, Mei? Kyuka asked, raising her jacks. I have great hearing. Your heart rate increases by a lot anytime you're around him. It was kind of obvious. She shrugged. You can tell that? That's insane. Mei said. Mei, I've explained this to you at least twice now. Kyuka deadpanned. I was probably thinking about my babies and wasn't paying attention. My bad. Sighing, Kyuka dropped her head. Why does that not surprise me? Anyway, we're almost back. Hey, don't just change the subject. I'm not done. Don't tell anyone this or I will find out a secret of yours and tell Izuku. And it'll be an embarrassing one too. Mei called after Kyuka as she kept walking after Mei had stopped. Good luck with that, Mei. Kyuka called over her shoulder. At this point, the two had gotten back to the warehouse. Well, it's time to see if they did what you asked. Kyuka opened the side door expecting to see chaos, but instead, what she saw surprised her even more. Hitoshi, Fumikage, Dark Shadow, and Izuku all sat at the table with several of Izuku's notebooks on the table. Also on the table were several stacks of manila folders, a number of reams of paper, and a few packs of pens. Okay, so MT lady, do you have any entries on her in your books? Izuku asked. All three boys shuffled through their respective books looking for any reference to MT lady. I have a page and a half of information on her. Hitoshi said, holding up his book. I have 2 pages. Fumikage said, holding up his as well. I've got nothing. Dark Shadow said dejectedly. I also don't have anything. Izuku said. But now that we have 3.5 pages on MT lady, we can start on her file. The door closed behind Mei a bit louder than she had intended, and the 4 at the table slowly looked at the 2 of them. Oh hey Kyo. Hey Mei. How did it go? Izuku, what's going on here? Mei asked. Oh, we're just doing what you asked us to. We're going through all of the notebooks I have and condensing the information from the multiple sources into one file folder per hero. If you want some help putting them into the computer at some point, I can help with that. I think Hitoshi said he'd help too. Well, I expected chaos when we got back. Kyuka said. This is honestly more terrifying, seeing it so organized. What's that supposed to mean? Hitoshi asked. It means that she's just not used to seeing you all so organized. Mei teased. You guys are kind of a mess. Well hey, that may be the case, but you look like you bowl with the bumpers on. Izuku said almost immediately. Holy shit Izu. You didn't have to go for the throat like that. Kyuka bursted out laughing, her legs folding in on themselves as she fell to the ground clutching her sides. That was really good. Mei conceded. Now if you want these files, you're gonna apologize because we put a lot of time into this. Izuku said with a smirk. You're pushing your luck, but I do want those files. Mei trailed off in thought. Fine. I'm sorry for insulting how organized you 3 are. Hey! Dark Shadow said in mock annoyance. For you 4. Mei corrected. Apology accepted. You can take the folders we've finished so far. And how many is that? About 30 of the folders. We're about halfway done. Izuku said nonchalantly. You have detailed notes on 60 pro heroes? Mei asked, surprised. That's surprising? Izuku raised an eyebrow. You know, now that I think about it, not really. I'm sorry for doubting you. As you should be. Izuku said. He stretched his arms behind him and stood up. I'm gonna take a break, though, right now. I wanted to talk to Kyo for a bit if that's okay with the powers that be. Izuku looked at Mei expectantly. Sounds good to me. Mei shrugged. Great. Izuku stood up quickly, grabbed Kyuka's hand, and dashed out of the door. Izuku, what are you doing? Kyuka asked as she was rushed out of the warehouse. We're going to talk. I don't want to be around anyone else for this. I don't want them to be able to overhear. Izuku admitted. Is everything okay, Izu? Kyuka asked, her eyebrows twisted in concern. She had heard that his heart rate skyrocketed pretty much as soon as they left the building. I'm just confused and I want to know what you think. Of course. Lead the way. Kyuka smiled. The 2 of them snaked through some alleys until they came to the cafe that they had visited before. Ah, welcome back you 2. It's good to see you again. The man before the counter said with a smile. I'll get you the menu soon. Sit anywhere you'd like. Thank you, sir. Izuku bowed. The two sat in the same booth as before. After getting the menus and ordering, Kyuka looked at her boyfriend. So what do you need to talk about, Aizu? You said you were confused. I'm confused about who I am and who I want to be. Izuku admitted. What do you mean by that? Is this about what we talked about the other night? Kind of, Izuku started. But it's kind of building off of that. I've been noticing things about me recently. Things I'm not happy with. Such as, well, I feel like I've been way too serious recently. I know that I need to take what we're doing seriously, but I feel like I've taken it a bit too far. It's been stressing me out, honestly. So I tried changing some things up earlier. Is that what the jokes were for? Kyuka asked. Yeah, I wanted to try being less serious. I wanted to change a little bit. Do you know why? I want to change who I am. I'm not happy with myself. Izuku, Kyuka said his name softly as she grabbed his hand from across the table. I haven't been happy with myself for a while. And I think I finally have enough confidence to admit that to myself. I want to rebuild who I am from the ground up. I don't want to be a scared little kid anymore. And I don't want to be a stick in the mud like that one guy from the entrance exam. Kyuka giggled softly. I remember him. I still think that what I told him was really funny. Oh, it was for sure. And a lot of the other people in the room thought so too. Izuku laughed with her for a few seconds before stopping. But I want to be more. I know you said the other day that Izuku Midoriya and Snake Eyes are the same person. I want both of them to change. Do you know who you want to be? I want to be more like you and May. Like May and I? Why the hell would you want that? Well, you're both really confident in yourselves. I don't see you dealing with any insecurities like I do. I want to be like that. Every ounce of confidence that I have I feel like I'm faking it. I want it to be real. I want to get things done, but I also want to be fun to be around. I want my friends to want to be around me, and I don't want to start any arguments. I want us to get along. Okay, first, whoever told you that I don't have any insecurities is a liar. I am insecure about so many things. Kyuka said. Oh, is there anything I can help with? Izuku asked. No, you're not changing this to me. We can talk about my sheet later. Right now, it's time for yours. Secondly, I just want to say that I am going to support you through all of it until you're happy with yourself. But I do also want to say that even if you don't like yourself, I like you. Whether that be the you from a few months ago or the you now. Even if that confidence is fake, I do like it. Just keep that in mind as you change yourself. Kyuka squeezed his hand and smiled at him. Anything else bothering you? Well, actually, something happened this morning that I'm not too much of a fan of. Kyuka didn't say anything. She nodded and waited for him to continue. Hitoshi and I had that brief argument this morning about going after Stain or not. It wasn't too much of an argument, but I still felt bad about it. Do you know why you feel bad about it? Izuku sighed and hung his head. He was quiet for a few seconds before speaking again. I feel like a hypocrite for telling him that we should wait. But I know we're not ready yet. You four are the most important people in my life. You all gave up going to UA because of me. I don't want any of you getting hurt on my watch. I want to make sure that we're ready. Sorry to interrupt. The owner said while bringing over 2 platters. I have your drinks. Enjoy. I can see where you're both coming from. I just think that you're being more of a realist, where he's trying to be more of an idealist. I think that you should talk to him once you're ready. I think he'll be understanding. He backed down, right? He knows that you're the leader and respects that. Things won't be as bad as you think they're going to be, I'm sure. You think so? Izuku finally looked up at Kyuka again. Oh, I'm pretty sure. And if he starts making any problems, he can have a long chat with me. I'm sure I can make him understand why he shouldn't start stuff that he can't finish. Kyuka raised her jacks to emphasize her point. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at that. Don't hurt him too bad, okay? I make no promises. Kyuka shrugged. The two of them fell into a fit of laughter for almost 2 minutes before Izuku looked at Kyuka and smiled. Hey Kyo. Yeah, Aizu. Thank you. For listening and for your support. It means a lot. Of course, Green Bean. Anytime. Izuku laughed. Green bean, huh? It's been a while since that's come out. Well, to be fair, I've been kinda busy helping you change the world. Call me forgetful, but I feel like that would affect the pet names. Kyuka said. Wait, does that mean that the pet names? Do the pet names mean that she liked me a long time ago? It was a few years ago at least when she started calling me by vegetable names. Izuku thought to himself. Or so he thought. Weiss, it's been a few years. Kyuka said, her face flushed a slight crimson. Did I say all of that out loud? Oh yeah. And even when you're really quiet with that, I can still hear it. Kyuka wrapped her jack around her finger and then unwrapped it, idly playing with them. Alright. I don't really have any pet names for you other than Kyo. Do you want one? Kyuka sipped on her drink and shrugged. I mean, I don't need it. But if you want to, then sure, I guess. Honey. Kyuka snorted. Sugar. Kyuka guffawed. Babes. Kyuka blushed. I think that might be the one, but not in public. She tapped the tips of her jacks together. Noted. Izuku matched her blush. The two sat in silence until they finished their drinks. Sir, can we each have the check? Izuku asked. Oh, don't worry about it. It's on the house. Young love and all that. Love. Both Kyuka and Izuku thought to themselves. Kyuka was the first to snap herself out of her stupor. That doesn't sound like a good business model. She said, maybe not, but it's my business, so I can do what I want. Have a good day, you two. The two walked back to the warehouse, hand in hand, each thinking to themselves. Do I love her? Do I love him? They both knew the answer, but both were afraid of admitting it. The next few days went by in a blur, if Izuku was being honest. Kyuka was gone most of the day due to her volunteering at the music shop. Hitoshi, Fumikage, and Izuku all finished organizing Izuku's hero notes into more manila folders. They had finished all of the folders on the second day, and the 2 days after that, they helped Mei make and fill a database with this newly organized information. While Kyuka didn't really help with the database, the fact that she was out volunteering was enough for him, though he did miss her. A lot. Thankfully, the TV that Inko had provided the group was getting some good use, especially between the two of them. They watched several different shows and movies, and that was where the two were when Mei approached them. Hey boss. Mei said from behind Izuku. What's up, Mei? Izuku turned to look at her, his arm around Kyuka's shoulders. I was thinking about patrols. Did you have any plans for those? Oh yeah. I was thinking that we do alternate shifts every few days. We could swap out partners and work on our respective teamwork. Who's first? Mei asked. Izuku thought for a few seconds. I was thinking that I could go with Hitoshi for the first one, and Kyuka can go with Fumikage. And I'll be. Mei raised her eyebrow. Well, I mean you're kind of our eyes, right? So you can either monitor from here or be a driver. Izuku suggested. Mei trailed off. Sounds good to me. She walked back to her computer terminal without another word. Izuku turned back towards the TV only to be met with Kyuka pouting at him. What's that face for? You wanted to go with Hitoshi more than me? She asked softly. Come on, Kyuka. You know it's not like that. I still have to talk to him about everything. You still haven't talked to him? Kyuka's demeanor changed almost instantly. It's been a few days, Aizu. Izuku sighed. I've been waiting for the right moment. But he's been around Mei a lot recently, so it's hard to catch him alone. Granted, I understand why he's spending that time with her, but it's still hard to talk to him alone. Kyuka smiled at him. Well, I'm happy that it'll be happening soon. About that actually. Hitoshi! Izuku yelled at him. You want to go out on patrol soon? Just the two of us? Hitoshi yelled back at Izuku from across the warehouse. Yeah, just the two of us. Whenever you're ready. I'm ready now. We can suit up and head out. Alright, let's get going then. Izuku stood up from the couch. Kyuka grabbed Izuku's arm as he stood up to leave. I didn't mean for you to go now, you a-hole. We'll be back in a few hours, don't worry. Izuku consoled her. Be safe, okay? Kyuka looked at him with concern. I will kill. It'll be fine. Watch over the others and enjoy your day off. Izuku pulled gently on Kyuka's arm to pull her up to standing. He pulls her close into a hug, which she returns almost immediately. Izuku kissed the top of Kyuka's head, making the shorter girl smile into his chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "Of course." Izuku smiled. "I'll be back. Make sure May doesn't burn the warehouse down, okay?" "I heard that, UD-. May yelled from her terminal. "I'm aware." Izuku yelled back. The two were hesitant to part from the hug, but eventually separated. Izuku grabbed his costume and walked over to Hitoshi. He gently put his hand on Hitoshi's back and smiled. "You ready?" "Oh yeah. Let's get out there." Hitoshi grinned widely. "Do we have an egg?" I grabbed several. Hitoshi opened his coat to show at least 4 eggs. I wasn't sure how many things we'd have to do or people we'd have to stop. "Awesome." Izuku nodded. "Hey May, you might want to make more eggs. We're taking a few, and I'm not sure how many there are left." May spun around in her chair to look at the two of them. "Great. Do you want me to do your laundry and cook your meals too?" She yelled back, sarcasm dripping from her voice. "That would be great, thanks," Izuku said, laughing. "Piss us off." "Oh, come on now, May. You know you love us." "I'm not honoring that with a response. Get on out of here." May grumbled as she turned back around and began to work on her computer. Izuku and Hitoshi laughed as they left. They got on a train headed for Akihabara. Something about Hitoshi wanting to see if he could learn more about technology from the electric town of Tokyo. "A personal study," he said. "Yeah, right." Izuku thought to himself as the train ran down the tracks. He wants to impress May. Which I don't blame him for. It's just funny. The two sat in silence for most of the trip. Granted, it wasn't too long of a trip in the first place. Near the end, however, Hitoshi asked Izuku, "So what's with patrol tonight? And why with me? Wouldn't you rather be patrolling with Kyuka?" Izuku chuckled softly to himself. "As much as I would love to patrol with Kyuka, I feel like we would get nothing really done if we patrolled together. Yeah, probably be too busy staring into each other's eyes." Hitoshi laughed. "We don't do that very much at all. But I think we would distract each other one way or another." Izuku admitted. "So why me?" "I actually wanted to talk to you alone," Izuku admitted. "And we kind of needed to do a patrol. So 2 birds with 1 stone and all that." "Alright, well, what's up?" Izuku took a deep breath in before starting. "It has to do with going after Stain. I know you wanted to do it as soon as possible, but I didn't think it would be good for us then. I still don't think so. I want to take him down. I think we need to take him down. But we need to get better. We've had 2 missions before this, and I just don't think it's been enough. Stain has killed trained heroes. And we're just us. I don't want anyone to get hurt." Izuku rambled. His breath was shaky at the end of his little speech. Hitoshi put his hand on Izuku's shoulders. "I get it. I do. I think you're right. And I realize that you were right almost immediately. Ultimately, you're our leader. We have to trust your judgment. And so I'll follow what you decide." Hitoshi said. "Wow," Izuku said. "That was remarkably easier than I thought it was going to be." "Was that really it?" "Yeah, that was it." Hitoshi agreed. "I thought you were mad at me this whole time, and I was freaking out about having this conversation for days. And that was it." "Yeah, that was it." Hitoshi agreed again. "I'm so stupid." Izuku sighed, a smile on his face. "Let the record indicate that I didn't say it, you did." Hitoshi smiled. Before Izuku could say anything, the train lurched to a halt. "Akihabara. This is Akihabara. Please watch your step." "Well, this is our stop. Let's go," Hitoshi said, pulling Izuku up to standing. "Lead the way, boss." Izuku and Hitoshi got off of the train and began to disperse into the city. They found a relatively secluded alley, and like the first time they performed their work as Societas Requiem, changed into their costumes. They stealthily exited the alleyway and began to climb up on top of buildings. With how late in the afternoon it was by the time they were done, the shadows were long enough to hide in as they moved from rooftop to rooftop. Eventually, the two of them stopped moving as they came to a stop on top of a small arcade. The rooftop was cast entirely in shadow, allowing the two of them to blend in rather well. Well, Mastermind, this should get you a good viewpoint on any kind of tech you might want to see. There's a decently sized tech building across the street. If we're not doing something, you can always just watch in there. Heard. If that's okay with you, boss, I'd like to. Of course. I'll keep a watch out for the rest of our surroundings, Izuku said. For Izuku, he found a sort of solace as he watched the people around him going about their lives. He was happy that not everyone was subject to some of the things he went through. Even though most of the things he had to deal with wouldn't have had much of an impact if his dream hadn't been to be a hero. But seeing people walking through the streets with their newly purchased electronics, happy smiles on their faces, or in some parents' cases, reluctant smiles as their kids were the ones that had the beaming smiles. It was peaceful. For a time. About half an hour into Izuku's people watching, Hitoshi tapped his shoulder. Izuku turned around to look at what was happening, and he saw a man sprinting out of the tech store that Hitoshi was watching. The man seemed to have several arms, each one of them gripping some kind of electronic. 3 of the arms were carrying a large TV. Are you ready for this, Mastermind? Izuku asked. Sure thing, Snake Eyes. Hitoshi replied. I'll cut him off. You get behind him, Izuku said before jumping off of the roof and immediately rolling up to standing as he made contact with the road. He pressed the button on the side of his mask, allowing the lights on his mask to turn on. Several people in the crowd gasped. Hey there, I don't think those belong to you, Izuku said, his voice changer active. Who the hell are you? I'm kinda busy here, the man yelled. Hitoshi landed right behind the man. I'm Mastermind, and he's Snake Eyes. We're here to stop people from being stupid. Unfortunately for you, you're making us work. You little punks think that you can just fight me and win? You think you can stop me? I'll show you. The man used one of his arms to throw a Bluetooth speaker at Izuku. Izuku immediately moved out of its intended path. He activated luck and his mind grabbed hold of the speaker. He saw, land safely, 10%, and immediately tried to increase it. As he did so, his vision flashed gray for just the briefest of seconds, and he felt a brief twinge of pain in his brain. Enough to throw Izuku for a loop. The speaker sailed past him, smashing into the ground and breaking. Mastermind, something's going on. I'm going to be basically quirkless for the rest of the fight, Izuku yelled. Heard. I've got this, Hitoshi said, stepping forward. Hey big guy, you want us to let you go? Of course I dash, the man started, but immediately fell under Hitoshi's brainwashing. I swear, some people are so stupid. Hitoshi sighed. All right, go ahead and put those things down gently right at your feet, Hitoshi instructed. The man bent down and gently placed the rest of the electronics on the ground without breaking them. Good. Now, turn around and put your hands behind your back for my good friend Snake Eyes there. After the man did as he said. All right, you're good to cuff him. Izuku stepped forward and cleared his throat. Right. You're gonna just wait here for the police. Have fun waiting inside of your headspace for a few minutes. I do not envy you. He put the HNDCFFS on one set of hands. And then another. And then another. With all 6 arms cuffed behind his back, the man did not look comfortable. But that wasn't Izuku's problem. Go ahead and walk back over to the store that you came from and sit down right outside. People will be with you shortly, I'm sure, Hitoshi commanded. The man did as he was told. Hitoshi and Izuku grabbed the equipment and moved it directly next to the man as he sat down. The entire time, the crowd was looking at them fearfully. Probably because of the fight that had taken place in front of them. If they could even call that a fight. The last thing that Hitoshi did before leaving the scene was place an egg directly next to the man. Such a shock would take him out of brainwashing, but it would probably be the funniest way to do so, getting splashed with paint. That would be 5 minutes away, anyway. Plenty of time for the two of them to get out of the area. And get out of the area they did. They were well out of visual distance by the time that the egg went off. The great thing was that they were still able to hear the screams from when it sprayed paint absolutely everywhere. Including onto the crowd that had gathered around the egg. I'd say that was successful, Hitoshi nodded to himself. Izuku said nothing as he continued jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Is something up, Snake Eyes? We're leaving, Izuku said abruptly. But what's going on? Something is going on with my quirk. I'm not sure what it is. I don't want to get into any more fights until whatever problem I'm having is dealt with and I know what's going on. Izuku explained. That's fair. Hitoshi conceded. The two found another alleyway soon after dropping from the rooftops. They changed out of their costumes and found a train back to Sangenjaya. They were only truly there for about an hour before they left, so the train wasn't even an issue. And of course, nobody would question two teenagers going to Akihabara after school hours for an hour and then leaving. It was really the perfect cover for the two of them. The train ride back was silent. Hitoshi didn't want to ask any questions. Izuku was too busy having his mind racing a mile a minute with several questions. Eventually, his words were brought out through his mouth around 5 minutes before the train got to the station. What happened? I couldn't use my quirk, and my head hurt whenever I tried to. Does that mean something? What if I only had a certain amount of luck, and I wasted it on stupid things my entire life? Will I essentially be quirkless for the rest of my life? How can I lead the others if I don't have this power? What if dash? Hey, Izuku. Calm down. It'll be okay. Hitoshi interrupted. Was I mumbling again? Izuku asked. Yeah, I didn't want you to say too much. Thanks, Hitoshi. Izuku said. And the stutter is back. Is this really affecting you this much? I'm scared, Hitoshi. It's going to be okay, Izuku. We'll get you back to Kyuka soon. She'll make you feel better, yeah? Why yeah? Izuku mumbled. Their train ride lasted just a few minutes longer. Hitoshi practically dragged Izuku out of the train and through the crowd that was on the other side of the doors. As they moved, he could hear Izuku begin to cry softly. He could feel it above all else, though. This is worse than I thought. Hitoshi thought. I have to get him back to Kyuka now. He pulled Izuku through the back streets to the warehouse, and once he got there, he burst through the doors. Kyuka! You need to get over here. Hitoshi yelled louder than he had meant to. What's up? Kyuka asked, looking at the two of them. As soon as she saw Izuku's face, she gasped. Izuku! What's going on? I think he should be the one to explain. Hitoshi said. He handed Izuku over to Kyuka, who then sped him away to his room. She sat him down on his bed. She placed his hand on her lap, grabbing it with her own. Her other hand moved to his hair and gently began stroking it, calming the crying boy down. What's going on, Izu? What happened? Kyuka asked quietly. I'm scared, Kyuka. Izuku said. My quirk? Something happened and now I can't use it. Izuku said. His crying was dying down. He was only sniffling at this. See, it's gonna be okay. Kyuka comforted him. What exactly happened? Well, Izuku inhaled deeply and then slowly exhaled. Someone threw a speaker at me that they stole. I moved out of the way and tried to make it so the speaker didn't break. But I tried to increase the chances that the speaker would land safely, but it wouldn't move. Izuku took another deep breath. And then my vision turned gray. And then there was a piercing pain in my head. I've had a headache ever since. And the crying hasn't made it better. Were you crying because your head is hurting? Kyuka asked. Is it that bad? No, that's manageable. It's the fact that you all gave up so much for me. And now I'm powerless. I can't lead you like this. I can't help if I'm like this. If my quirk gives out, then what good am I for you or this team? There was silence in the room that was palpable. Izuku, stop being stupid. Kyuka finally spoke. What? Izuku asked, confused. You're worried about your quirk or maybe lack of quirk being enough. That's literally what we're working to change the public opinion of. You're worth more than your quirk. Being a hero is about more than having a flashy and powerful quirk, right? Kyuka asked. Izuku nodded. It's about who you are. And you've got what it takes. If you're not a hero, then neither are any of us. Izuku looked at her. But dash. Nope. Kyuka interrupted. No buts. You're fantastic and deserve to be a hero. And we're gonna find out whatever the hell happened with your quirk and work to fix it. Now, You said that when you tried to use your quirk to increase probabilities. Have you tried to decrease probabilities? Kyuka asked. Izuku's eyes widened. Say that again? Have you tried decreasing probabilities? Kyuka repeated. Kyo, that's it. If I can't increase, then I can decrease. Izuku said, hugging his girlfriend tightly. I never would have thought of that. I don't know why you're a genius when it comes to everyone's quirks but your own. But if I can help you out, then that's what's important here. Kyuka teased. Well, that's just because I think your quirks are cooler than mine. I don't really think about it all that much. Izuku shrugged. Kyuka lightly punched him in the arm. That's bullshit and you know it. Your quirk is dope, and anyone would be lucky to have something like that. Did you just? I did. What are you gonna do about it? Kyuka asked with a smirk on her face. Instead of saying anything, Izuku leaned forward and briefly brushed his lips against hers. Kyuka tensed for the slightest of seconds before she leaned into Izuku's lips and wrapped her arms around his neck. They stayed connected for a few seconds before parting. Well, I guess that was effective. Is that what's going to happen every time I make a pun? Kyuka asked. If I say yes, you're just going to do it more. And if I say no, you're still going to do it more despite me, aren't you? That would be correct. Then no comment. Izuku said before kissing her again. Come on, we should head back out into the living room. 5 more minutes? Kyuka asked. You just want to kiss more, don't you? Please. 5 minutes later, the two of them made their way into the living room hand in hand. What did you say, or do, to calm him down, Kyuka? Mei winked at her. I just made him feel better and gave him a different view on things. Kyuka said. Okay, now it really sounds like you're trying to cover up what you did by being vague. Hitoshi said from the couch. Shut up. We didn't do anything bad. There were just words of affirmation and then I gave him an idea of why his quirk wasn't working. Kyuka explained. Oh. Mei raised an eyebrow. Care to explain what's going on, Kyuka? Well, he said that his quirk wouldn't let him increase any probabilities. And then his vision went to grayscale for a little bit, and now he has a headache. So I suggested that he try to reduce probabilities instead. Kyuka said. And what did he say to that? Fumikage asked. He said he didn't think of it. Mei laughed. Man, you're a genius when it comes to everyone's quirks but your own. So I've been told. Izuku said. Mei said, stroking her chin. Maybe you have to try and keep an equilibrium of what you affect? Like, you can't just rely on increasing probabilities or decreasing them. So that might be your quirk trying to keep things balanced. She theorized. Well, that's better than anything I have, so I'll accept that until the point where I maybe learn something different. Izuku said. I still don't know everything about my quirk, unfortunately. And that is okay. I am sure that there are a myriad of ways each of us can improve in the future, both with and without our quirks. Fumikage said. He walked over to Izuku and patted his back gently, an action that none of the others expected. What? He asked. I wish to support my friend. In any case, I think we should get to bed soon. Izuku said. Kyuka and Fumikage have patrol tomorrow. Here's hoping that it'll go better than Hitoshi and I's patrol today. With that, Izuku turned to go to his room. The others dispersed soon after Izuku did, each going to their respective rooms. Each except one. A few minutes after Izuku had laid down for the night, a figure emerged from the other side of his curtain. Hey Izu, Kyuka said as she stepped into his room. Can I sleep in here again tonight? Of course, Kyo. Come here. Izuku scooted over in his bed, making plenty of room for her. She laid down next to him quickly. Izuku immediately wrapped his arms around her waist. Good night, Kyo. Good night, Izu. She responded. Izuku took a deep breath and instantly felt himself relax. Lavender. Overwatch, we have contact. Kyuka yelled into her earpiece, ducking behind a trash can in the alley that she and Fumikage were in just in time for a stray bullet to careen by her. Screams of civilians could be heard. Heard. Were you Heartquake? I'll see if I can find a street camera to watch from. We're about a block east of the first bank of Nagano. About 5 blocks north of where you dropped us off. We caught these guys as they were running out of the bank with a bunch of money. The enemy has possession of firearms of some sort. The bullets don't seem to be normal, though. We were giving chase whenever they began to shoot at us. Good thing they have sheet aim. It's like they're from that really old Star Wars series or something. Kyuka said. Don't insult Star Wars. Those are classics. Mei said. But have a visual on you two now. You look to have at least 3 people at the end of the alley. Possibly 2 more. Do you need me to head that way? I don't think so, Overwatch. We should be good, especially if you keep watching out for things for us. Kyuka said. We just need to find a good moment. Several more shots were fired down the alleyway before the goons all yelled, reloading. This is our chance. Nighthawk. Kyuka yelled. She sprinted down the alleyway at the people that they were currently reloading and stupid enough to all announce it at once. She snaked one of her jacks through her jacket sleeve and connected it to the speaker that was mounted on her wrist. Fumikage followed close behind her. The first grunt that she approached fumbled with his gun as he tried to reload. He ended up dropping the gun and scrambling to pick it up again. A perfect chance for Kyuka. She sent out a jab with her left hand, sending her heartbeat through the speakers her jacks were connected to improve the power of her punch. The grunt was sent flying backwards as he yelled in pain. Kyuka looked at the other grunts. She plugged her other jack into the speaker on her other hand. Any of you want some of this? She took up a defensive stance with her hands in front of her face. The goons said nothing, but aimed their newly reloaded guns at Kyuka. Before they could shoot, however, a dark claw slashed across each gun, sundering all of the weapons but one. Dark Shadow immediately tackled one of the assailants, and Fumikage jumped at another, sending his knee straight into the man's jaw. He dashed forward as his victim fell to the ground. He tackled and cuffed the man before they could do anything. The man with the still-working gun aimed it straight at Kyuka's head. Kyuka covered her face with her arms reflexively and jumped back as he fired. Her quirk activated through her speakers. Bracing for some sort of impact, she closed her eyes, but one never came. She opened her eyes to see the bullet and several bricks from the buildings next to her lying on the ground. The walls next to her were severely damaged. Heartquake, what was that? Mei asked over the comms. What was what? Kyuka asked. But before she could get an answer, the man fired another shot. The bullet traveled towards her, but then stopped and fell to the ground as if it was hit by a wall. Kyuka stepped back in surprise. She realized that her quirk had been active and turned it off. Does this have something to do with my quirk? She thought to herself. She brushed the thoughts off and quickly dodged out of the way of yet another shot. Alright, if you could just chill out, that would be great. Kyuka yelled at the person shooting at her. I just want to cuff you and get out of here, alright? Let me do my job. You men heroes. Always the same. Now be a good little hero and get out of our way. You're messing with the wrong people. Once the boss gets word of this, you're dead. The man yelled before aiming at Kyuka again. Kyuka ducked down as the man pulled the trigger once more. Her preemptive duck helped her evade the shot as she rushed towards the man. First off, Kyuka started as she jammed a palm heel into the man's chin. The man staggered backwards as she continued. I'm not like anyone else you've ever met. Second, she trailed off, placing her boot on the man's stomach. One of her jacks disconnected from her wrist and snaked down to her boot speaker. She took her foot off of the man and placed it directly next to his head. What you said was wrong. We're not heroes. And then she activated her quirk, pulsing it through her speaker. She knocked him out from the sheer force of the sound waves and probably deafened him as well if the slight blood trickling out of his ears was anything to go by. She cuffed him and then turned to look around. Heartquake, any idea where the fifth one went? Fumikage asked. No, I was kinda busy trying to not get shot. Dark Shadow? She asked as she walked over to the few bullets that were on the ground due to her sound wall. She picked them up and put them in her jacket pocket. As she picked them up, she noticed that they didn't look like normal bullets, but more akin to thumbtacks, but on a larger scale. I think I saw him booking it out of here. He went that way. Dark Shadow pointed down the street. Overwatch, can you confirm? Fumikage asked over comms. Dark Shadow is right. They ran off whenever Heartquake took out the first guy. Mei confirmed. I tried to say something, but I guess you two were too enraptured in fighting to hear anything from my end. Let me check more cameras. Fumikage and Kyuka began to run off in the direction before Mei came back through their comms. They're not that fast, but they got a bit of a head start. I try to hurry. We're on it. Kyuka responded before starting to run faster. Man, I should really do some more cardio. Kyuka thought to herself as she immediately felt herself getting winded. She pushed through the pain, and before long, they were able to catch up to the man, just as he ducked into a crowd of people, disappearing into the sea of bystanders almost immediately. Damn it! Kyuka yelled. Overwatch, he ran into the crowd. We lost him. It's alright, Heartquake. He didn't have any money, just some unloaded gun. You have more important people to worry about. Get back to the people you cuffed. Mei said. On it. Kyuka nodded before turning and heading back. Fumikage followed her closely. As they returned to the initial scene, the police were surrounding the bank and had taken the 4 men there into custody. Damn it, we were too late. Police are here. We need to disappear. She and Fumikage ducked into a nearby alley and waited as a police squad car hurried by to get to the scene. That was close. Fumikage said. Yeah, it was. I wanted to get some information about some things from them. Kyuka said. She began to move out of the alleyway and towards the van that Mei was in, taking back streets and alleyways as much as she could on the way there. Fumikage was right behind her the entire time. What kind of information did you want to ask about? Fumikage asked. Just wanted to see if we could get any information that any of them would know about Stain. Kyuka whispered as they snuck by a crowd of people. That would make sense. Those in the dark tend to share with others in the dark as well. It's something that Dark Shadow and I call revelry in the dark. I like that. You should say that more. Kyuka said. Crawled through one last alley before they finally returned to Mei and the van. As they approached, the back doors to the van swung open suddenly. Well, finally, Mei said. Come on, hurry up and get in already. We have to get out of here before they start closing more roads down. Why would they start closing roads down for a bank robbery? Kyuka asked. Well, if you remember, one person got away. And then there's this group of dangerous vigilantes going around working outside of the Hero Commission. They can't have that, so they're closing things off to try and capture you. Mei climbed into the driver's seat and began to pull out of the alley. Right? Someone got away, Kyuka said. Hey, don't stress too much about it. I doubt they'll do much alone. And you stopped the bank robbery, so there's that. Mei said. They mentioned the boss earlier. If they're a part of something that has a boss, they'll have more people to act with. Kyuka said. I hope that we have not angered some great evil. Fumikage said. Knowing us, that's exactly what's happened. Mei said from the front seat. But it's okay. We'll be fine. We knew the risks. We'd be targeted sooner or later by either the heroes or villains. I have several ideas for things we can do. She turned around briefly and smiled at Kyuka and Fumikage. Don't worry about it. Everything will work out. Mei turned back to the road and kept driving. Kyuka took her phone out and began typing a message in their group chat. Heartquake, we're on our way back now. See you two in a few hours. Almost immediately, another message was sent into the group chat. Snake Eyes, that's great. How did it go? Heartquake, I'll tell you the details when we get back. Long story short, we stopped some criminals, but probably angered some kind of organization who might want to kill us or something. Mastermind. Mastermind, what the hell? Heartquake, like I said, I'll explain more once we get back. Nighthawk, she also stopped several bullets with a new technique. Snake Eyes, you were shot at? I feel like that would be something that should be mentioned in the beginning. Heartquake, smiley face. Kyuka laughed and set her phone down. That was mean, Kyuka. You probably shouldn't worry him too much. Fumikage chided. But it was funny. Kyuka shrugged as she finally took off her mask. If it's funny, it's fine. Sure, hon, Mei said from the front seat. Worry our leader and your boyfriend so you never go out on patrol again without him. She laughed. Or is that your goal? Maybe. I'll never tell. Kyuka stammered out. I love that any of us can tease you about Izuku, and you turn from sarcastic a-hole to nervous schoolgirl. Mei laughed. Hey, I can still be an a-hole. Kyuka defended. Sure. That's true. Mei rolled her eyes. Shut up, Mei. Kyuka said as she huffed and crossed her arms. The teasing lightened up for the rest of the ride back, mostly because Mei had to focus on driving through different cities on the way back from Nagano. As their van pulled into the alleyway, Izuku was already outside waiting for them. Okay, what the hell happened? Izuku asked as he approached the van doors. Maybe we could wait until we're inside before we talk about this? Kyuka asked as she stepped down out of the van. Izuku immediately rushed to her and embraced her tightly. I'm sorry. I just got worried. Izuku admitted. Hey, I get it. Come on, let's go. We don't want to cause too much of a scene. The group made their way back into the warehouse with Izuku clinging tightly to Kyuka. As soon as they got in, Izuku rushed to the couch and pulled Kyuka with him. Alright, Kyuka. You're gonna tell me what happened now. Well, we saw this group of people run into a bank in Nagano. We decided to wait outside on some rooftops. Once they came out with a bunch of bags of money, Fumikage and I jumped into action and stopped them. We followed them through an alley. That's when they pulled out some guns and started shooting at us. Kyuka explained. Kyuka was very adept at dodging out of the way of the gunshots. When they announced that they were reloading, we took action. Kyuka rushed in first and powered her punch with her wrist speakers. It was a fantastic use of her quirk. Fumikage continued. You remembered that? Izuku asked. It's been years since I suggested that to you. Well, it was you, so I listened and remembered. Kyuka said with a light blush covering her cheeks. Anyway, she continued, after I decked a guy, another guy shot at me a few times. I dodged out of the way, but then I was back in the alley, but there wasn't anything to dodge behind. So I dash. So she used her wrist speakers to bounce sound off of the walls and stopped the bullets with a sound wall. Mei finished excitedly. She caused some structural damage to the walls, but she didn't die, so I'd say it's worth it. Plus, we don't have to worry about paying for any damages anyway. To think that my speaker babies are capable of outputting just that much sound. Mei mused excitedly. While I was dealing with that guy, Fumikage and Dark Shadow took down two of the others. I dodged another bullet and rushed the guy that was shooting at me. I took him down and knocked him out with my boot speaker right next to his ear. Probably made him deaf in that ear too. What the hell, Kyo? Izuku asked. Well, I mean, he insulted me first, so Kyuka trailed off. Is that so? Well, then I guess it's warranted. Izuku conceded. Really, Izuku? Just like that? Hitoshi asked. Just like what? If I were there and I heard him insulting Kyo, I would have hurt him worse than that. Izuku shrugged. Okay, noted. Don't insult Kyuka. She has a scary guard dog. Mei said to herself. I am not a dog. Izuku yelled back. It's okay, Aizu. You're still a good boy. Kyuka patted his head and smirked. Don't patronize me, Izuku grumbled. Anyway, keep going. Oh, right. The patrol. Fumikage, you want to tell the rest of it? Kyuka asked. If you wish. After Kyuka and I handcuffed our respective adversaries, we realized that one of them had run off. Like a coward. Dark Shadow said, emerging from Fumikage. Yes, like a coward. Kyuka and I pursued the man, but before we could catch him, he ducked into the crowd, and we lost sight of him. Fumikage finished. Oh, also, the guy that I deafened said something about the boss, so if they're a part of some underground criminal organization, the guy that got away probably told them about what happened. Kyuka added. Anything else that should be said? Izuku asked. I picked up some of the bullets. Kyuka offered. They look weird, honestly. She pulled the bullets out of her jacket pocket and handed them to Izuku. These look familiar, he mused to himself. Mei, do you remember anything about these? He handed them to her before hugging Kyuka again. These look just like the bullets you got from your first mission. With the two different groups. One of them must have gotten access to these bullets. They said that these bullets erase quirks, right? Do you think that one of the groups was from the same organization? Mei asked. It's a possibility for sure. Izuku pondered. We'd have to look into it more. Kyo, Fumikage, did you guys leave an egg once you were done? No, the cops showed up around the bank while we were going after the guy that ran away. We couldn't leave an egg there with them and risk getting caught. Quirk explained. Well, I'm glad that you two didn't get caught. I'll take that trade. Now, on to the next big thing. Izuku said. That got everyone's attention. My mom is going to be coming by tomorrow with food for us so that we can have a watch party for the sports festival. And after that, we go after Stain. Get ready for that. But for now, we can relax for a few days. After we watch, we're gonna be leaving the next day. You're dismissed for the rest of the night. Except for you. I have something I want to ask of you first. Yes, sir. Everyone said as they dispersed. What's up, Izuku? Mei asked as she approached. I want you to look into something for me. See if you can find us a contact in the underground. We may be fighting criminals, but using public records, patrols, and stolen UA files is only going to get us so far. We need someone who knows the underground. Izuku explained. That makes sense. I'll get to work on looking into that. Anything else you need? Izuku thought for a second. Actually, I want you to make something big and flashy for when we take down Stain. They're not going to want to say that we took him down. They're going to want to give the credit to a hero. We can't let that happen. So flashy and public. Mei smiled an evil smile. I have just the idea. We'll work on it together as a group once we get back. Is that all? She asked. That's it for now. Enjoy your night. If you want to watch some shows with Kyo and I, you're more than welcome to join us. Mei scoffed. Like I want a third wheel with you too. Thanks, but no thanks. If someone else comes out and joins, then I might, but I'll just start getting after those assignments. I'll talk to you guys later, okay? Izuku smiled. You do that. Quirk and Izuku watched Mei walk away from the couch. So Kyo, are you okay? I'm fine, Izu. Don't worry about me. Quirk assured him. What did you do today? I just used my quirk on things to lower probabilities. If our theory is correct, then hopefully, I'll get to equilibrium again in time for Stain and be able to use my quirk to its fullest potential. Oh, I'm sure you will. Quirk agreed. The night passed fairly uneventfully after that. Quirk and Izuku both stayed on the couch until it was time for them to go to sleep. Mei began her work on getting her plans set up for after Stain. Hitoshi helped her as much as she needed him to, and hung around her during her work, waiting to be needed. Fumikage retreated to his room for some time in close to darkness with dark shadow. After today's mission in the direct sunlight, he needed some time in the dark. As the day grew to night and Quirk kept drifting off on Izuku's shoulder, Izuku picked her up and took her to her room. Izu, what are you doing? She asked as he lifted her from the couch. You kept falling asleep on me. It's okay. Today was a big day, and I'm sure you're tired. Quirk just nodded and snuggled her head into Izuku's neck. He began to take her to her room, but she shook her head as they got closer. I don't want to sleep in there tonight. Can I sleep with you again? Izuku laughed. You're gonna make all the work that Fumikage did for nothing. Well, that's on him. We weren't together then. And we are now. Quirk said, pouting. I heard that. Fumikage said from his room, causing Izuku and Quirk to laugh. You can sleep with me again. Izuku smiled. Quirk beamed back at him, and Izuku could swear that his heart skipped a beat. Or two. Or three. Was he dead? He didn't know. All he cared about was Quirk's happiness right now. Thank you, she whispered as she smiled. Izuku took her into his room and tucked her into bed. He laid down next to her, and she instantly snuggled up next to him. Hey Kyo, Izuku asked as he looked at her. She turned to look him in the eyes, humming in acknowledgement. You want to go on an actual date once we take down Stain? We've been on some kinda dates. Quirk said with a smile on her face. I know, but a real date. I'd love to, Izu. Awesome. Good night, Kyo. Izuku said as he closed his eyes and relaxed into her embrace. Good night, Izu. Izuku woke up the next morning to the smell of some heavenly aroma. Unlike these past few days, however, it wasn't the scent of lavender that he had come to associate with heaven. Instead, it was a waft of savory scents that he hadn't smelled in almost a month. Not since he had left home. Which could only mean one thing. His mom, Inko, was here. Inko? He needed to get up now. He bolted out of his bed and rushed to put on clothes, forgetting the purple-haired girl still in his bed from the previous night. As he changed, said girl began to stir. Thankfully, he was only missing his shirt whenever she opened her eyes. Kyuka slowly woke up to see Izuku shirtless. She immediately blushed as her eyes trailed his shirtless form. She knew that he had muscles, she had certainly felt them when they cuddled, but the muscles that she saw were much more than she had anticipated. She could mess with him. Wow, Izu. Kyuka said, getting dressed and leaving like this early in the morning. What will everyone else think? Keikyo. Good morning. He reeled back in surprise and hurriedly put a shirt on. Sorry, I woke up to the smell, which means my mom is here. I should probably help her with whatever she's cooking. Kyuka said nothing for a few seconds. She hadn't even thought of the smell. She was rather preoccupied with another stimulus. But now that she thought about it, she had to admit that it did smell absolutely fantastic. She quickly got out of the bed and rushed to her room to change. Like Izuku had. In front of her. Kyuka blushed again. I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, he's eye candy for sure. I guess I'm just nervous because Inko is here again, Kyuka thought to herself as she dressed for comfort today. There were no patrols. Just a watch party of the sports festival. Of course, this wasn't all fun and games. Undoubtedly, it would come with some of Izuku's patented muttering and theory crafting about quirks. Anne May's muttering and theory crafting about making her babies for people. She eventually left her room and made her way out into the warehouse, bathing herself in the scent of various breakfast meats, eggs, and rice. Man, Inko is a good cook. I hope I can make Izuku that happy cooking for him eventually, Kyuka thought to herself before realizing just what she had said. She blushed but kept walking. Good morning, Miss Inko. Kyuka said. Oh, good morning, Kyuka. Did you sleep well? Inko asked as she cooked. I did, thank you. Are you here for the watch party? Oh, of course I am. I wouldn't miss it. It's been a tradition at our house to watch the sports festival together every year. This year could have been different, but since you five are changing the world in a different way, I can still be here with my boy. Inko said excitedly. And I'm happy that you're here, Mom. Izuku said. Now please, let me help you. No, none of that. I'm going to make food for us, and you're going to enjoy the sports festival. But Mom. Izuku defended. No buts. I'm your mother and I'm going to do this for you. Now go sit down with your girlfriend and friends, okay? Inko may have said it like it was a question, but her tone made it clear that she wasn't asking. Fine, but I'm going to do something for you later, and you aren't going to be able to refuse. Izuku said as he grabbed Kyuka's hand and pulled her towards the couch. Sure, honey. Whatever you say. Inko laughed as she continued to work to cook. Kyuka, Izuku and Fumikage sat on the couch, while Mei and Hitoshi pulled chairs from the table to sit next to the couch. Once Inko finished the food, she joined the kids by pulling up a chair and handing each of them a bowl with food. Who's ready to watch? Izuku asked as he pointed the remote at the TV. Hell yeah. Kyuka pumped her fist. Inko cleared her throat. I mean heck yeah. She pumped her fist again, less enthusiastically than the first time. Better. Inko nodded. Then let's get to it. Izuku turned the TV on and changed the channel to UA's broadcast. Hello and welcome to this year's broadcast of UA's Sports Festival. Present Mike yelled through the intercom system in the stadium. We're looking to have a great event this year. We have some fantastic students in the running, don't we, Eraser? A much more tired man stepped into view on the screen. Whatever. The pro hero Eraserhead. His quirk is cool. It cancels out quirks. Izuku said. Like the bullets allegedly do? Mei asked. We'll have to see when we finally use them. Alright, we're getting into the action soon. But first, the opening speech from the hero student that scored the highest on the entrance exam, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku scoffed audibly, and Fumicage's face fell slightly. Inko took notice, but didn't say anything. She wasn't exactly privy to her son's opinions of his former friend, but the fact that former now came before friend meant there was probably something. The blonde-haired former tormentor of both Izuku and Fumikage stepped onto the stage, his hands in his pockets. He didn't say much in terms of words, but the meaning of his words shook the stadium to its core. "I'll win," he said into the mic before stepping off of the stage and walking back to where he originally stood. "Ha!" Kyuka laughed. Of course he'd say something like that. Little busy. After the booing from the crowd stopped, present Mike was able to speak. Well, what a speech from a one Katsuki Bakugo. With that, let's begin the festival. Everyone in the room leaned forward in anticipation, expecting a great show. But for them, this wasn't just about the show. This was about watching them to get an edge on them, to scope out potential enemies. And as such, while it was entertaining, this was one of the most important things they'd watch in a long time. Izuku produced a notepad and pencil and got ready to write as though his life depended on it. All right. With that, the cavalry battle has come to an end. What an upset at the end. Wouldn't you agree, Eraser? Present Mike said. The screen showed a replay of what had just happened. A group of 4 students rapidly approached another few groups. The person at the front of the group approaching, a kid with ash blonde hair and skeletal-looking teeth, put his hands on the ground in front of him. The other groups in front of them began to sink into the ground. He smiled. The green-haired girl on top of the group smirked as her hands detached from the rest of her body and flew towards the other groups, which were now immobilized. The hands flew between the groups, grabbing as many headbands as they could before flying back to the girl. In total, she managed to grab all but 5 headbands, but she also grabbed the 10 million headband. The performance of Team Tokage Setsuna was good to see. Eraserhead nodded. Their strategy was logical, and it has earned them places in the finals. There were 2 times when their strategy could have been used, once at the beginning of the match, and once at the end of the match. The beginning of the match would not have been as logical as the end of the match, whenever they actually employed said strategy. Excellent analysis, Eraser, as usual. Do you have any other comments that you would like to make either to your students or to the audience? Just do better. I thought I trained you better than that. Now I'm going to nap because I'm tired. We'll be back later for the tournament. Eraserhead pulled his sleeping bag around himself and laid down on the ground, exiting from the screen. Wow, I have to say that the end of that was something. Hitoshi said. A much better ending than the obstacle course. Fumikage agreed. I'm with you there, Fumikage. Izuku said. I mean, the ending of the obstacle course was pretty exciting too. Mei offered. Izuku smirked at her. But this one is better because Kaken didn't win. But those are also some awesome quirks. We should be careful of them once things start to heat up with us as vigilantes and them being heroes. Izuku, can I talk to you? For a second. Inko asked. Of course. He responded, trying to get up from beneath Kyuka who was lying on him. Excuse me, Kyo. Kyuka reluctantly got off of him so that he could get up. He joined his mom as they walked outside. What's up, Mom? He asked. Well, I guess I should have asked this earlier, but what happened between you and Katsuki? You used to be friends, but then you met Kyuka, God bless her, and you stopped talking about him. Izuku was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. He bullied me a lot after his quirk came in. Mine did a few months after his did. And then I thought something would change when my quirk did finally come in. But it didn't. The day I met Kyuka was actually the day after we visited the doctor. After my quirk awakened. He took a deep breath and continued. Kaken hurt me a lot that day. It was supposed to be different since I had a quirk, but he said it was a lame quirk. So he hurt me. Inko hung her head. Izuku, I had no idea, she said, her voice soft. It's okay. It stopped for the most part after Kyuka. She stood up for me when I couldn't stand up for myself. He still hurt me every now and then when she wasn't around. And then when I started taking martial arts lessons, he stopped because I could decently protect myself. So he moved on to Fumikage when he saw him. Fumikage didn't want to resort to violence to protect him. And even then booze. I need to stop calling him that. But his quirk counters dark shadow because of the light from his explosions. Anyway, Bakugu said Fumicage's quirk made him a freak. Yet another reason that we're doing this. Quirk discrimination is a problem. It's not a quirk that makes you a hero. It's your heart. So that's why you're rooting against him. Inko said. She chuckled softly to herself. Izuku saw a few tears trail down her face. I guess I wasn't a good mom, what with my own son getting bullied. And I didn't notice. No wonder you didn't want to tell me about this. Inko clapped her hands together. Well, I know I've said this before, but I mean it. I'm going to be a better mother to you from now on. And I'm sorry that I wasn't for you growing up. It's okay. Izuku smiled at her. You were busy working. Dad, you did your best with what we had. I don't blame you for anything, Mom. And I know you've made up your mind on this, but I don't want you to get hurt. I'll be okay. Don't worry about me. Inko smiled and hugged her son. The two walked through the streets for a while before eventually coming to a stop at a bench. Without a shared word between them, they sat down in silence, enjoying each other's company, both of them with a bit of a new understanding of the other. If Izuku were to put a word to it, it would be nice. This moment was nice. Some amount of time passed. Izuku wasn't sure exactly how long it was before Izuku's phone started to vibrate. Reaching down and pulling it out, he saw that it was Kyuka calling him. Hey, what's up? He answered her. Izu, they announced that the battle tournament is going to start in a few minutes. How far away are you and Miss Inko? Kyuka asked from the other side of the line. That's a good question. I'm not too terribly sure where we are right now. Izuku said. For the first time on this excursion with his mom, he really analyzed his surroundings. He and his mom were at the edge of a park, staring out across a pond, and behind them was a row of large buildings. In the pond, now that Izuku was looking at it for an extended time, lake would probably be more apt. There were several people out in boats. He relayed that information to her. The line was silent for a few seconds before Kyuka finally spoke. Mei says you're in Yoyogi Park. You're decently far from us, but not too far. Get your buttes over here so that we don't have to wait too long. Kyuka said. Alright, chill. We'll be back soon. I'll see you then, Kyo. Izuku hung up and looked at Inko. Kyo wants us back for the sports festival's tournament. We should probably get going. Inko nodded and stood up, beginning to walk back the way they came. Izuku spoke softly. Hey, Mom. Yes. She turned to look at him. Thank you for this. I think, he trailed off as he looked at the ground. He took a deep breath and sighed before looking at his mom again. I think we both needed this. I think so too. I love you. She smiled at him. He hugged her. I love you too. Let's get back. The two of them eventually made it back to the warehouse to see Kyuka standing outside of the door. She had a hand on her hip, said hip-ped to the side. Took you guys long enough. Yeah, how long ago did it start? Izuku asked. About 5 minutes ago. We have it paused. That means we can skip the first commercial break. Kyuka turned around and walked back to the warehouse. Izuku shrugged and caught up with Kyuka, taking her hand in his as they walked into the building. Inko smiled to herself, and after Izuku and Kyuka made their way inside, she sighed happily. Young love, she thought back to Hitoshi. She wished that she knew where he was, but he's the one that left them, and it was his decision to do so. She shook her head and focused on her son. It didn't matter what she went through. The important thing is that she was there for him at this time. She entered the building with a stronger sense of resolve than when she had left it. She joined the group on the couch. Are we all ready? Mei asked as she pointed the remote at the TV. I am. Inko said as she sat down. Sorry about that. We kind of lost track of time. It's okay, Miss Inko. I don't blame you. Kyuka said with a smirk. I blame Izu. She smiled up at Izuku from his shoulder. Okay, very funny. Let's just watch this instead of making fun of me, okay? Izuku said. Oh, don't think that I can't do both. I am quite the multitasker. Kyuka said. Okay, save the flirting for later when you're alone. Mei said, faking gagging. She quickly unpaused the TV. The UA logo flashed on the screen before showing present mic and Eraserhead once more. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival. We're just about to get started with our first round of combat for the tournament. First up is the master of martial arts with a twist, Ojiro Mashireo. The camera showed a student in the UA gym uniform and a tail. Against him is the slippery tactician with a soft quirk and an even softer heart, Juzo Hananuki. He's also a recommended student. Present mic continued as the camera swapped to one of the winners of the cavalry battle, the kid with the skeletal mouth and ash blonde hair. Are the challengers ready? The R-rated hero, Midnight, spoke from a podium next to the arena floor. Both nodded. All right, begin. Midnight yelled and cracked her whip. Ojiro immediately slammed his tail into the ground and flipped into the sky, rocketing towards Hananuki. The latter smirked as he put his hands on the ground and sunk into it. Ojiro's spinning tail slam missed, and he actually began to sink into the ground as he connected. Hananuki slowly rose out of the ground behind his opponent and tried to push him out, but Ojiro contorted his tail to block the attack before Hananuki's attack could connect. That still didn't save him from being stuck in the softened ground. Hananuki sank back into the ground. He moved through the softened arena until he was underneath Ojiro. He rose from the ground as he released his softening and lifted Ojiro out. Said opponent tried to twist out of the blonde boy's grip, but his tail was still stuck slightly in the ground. Hananuki released his softening from the ground around Ojiro's tail right as he threw him. The tailed boy flipped through the air, trying to regain his balance, but once again, right as he landed, the ground was softened beneath him. Unfortunately for Ojiro, the softened ground was right at the edge of the arena, so instead of sinking down, his foot slipped off of the edge and Ojiro fell to the ground, out of bounds. That is the match. Midnight yelled as she cracked her whip once again. The crowd went wild for the two kids, especially when Hananuki helped Ojiro off of the ground before leaving. What a show that was, Eraser? The camera cut to present Mike and Eraserhead in the booth. It was. This match showcased just how flexible Hananuki Juzo is with his strategizing and his quirk. Eraserhead explained. Unfortunately for Ojiro Mashireo, the somewhat straightforward nature of his quirk and fighting style was outmatched in this fight. Perhaps against another opponent, he could have really shined today. Present Mike lamented. With that being said, we will be back in just a little bit after these commercial messages. As the commercials began to play, Izuku turned to look at the rest of his group. They, like him, were all engrossed in the fight as it played out. What did you guys think? Izuku asked. The others flinched slightly at his voice as it pulled them out of their focus. Hitoshi spoke first. It was kind of anticlimactic, but the one guy's quirk was really cool. He said, I wonder what kind of gear he's going to need, Mei thought out loud. Of course you're thinking about that, Mei. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Oh, I'm sorry that I talk about what I'm interested in. Forgive me, oh great and wise Hitoshi. Mei chided. Oh, piss off. Hitoshi smacked Mei with one of the cushions from the couch. Mei shrieked in alarm upon impact, but she quickly grabbed the cushion and pointed it back at Hitoshi. You've been disarmed. Now surrender. Whatever. Let's just get ready for the next match. Hitoshi relented, turning back towards the TV. Izuku pulled Kyuka closer, and she relaxed herself into his embrace as they also got ready for the next match. The next match was announced by Present Mike. We have the son of Endeavor and a recommendation student up next. His skills are blazing hot, but don't let him give you the cold shoulder. It's Shuto Todoroki. The camera cut to a kid with mostly white hair, but with a small bit of red on his left side as well as a scar over his left eye. He had no reaction to his name being called and kept a straight face the entire time. And against him, be careful, he might put you in a sticky situation. It's Hantashiro. The camera cut to a black-haired boy with large elbow joints. He was much more animated than his opponent, actively trying to raise hype in the stadium. Are the competitors ready? Midnight asked. When both of them nodded at her, she cracked her whip and said, Begin! As soon as she said that word, the entire stadium was engulfed in ice as Todoroki let loose a massive showcase of power. In no time, Shiro was unable to continue, and Todoroki won. The entire stadium was silent, as was the warehouse. Wow, was all that Fumikage said. Wow is right. That's so much power. Mei said. He scares the shit out of me. Kyuka said. Well, we'll have a while before we have to encounter him, so we should be fine. We know his quirk now. We can be prepared if we ever come into contact with him. Izuku said. The stadium was cleared of the ice, and the next match started soon after that. In this corner, Present Mic started. We have a student with a shocking amount of power. Denki Kaminari. A blonde kid was shown on screen. He was smirking, confident or full of himself. Kyuka wasn't sure, but she didn't like the vibe that she got from looking at this guy for sure. In the other corner, we have a rose with only thorns. The nun of Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki. The girl shown on screen had her hands clasped together in what looked like prayer. Her green vine-like hair hung down from her head. Are both fighters ready? Begin. Midnight once again cracked her whip. Let's start it off right. The blonde yelled as his body sparked with electricity. Indiscriminate discharge. 1,000,000 volts. He released a massive amount of electricity towards Shiozaki, but as he was yelling, Shiozaki detached some of her vines from her head into the ground. Before the electricity reached Shiozaki, some vines erupted from the ground in front of her and blocked the shock completely. Immediately, the blonde's expression shifted from the confident and cocky demeanor to a face that could be described as, in a word, derpy. The mics in the stadium picked up a single word from him after that. Yay! The Shiozaki girl loosed more vines and engulfed her opponent in vines, rendering him unable to move. Kyuka burst out laughing at this. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't keep it held down for long. Izuku smiled. Her laugh makes me happy, he thought. It's so beautiful, just like her. Izuku tightened his grip around her waist slightly. She slowly stopped laughing and looked at Izuku with questioning eyes, only to see a soft smile on his face. She felt her heart skip a beat, and her own smile grew as she snuggled further into Izuku's chest. We have our winner, Present Mic said. Cementos will be down there to repair the damage done by Miss Shiozaki's vines, but after that, we'll be ready to continue with the tournament. Shortly after, the tournament started again. Up next is the ever-bright shining star, Yuga Aoyama. The camera cut to yet another blonde teen who immediately winked at the camera and made a pose. Against him is the embodiment of the power of pink, Mina Ishido. Let's go. Begin. Midnight yelled. The early bird gets the worm. The boy yelled while shooting out a sparkling laser from some kind of belt on his stomach. The girl dodged out of the way, sliding across the ground as if on skates of some sort. She leaped over blasts, ducked under them, pirouetted out of the way. Eventually, the blonde teen shot a much longer sustained beam instead of a single blast, but after a few seconds, he doubled over slightly as if in pain. The Ishido girl took this as an opportunity and splashed some kind of liquid from her hands onto the belt, making it smoke upon contact. She slid into much closer range and decked her opponent in the face with a powerful uppercut. The blonde fell backwards immediately onto his back on the ground, pants now at his knees due to whatever destroyed the belt. Looks like some kind of acid quirk maybe. Izuku mused to himself. Makes sense to me with how it burned everything. Kyuka agreed. What a wonderful match we just witnessed. We have one more match before we're taking a break again. Let's welcome to the stage The Rock, or is it a hard place? Either way, it's Eijiro Kirishima. Up against him is his opponent with nerves of steel. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Let's get this underway. Present Mic said. Fighters, begin. Midnight cracked her whip. Mixed description of Kirishima was aptly put for the both of them. They both were the rock in the hard place. Neither of them moved after a nearly 10-minute slugfest between the two. Punches rained between the two at high speeds at first, but as time went by, both the speed and power behind the punches began to wane until they both collapsed at the same time. I guess there's a tie. Mike shrugged. We'll be back later to determine who moves on from this, dear listeners. Please be patient with us. In the meantime, we'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. But before that, I want to hear what you think about these past few matches, Eraser. Class 1B has shown up well today. In every match that they've been against one of my students, they've shown them up. It seems that they have been trained well. Vlad King should be proud of himself and his students. That being said, My students need to step up their game. That's it. I'm going to take a nap again. You heard him, folks. Now for a commercial break. Mike said with a smile as the screen faded out. So, Izuku, what are you thinking so far? Inko asked. I'm thinking that we're lucky that some of these people are still in training. Imagine if they were heroes. Izuku said, shrugging. Well, that just means that we need to be ready for them once they get out of training. Mei said, I already have ideas for lots of babies. We'll have plenty of time for getting those worked on after this, and then after Stain. Izuku said. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. A comfortable silence fell over the group as they blocked out the commercials. After the first two commercials, Mei smacked her forehead. We paused it earlier. We can skip these stupid commercials. She grabbed the remote and skipped through the commercials up until the UA logo showed itself again. Welcome back, listeners. We're here to bring you some more coverage of the first-year classes sports festival. Get excited. Yeah. Present Mike yelled. Eraserhead covered his ears and growled. Mike laughed nervously. In any case, we have our next match. Our contestants are already on the field. Both from Class 1A. Up first is someone who really exploded onto the scene this year, Katsuki Bakugo. The camera cut to Bakugo with a mad smirk on his face. Versus the girl that can make you feel weightless, but not from euphoria, just her quirk. Ochako Uraraka. A somewhat average height girl with brown hair in a bob cut was shown on the screen. She looked somewhat nervous, but at the same time, determined. Fighters, you may begin. Midnight yelled. The girl quickly took off, leaning forward and low to the ground, hands extended to her sides. Bakugo backed up out of the way just as she swiped her hand at him, two of her fingers just brushing his shirt. Bakugo responded by sending an explosion her way. She quickly dodge-rolled and avoided the attack. Bakugo continued to throw blast after blast at the girl, quickly accumulating a large smoke screen. Once the cloud was of a decent size, he stopped. A shadow quickly approached Bakugo from inside of the smoke screen, to which he immediately blasted with an explosion. The force of the explosion caused some of the cloud to disappear, revealing a jacket and nothing else. Then Bakugo heard it, the sound of approaching footsteps. As soon as Uraraka jumped out of the cloud of debris, Bakugo turned and blasted her once again. She continued to get up and charge at Bakugo only to be blasted down again and again. Through the TV speakers, Izuku could hear the crowd start to boo as well as some mumbles of the boy not being heroic. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at that. That kid was truly anything but hero material. But soon more people started yelling at the teachers, telling them to stop the match. Was that a pro saying that he was playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Eraserhead asked, cutting through the complaints. If you're saying that with a straight face, then there's no reason you should be watching anymore. Go home. Look into changing careers. Bakugo is being careful because he isn't one to underestimate a classmate's strength. Izuku scoffed. Yeah, right? He said. Eraserhead continued. It's because he is doing everything to win that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. Eraserhead's comments seemed to settle the crowd down while also providing a bit of respite for the two fighters. The next camera shot showed Uraraka smirking just slightly as she put the tips of her fingers together. Gasps could be heard and several onlookers pointed towards the sky. The cameras themselves then pointed to the sky. A myriad of debris chunks began to fall from the sky after being suspended in the air. The feed cut to Uraraka charging at Bakugo as some of the debris hit the ground. Bakugo wasn't paying attention to her at all, though. He pointed his hand to the sky, and after several sparks around his arm, created an explosion so powerful that Uraraka was blasted off of her feet and thrown several yards away. When the dust settled, each piece of debris was destroyed with only small pebbles remaining. Uraraka tried to stand up, but as she took a step, she fell forward onto the ground. Ochako Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo is the winner. Midnight held her hand up towards Bakugo. Someone get her to Recovery Girl. She's going to need to rest. We'll have Cementos repair the ground again, and then we'll begin with our next match. Mike said with a decently large smile. Wow, Kyuka said. That was intense. Intense is an understatement. Mei said. They better be glad that those two and that Todoroki guy aren't villains. They could cause some serious destruction. They're going to wish we weren't either. Izuku said. The rest of them nodded enthusiastically. They will come to regret keeping you from being a hero. Fumikage said. We're gonna change the world. Mei pumped her fist into the air. Hell yeah. Kyuka smiled up at Izuku and then back at the TV. Now shut up. They're about to start up again. All right, listeners. Who's ready for our next match? From Class 1A, we have our resident speedster. I'm still not convinced that he's not a robot. Tenya Ida. The camera cut to show a blue-haired boy with glasses. Hey Izu. He's the guy that I used the tree joke on at the entrance exam. Kyuka pointed out. Oh yeah, he is. I'm glad you got to use it on him. You had that one saved for a while, didn't you? Izuku asked. A good few months at least. Kyuka shrugged. Versus one of the MVPs of her victory in the cavalry battle and a recommendation student. Setsuna Tokage. Begin. Almost immediately, Ida dashed at Tokage while yelling, Reciproburst. Tokage didn't move out of the way. She just stood there until Ida got within 10 feet of her. His foot, raised to strike her stomach and make the match end quickly, hit only air as Tokage split her torso into several different sections and avoided the attack altogether. This pattern continued for several more strikes, but after a few seconds, the metal rods in his calves started sputtering with smoke, and he stopped in his tracks. Tokage took this opportunity to send her detached body parts at him. Scale wave. She yelled out as her detached chunks seemed to roll over each other and cascade over her opponent. A second later, Ida was knocked directly out of the ring. Tokage reattached all of her body parts and gave a thumbs up to the camera. Well done, Mike said. Now, we're going to move to our last official match of the first round. From Class 1A, the second of two recommendation students and one of the top strategists here, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. The camera showed a girl with long onyx hair tied up in a ponytail. Versus the Class 1B copycat Nito Monoma. The camera showed a boy with bright blonde hair and a cocky smile on his face. I'm going to show you 1A upstarts just what us in 1B can do. Monoma yelled. Yaoyorozu said nothing in response. Are both fighters ready? Begin. Yaoyorozu took to the defense as soon as the fight started, whereas Monoma began sprinting towards her. Out of Yaoyorozu's arm, a metal staff formed out of a pixelated shape. Out of her other arm, a shield of what looked to be the same material formed. She grabbed hold of both of them and took a defensive fighting stance. Monoma dashed towards her, swiping at her madly. She managed to block his attacks and jabbed him in the stomach with her staff, causing him to double over. He quickly jumped back. Well, I guess I have no choice. He clenched his right fist, and it grew to roughly 4 times the size of his normal fist. He began to run at her, easily brushing aside her shield with his now massive fist. With his other hand, he managed to swipe right at her arm, making contact with it. Ha! I have it now. Monoma yelled manically as the same pixelation began to form along his arms. Your broken quirk is now mine. You're going to lose now. I'm dash. Before he could finish, he fell to the ground unconscious. It seems that Monoma is unable to continue. Midnight said. The winner is Momo Yaoyorozu. You heard it here, folks. Miss Yaoyorozu has beaten Monoma. Now, we're getting word that the fighters Kirishima and Tetsu are awake and ready for their tiebreaker. They have decided on a... Mike trailed off as he was handed a paper. Really? An arm wrestling match? He shrugged. All right, well, they're gonna have an arm wrestling contest. Let's get them out here. The two students came out into the stadium to cheers from the viewers and attendees in the stands. A table was set up in the middle of the arena, and 2 chairs were made as well. Both students took their places on either side of the table and grasped each other's hands. Begin. Midnight yelled once again. Both boys activated their quirks and tried to outdo the other. It looked to be yet another stalemate as the match continued for several minutes until finally, the red-headed Kirishima yelled what seemed to be a war cry. Unbreakable! The hardened skin became more rough and jagged than it had been previously. With this power-up, He managed to turn things away from another tie as Tetsu's arms slowly started to fall. Eventually, said hand was slammed into the table, causing a decently sized dust cloud to be kicked up. We have our winner. Eijiro Kirishima has beaten Tetsu at probably the least interesting and somehow most interesting arm wrestling contest that I've ever seen. Present Mike said. With that, round 1 of the tournament has come to a conclusion. If you look to the screens around the stadium, you'll see the round 2 lineup. Or, if you're a listener at home, your screen should just show it. Sure enough, the screen showed a graphic for round 2. Round 2, match 1. Mina Ishido vs Momo Yayorozu. Round 2, match 2. Shudo Todoroki vs Juzo Hananuki. Round 2, match 3. Katsuki Bakugo vs Eijiro Kirishima. Round 2, match 4. Setsuna Tokage vs Ibara Shiozaki. We're looking forward to how these wonderful contestants are going to perform. We'll be right back after this commercial break. We'll see you soon. Present Mike waved at the camera as the screen faded out to a commercial, only for the commercial to be skipped through entirely. Gotta catch up to live. Stupid commercials. May said as she held the remote. Everyone laughed as she continued to grumble. The commercials came to an end and once again showed Present Mick's face. Welcome back to our first year. Battle tournament,